What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome. Impact Summit 2023. Night job. We have here starting off with Jimmy. Thanks for thank you, Jimmy.
I lost some family, I'm still losing friends. Cause of the rules with me, I know bend. But then again, me, I don't pretend. Say me, I send them. Never, no. I was living like I know tondo. Always looking like I know lodo. Like an artist, we no get promo. I they write solo, baby, more go. Listen, follow blessing, we no road. I follow blessing, back then I miss road. Free me, make a dance conto. I don't joke, go do. All I wanna say is that they don't really care that much. Pocket never empty, take a look at my copy, they right. I won't get money like Elon Musk. That's why I always don't say much, I get to work. No, they whine you, this kind matter, they precise you. For my mind, you, I go shine you. Bad energy, I decline you. Friends and foe try to spoil my show. Then do me rigging my row. Then downplay my glow. But me, I carry you go. The kind of life I was living back then. I reminisce, but I never go there. I reminisce, but I never did it. I reminisce, but I never. I lost some family, I'm still losing friends. Cause of the rules with me, I know bend. But then again, me, I don't pretend. Say me, I send them. Never, no. I was living like I know tondo. Always looking like I know lodo. Like an artist, we no get promo. I they write solo, baby, more go. Listen, follow blessing, we no road. I follow blessing, back then I miss road. Free me, make a dance conto. I don't joke, go do. All I wanna say is that they don't really care that much. Pocket never empty, take a look at my copy, they right. I won't get money like Elon Musk. That's why I always don't say much, I get to work, All I wanna say is that they don't really care that much. Pocket never empty, take a look at my copy, they right. I won't get money like Elon Musk. That's why I always don't say much, I get to work.
It's your baby last
Stay with me, Jimmy. Getting some set up on the actual event right now. Everybody's getting set up. This is John.
Be like you know,
1 second.
say I demand weakness
Let's
for the
grow.
biggie bum pack, you know, for the biggie bum, you know, yeah. So what about a vibe? Cause she just nice. Tell me what she like. She got a man. She think twice. Is the face fine? Say the face fine, yeah, she fine, of course. She did talk much and I'm quiet, of course. Perfect combi, you. She did do me things and I can't deny. Perfect combi, you. Slim waist, bumper. My face perfect combi, you. She did wine waist. She don't look at anybody face. Perfect combi, you. Slim waist, bumper. My face perfect combi, you. She did wine waist. She don't look at anybody face. Perfect combi, you. Me bow kume mu ko. Anything you did want. No baby, I'm a top, mama vo. Ko. Girl, I'm knocking down your front door. Tryna give you everything I'm on. If there's anything you need, just call. Wow. Girl, this your sugar go sweet, oh. Make a man want this, time for real, oh. Make I know what's up, what's the deal, oh. All you my what's up. So what about a vibe? She just nice. Tell me what she like. She got a man. She think twice. Is the face fine? Say the face fine, yeah, she fine, of course. She did talk much and I'm quiet, of course. Perfect combi, you. She did do me things and I can't deny. Perfect combi, you. Slim waist, bumper. My face perfect combi, you. She did wine waist. She don't look at anybody face. Perfect combi, you. Slim waist, bumper. My face perfect combi, you. She did wine waist. She don't look at anybody face. Perfect combi, you. Slim waist, bumper. My face perfect combi, you. She did wine waist. She don't look at
Refill
anybody
Nigeria,
face.
let's
Perfect
grow.
combi, you. Slim waist, bumper. My face perfect combi, you. She did wine waist. She don't look at anybody face. Perfect combi, you.
your boy easy. I remember the day where they tell you say we for day. You been they do like say you no say me and they feel you gone. I remember the day where you dey phone when me and they toast you. You been they do like say you no say me and they feel you gone. Oh yeah, baby Jamboree, I like the way we gone, buddy. Now money I go spend money. If you there for me I there for you. Oh yeah, baby Jamboree, I go like to be your allergy. If that money I go spend money. If you there for me I there.
We're getting the streaming in check, on check.
Fall in love, oh, you they make her fall in love. Oh. I don't know what you do me with they make her fall in love. Oh. Yeah. Fall in love, oh, you they make her fall in love. Oh. Me I don't know what you do me with they make her fall in love.
Make I drink you like water. You be my taste just like Fanta. Bread and butter. Make you the kulu my temper.
When you the bad and a brother, friendly like Fendi.
Oh.
Service you daily, talk and do.
And if we marry today, I don't go commit adultery. Yeah, that's not true. Cause me, I with you all the way, baby. That kind cruise. My baby Jamboree. I like the way we gone, buddy. In the money, I can spend money. If you there for me I there for you.
Oh yeah, baby Jamboree, I go like to be your allergy. If that money I go spend money. If you there for me I there for you.
Fall in love, oh, you the make I fall in love, oh. I don't know what you do, but you want me make I fall in love, oh. Fall in love, oh, you the make I fall in love, oh. I don't know what you do, but you want me make I fall in love,
Make I drink you like water. You be my taste just like Fanta.
Alright.
The kulu my temper.
Let's go!
Like water. You be my taste just like Fanta. The kulu my temper.
I'm waiting on my mind. Main day your buckle. I wanna lie. Lights my tobacco. Yes, I be your dog. Big dog. See us at the buckle. Oh, yeah, give me that word. Back walk. I party to tobacco. Welcome to my party. Oh, yeah, call me a large. Oh, yeah, come make we faji. Like a this, like a dirty. Welcome to my party. Oh, yeah, call me a large. You could come make we faji. Like a this, like a dirty. Oh, patience. A guy there, just come, you don't know. Me, myself, I don't go. Two girls, I don't know me, I don't know them. A guy there, you just show. Myself, I don't go. Two girls, I don't know me, I don't know them. But if you come to my party, hey, you call me a large. Hey, you come make we faji. Like a this, like a dirty. Welcome to my party. Oh, you call me a large. You could come make we faji. Like a this, like a that.
Okay, let's grow.
Let's grow!
Let's grow.
Summit.
Thank you, Jimmy, for showing up today for right now so early with your busy schedule. Would highly appreciate it.
My pleasure. We are live from Dubai, Cup 28. No place I'd rather be. Impact Summit, Greenpill, Nigeria. Let's grow. I'm very pumped for this.
I appreciate it. See, we have the schedule going on right now. PGA Montana is actually coming up here pretty soon. But before we start, we might as well just go ahead and get Jimmy to be a host right now. And because the fact that he has a lot going on, highly appreciate you being here because I know that you actually have another talk to get to. But a quick introduction. while they're getting set in IRL on the venue, they're getting set up, everything's getting situated. So we might as well just start. Today, we're really here to talk about the impact that is going on in the African region, specifically Nigeria. There's a whole lot in this region that a lot of individuals are not that aware about the public good space. And what we're doing today is to actually make sure that we kind of emphasize what the direction the public good space is going. And the key thing moving to 2024, I call it Impact 2024. Prove what you're doing, MRV. Make sure everything is accounted for. And we will get in today of exactly the definition of public goods, whether network goods or public goods or in general, and how to show the impact. But starting off, founder of Trees and Dow, Let's Grow Live Dow. With shout out to Let's Go Live. We're actually on Let's Go right now. Streaming on YouTube, Green Pill Nigeria, Green Pill Twitter, Let's Go Live, Jimmy Tree Jam, all the above. And we appreciate our participating partners. Jimmy, please, just if you can introduce yourself, would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you so much, Izzy. I appreciate you and respect for putting this together. I know how much hard work goes into organizing an event. I actually organized events for 7 years for good causes. I used to throw charity festivals, and I've been doing positive impact stuff for a very long time. I was 4 years old when I planted my first tree, and I recently, in the continent of Africa, originally in Tanzania and then in Kenya, I did this twice. I broke the world record for most trees planted in a day by one person. And the reason that I did that twice, I'm actually going to be doing it a third time in January to make it Guinness official. Right now it's just counted with AI. But the reason I did that and the reason I'm doing it again is because we are gearing up to break another world record. We really want to grow and unite this movement of regeneration. And that next world record is most trees planted by any number of people. And Ethiopia set that record. They did 560 million trees in a day. And we are going to be working with Ethiopia. We're going to be working with the United Nations Earth Day. I'm going to do everything in my power to get Mr. Beast involved, to get Rotary clubs involved, to get this whole Refi movement involved. The Green Pill chapter, the Refi knows everybody. It really is going to take everyone if we can all band together and make history together to really regenerate the world, which is so needed right now, right? 64% of all rainforests have already been cut down. But we can regenerate those. There's a lot of things that we can do with technology in particular to bring more transparency, to unlock more funds, to empower a lot of people on the ground, and to do a lot of good together. So I'm really pumped to get into ways that we can all do that together. Let's grow.
Let's definitely grow. That's a lot of stuff going on right there, Jimmy, and we really appreciate that. How interested are you in planting mangroves in Nigeria, basically, and how does that look to actually start doing as soon as we can?
Yo, I am absolutely interested. We've already had a conversation about this. I've had quite a few conversations. And in fact, a good chunk of the funds that we recently raised through Gitcoin will be going directly towards supporting and creating green jobs in Nigeria directly. And we want to be planting mangrove trees because that is where some of the negative impact of the smell company has made a negative impact. And so we want to create positive impact. We want to plant mangroves there. I mean, there are more mangrove trees in Nigeria than any other African country. And there's a lot of good that can be done. And so I really would love to collaborate with yourself, Izzy, with the Green Pill chapter over there to navigate what that looks like. It might be different in different countries. Sometimes it's a collaboration with local governments. Sometimes it's with community-based organizations in order to, first of all, get the permissions to plant and then hopefully leverage things like carbon, biodiversity, all these different things that can be scientifically measured and credited so that we can reinvest back into planting an order of magnitude more trees. And we're going to get into that as well, but super interested, and 100% it's just a matter of time before it happens. I hope that it happens sooner rather than later. I hope start of next year, Q1, we hit the ground running and hit the ground planting too. Let's grow.
That's alpha. We really would appreciate you kind of coming down here with that initiative. There's a lot of opportunities, a lot of good things that could come out of that. And like we talked before, and we'll probably get more conversation about that and see how we can materializing that plan, action in 2024. So could you just give a quick general give us a quick breakdown of like what carbon credit is and how that is associated with what you're doing with your work?
Okay, happy to. So, a carbon credit was first kind of initiated after the Paris Agreement, and this is basically scientifically measuring that 1 ton of carbon has really been sequestered, has been taken out of the atmosphere. And this is important because a lot of impact claims are made, and the reality of the claims aren't always reflected. And so it's very important to take a scientific approach to positive impact and to really make sure that that has been done. So there's different MRV standards, measuring, reporting, verification, that can measure if that ton has really been absorbed. The big two are Verra and Gold Standard, but we're seeing a lot of other innovative ones that are a lot more price accessible to actually measure these things, such as Shamba Network coming out of Kenya, to use the latest technologies such as blockchain, such as AI, to measure and do this in a decentralized way, right? You don't need to fly someone from America, to Kenya to measure the soil to see that a ton has been absorbed. There are people perfectly capable of doing that locally on the ground. And so I'm really bullish and excited about these new MRV standards that can then issue those things. So how does that tie into what we're doing? Well, we're not actually interested in getting carbon credits. What we are interested in doing is actually leveraging something called carbon forwards. Okay, so carbon forwards is actually where you will work with an impact investor to buy the future value of carbon credits in the short term. Okay, and although you would sell that, of course, at a highly discounted rate, because they're looking at hopefully 25 years into the future, a long time into the future, to buy those credits, which will eventually be sequestered, right? Because Planet Tree today, it's not a carbon credit yet, right? This actually happens according to a bell curve, and there's a delay there, and we don't got that kind of time, right? 25 years, we don't. And so we need to do the thing now, the positive actions now. And so what a carbon forward allows us to do is inject some of that future value that will be generated in the short term and multiply our trees. If we do this correctly, we can do it an order of magnitude more trees, like about approximately 9x every time a carbon forward deal is done. So it's okay to take a reduced rate if you can multiply 9x and then do another forward deal on that and then another forward deal on that and just keep replanting and replanting. And also take a portion of that and reward people, retroactively reward the public goods funders with this revenue stream. So that's what I'm really bullish on, because that's what's going to help us really put a dent in the climate crisis.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Can you still hear me, or am I just like frozen?
I hear you perfectly well, though your image is frozen. You do have to quit. Oh, now you're back. You're back. Yeah, it comes in and out. It's okay. Just quit everything else. It'll eventually sort itself out. Don't worry about it. Don't overthink it.
New to it, as you can tell. But look, I can move it like it's a pro, so we're getting to it.
Yeah,
but that sounds amazing, though. That sounds amazing for sure. Like that breaks down a lot. If you guys didn't get a hold of that, just make sure you come back or rewind this, or we'll get Jimmy back again to talk more about that.
Yeah, I never shut up about carbon forwards. You can find me on Twitter Spaces as of next week. Actually, Sunday, tomorrow, I'm going back on the Spaces. I took a little bit of a hiatus because of COP28, and man, that 24/7 live stream we did together, brother, was amazing. We did so many spaces, and yeah, but yeah, well, there's definitely more opportunities. If anyone has questions, I'm at Jimmy Cohen, JIMICOHEN. I'm always happy to answer questions, and yeah, I'm looking forward to more discussions like this.
Fully doxed. Jimmy Cohen.
Straight up. Jimmy, short for James. It is my name, actually. Yeah, I don't care. I'm completely doxed because I believe in what I'm doing 100%. And look, if mistakes happen along the way, we'll learn from them and we'll try again and we'll improve every time. And I'm not freaking leaving. I'm not leaving. you know,
exactly.
Like in this for the long term. That's what it's about.
No, that's what it's about, the long term, for sure. For sure. Let's just continue just a little bit more longer here, Jimmy, if you have a little time, because there's a lot of technical difficulties going on.
Are you trying to get another person on the stream? I see them in the green room.
Yeah, but I don't believe they're ready just yet. So you could probably see them. They're getting set up. What you see there is an actual venue. People are about to start coming in and start paying attention.
I love these IRL digital hybrids. It's so cool. We're definitely going to be doing this for the Renaissance Festival, IRL plus and we're in the metaverse. We're in a virtual world.
We are in the metaverse, but see, you already know the actual situation because we switched platforms at the last second. So they're getting that situation too.
YouTube? Yeah, plug it in.
Live on YouTube, Twitter, and Metaverse. Metaverse is Ascend app, and we will share the link with you guys here on actually Twitter. We'll share it here in the short
YouTube, Twitter, Metaverse,
coming up
and
soon. Coming up
IRL.
soon.
What a combo, dude. That's amazing.
I'm telling
So
you,
cool.
I'm telling you, I'm telling
So
you.
sick.
But that's good that's because of our partners, man. It's not all
Mm.
individual effort, it's a team effort. Definitely a team effort. The teamwork
Always.
makes the dream work. That's why
Yes.
we're growing.
Preach. Oh, we growing. I love that. And
I'm
that's so
growing,
true. And
growing.
that's really what refi is all about. I'm so grateful to be a part of this movement, brother, because okay, so let me just give you one example. All right. This is the latest example that happened like this week. Okay, so
Cool.
at COP28 in Dubai, there's a lot of like hundreds and hundreds of events, right? Impossible to be at all of them. A lot of them are relevant. A lot of them have amazing, impact investors, funders, partners, government people that you can collaborate with to do big things. Impossible to be everywhere. So what did the refi people do? They said, why don't we split up? We'll go to all of them. We'll take the best contacts and put them in a spreadsheet, and we all have access to all the sick. Isn't that amazing, dude? Like, no other industry is thinking like this. Everyone's like, oh, how do I get mine? How do I cut them out? Competition, da, da, da. Dude, in refi, it is so collaborative. People are there for each other. They're donating to each other's projects. They're using quadratic funding. There's like unlocking all these different things. Everyone's so collaborative, dude. You and I are going to collaborate a ton. We're going to collaborate with Asabi Network. We're going to do Mangoes over there too. We're going to do with Impact Market. We're going to do Learn to Earn. And this is all just from Let's Grow Live, dude. Just from that one live stream that we did, I can think of just 3 collaborations off the top of my mind that are for sure going to happen. We just got to now initiate it and make that come to fruition. But yeah, we are super blessed to be in this movement. So you wanted did you want me to deliver the keynote first, or that you want to do the intro first with another person?
Actually,
because they're getting
go ahead. They're getting set up, so you can go ahead and do that. So
it'll be a while, right?
Yeah,
okay.
No, I mean it's probably a little while. So, but hold on. Before you start that keynote, though, honestly, I want to just actually agree with everything you're saying. Even the fact, like, you see some DJs get into the regen space and they're coming in there trying to see what they can get out of it. Once they get in and see the kind of vibe, the energy that's coming around, it's only like, it's very exhausting if you're actually still thinking on a competitive aspect more instead of thinking about a creative way to kind of collaborate. It's all about the collective in this space, and that's why I love it so much. DeFi DGen is all about individuality and trying to get what you can on a single level, where regen and refi, it's about how can I help the next person? How can I help myself and help the next person at the same time, so we can grow simultaneously? And that is why I'm even fully stuck in this space, doing the best that I can to actually grow and give awareness where I know I'm from, and I know that it's really, really needed. That mindset is to change, at least in our region, Nigerian region, African region. And I believe that a mindset of individuality, greed, and just like isolation will be changed with this due to this refi space and actually public good space in general. That's just a quick intro we're gonna have. So, Jimmy, if you can, please, you can start your keynote for right now while we're waiting for Montana. Actually, it's your time. That's your slot right now. Go right ahead.
Let's grow. All right, let me do this presentation. Bam. Hello. Look at it. Whoa, we're on the side now. Hello. Okay, so, okay, here we grow. So, a lot of people ask me, how on earth did you plant trees for 24 hours straight, multiple times, and break these world records? How in the bejeebus did you live stream for 60 hours straight? Okay, this is not, I'm not talking about Let's Go Live right now. I'm talking about me interviewing people every hour for pretty much 60 hours straight. I slept for 45 minutes the entire weekend from Friday morning to Sunday night. I was live. How able to coordinate these 24/7 live stream, things like this. I do these absurd things. Wasn't always this way. Actually, there was a point in time when I had very little energy, was actually introverted. And I went through a personal transformation to be able to pull off these things. And so I think when thinking about how can I add the most value to this talk and the people who are listening, to the recording, to the stream, and the metaverse or IRL, really I'm thinking about how can you unlock unstoppable motivation? Because whatever you want to do, whatever that looks like for you, whatever your purpose you feel that purpose and of your highest impact, for this impact summit, you're going to need to tap into energy. And so that's what I want to share with you. I also am going to be sharing about tree gens, how we can basically, grow the movement of regenerators around the world through the most rewarding and transparent tree planting. And at the end, I'm going to be sharing the meaning of life if we got time. So buckle in, type "Let's grow" in the chat. All right, if you're ready for this, we about to be dropping some major impact alpha. Let's grow.
Let's grow.
So your why. All right. I've interviewed 400 people almost on Twitter Spaces, and I always ask my first question: what is your why? Right. So I'm going to be sharing what my why is, what gets me out of bed in the morning. Because that is what taps into the how and the what, right? So why do I do what I do? Why does Jimmy do these crazy things? Well, in 2019, I forced myself, as an empath, it was tough, but I forced myself to watch these videos of the forest fires in Australia, literally burning billions of animals alive, right? Approximately 3 billion. So this is like more than 300 times the Holocaust, basically, in terms of how many sentient beings able to experience pain actually went through these things. And so I forced myself to watch these videos, and I broke. Like it deeply affected me to my core, and I was in a bit of a dark place. I was in a dark place until I decided to do something about it, right? I took action, right? I launched a fundraiser, and I instantly started to feel better, right? But I knew there was a lot more that I could do. And so I actually got a one-way ticket to Uganda with my brother. At this time, we were doing all sorts of different impactful things. We were doing clean water and things like that. And I got involved in Rotary clubs when I went to Kenya. And I learned that there were these amazing things called mangrove trees. They do many different projects. One of them was planting mangroves. And I learned that they absorb 8 to 10 times more carbon from the atmosphere, compared to old terrestrial forests. And something inside of me just clicked. I felt this surge of energy flow through me, and I knew that I wanted to do something about it in a bigger level, and that is when I launched the Tree Gens. But for 7 years of my life, I was raising funds for different organizations. I was, like, as I alluded to before, I was throwing charity parties and festivals to raise money for causes. I was knocking on doors, convincing people to give. I was selling products to raise funds for good causes. All these different things, hoping that they would be transparent, people could see the impact, and that wasn't always the case. One time I was following up with a charity. It was about almost a year later after our first festival. And I'm like, can we please get updates? Can we get updates? People want to see what they funded. And the person was like, okay, we'll come to your office. And I was like, look, you could have just emailed me, but sure, of course, you're welcome. Come through. And they had a printout. Again, this is for Clean Water Project. And on the printout, it didn't have their current logo. It didn't have their previous logo. It actually had the logo before their previous logo on the update. And this is where it became clear that, something here is clearly broken. I mean, these are recycled updates. And sure enough, scandals came out about this charity. And when I was thinking about, getting really deeply into the climate space, we want to do things radically different. And so that's something that we really are tackling. And that's what's going to really unlock a lot of funds that I'll get into in the future. But also misaligned incentives. The reason that we live in the world that we do, where 64% of our rainforests have been cut down, is because our economy values the degeneration of nature more than it values the regeneration of nature. And until we shift that is the world we're going to continue to live in, where it keeps getting degenerated and degraded and going down. And there's a lot we need to catch up on to regenerate. And so that's what we want to do with Tree Gens. So first, tackling radical transparency. So we've developed an AI tree counting tool. All right. With phones, where you can film the trees. All right, so let me share this with you. So these are the propagules that we planted on the coast. Boom. It's actually now more than 98% accurate at identifying the trees. Boom. That's this tidbit there. And as this study showed, just from a transparency certification, 53% more contributions in 1 year is what this university was able to show there. So it is going to make a substantial impact on the funds that can flow towards funding what matters, right? Doing the good thing. And the reason we've been funded, we've done a 1 million tree deal just in one shot, and we've done more than 2 million trees already. And we haven't even launched our TreeGen's core technology yet of the tokenization of mangrove trees and all these other things that'll cover. It's because we're radically transparent from the get-go, right? To have GPS coordinates of every single thing. We're also launching a globe interface so you can see all of the different trees and things like this. You need to be radically transparent, and that will 100% lead to more funding flowing towards what's needed. So this is how we do it. This is the sauce. Right now, this is for mangrove trees, but it's our vision to do this for all kinds of different trees in the future. Okay, we're doing mangroves. The reason I discovered it's not only great at carbon, but also biodiversity, all these other great things. So a TreeGen planter will, and by the way, we have our own tree planting programs, but we want to be empowering people all across the world. So no matter where you are, if you're near mangrove trees, you will be able to make money by doing good, right? You'll be able to plant trees in your area with our technology, right? Film the before and after video just with the smartphone, with a very simple, basic camera. Vast majority of smartphones for this will be able to detect with our AI tool from those videos, the AI tree counting, right? So that's one data set. But then the DAO will also verify your GPS coordinates, compare that to other data. They look at landmarks, all sorts of different things. So much like how with proof of stake, you have verifiers, right? Who stake, they have to put something at stake, something that has value to then verify, and then they get a reward for that. In this case, and if they do it incorrectly, then they're slashing. So they do it, they're able to hold people accountable and really do the verification work. So instead of proof of stake, it is proof of plant. That is how we are verifying. And that's how they issue. That's the only way to issue the mGrow token, right? Jimmy cannot go and just print this token. Some foundation cannot go and issue it. The only way is to plant mangrove trees and prove that has been planted through this proof of plant methodology. All right, now we talked a little bit about carbon forwards before, right? And this is how we can exponentially scale trees, you guys. And this can work for a lot of different things, right? People have done carbon forwards on solar. People have done carbon forwards on agriculture. But again, this is working with the future value of carbon credits in the short term. It's a reduced rate, but it means you can multiply your trees. In this case, it's trees, right? And then do another carbon forward deal on that. And then multiply them again. And then do it with carbon forward, right? And then when you multiply enough times, you start getting into massive scale impact. And that is where we're headed. That is what we are doing. That's where we're growing. And by the way, I said before, we want to make history on Earth Day, right? Well, actually, I don't know if I mentioned it was Earth Day, but with beating that world record of 560 million trees in a day, right? We're doing that on Earth Day, April 22. You muted, by the way, if you want to say something. But the way that we were going to do, yeah, you got to click the mute button.
Oh my God.
You good?
I was sitting there talking the whole time. Go ahead.
How are you? I had no idea. We do have a response. So gamification, right? People love a good game, right? Imagine for a moment, all right? Close your eyes if you listen to this, right? Close your eyes and imagine if for a moment, if all that energy that goes into FIFA, or at least even a fraction of the energy that goes into the FIFA World Cup, were to flow towards planting trees, how much energy would that amount to? I mean, it's an absurd amount, and that's where we're trying to get people like Mr. Beast involved, right? Because he's given out $1 million in one shot, lost to take your hand off the pile of money, for example. But he's also done 20 million trees when he passed 20 million subscribers, and now he's beyond 200 million. So we're trying to make him maintain one sub, one tree, and we can do it for 10 times cheaper anyway. So it's actually pretty much the same amount of funds that would need to flow towards it. But imagine if you had a similar amount of cash that was for the TreeGen Olympics, right? Where we actually can gamify these things. So that could be like one big, regional events. It could go into a big event, but this could also just be, standard leaderboards or ways to do it. And the way that we're doing this with technology is the world's first dynamic semi-soulbound token. So this is also tying into gamification, and it's public facing, right? This could be your PFP. So there's a light on the mind and there's a light on the heart. And the light on the mind gets brighter when you fund trees. How do we verify you fund trees? Well, by burning the mGrow token, right? When you retire that, much like how you would retire a carbon credit, here you're retiring a ecological credit, you could say. So when you burn that token, then you can make the claim. That's when you get a non-fungible update. That video you saw with the AI tree counting overlay, that's when that's sent to you. And and that's when you can say, look, this is what we did. And that's when you make the claim. So that also levels up. The light gets brighter when you do that, right? It's gamified. Yeah. The reason why you buy any brand is you want to say something about yourself. Similar with NFTs, right? As your PFP, a lot more people are going to see that. And the light on the heart, That gets brighter when you plant trees. How do we verify you plant trees? Well, we know which wallets the mGrow token was actually issued to, right? So we're gamifying tree planting, and we're also gamifying the funding of trees as a signal to the world. And why is it semi-soulbound? Well, soulbound, remember, that means transferable. So a soulbound token is not transferable. This is semi-soulbound. Why? Because the most successful NFT projects actually make the majority of the revenue from the resale royalties as it's sold and sold and sold. And so you can still trade the artwork. That is still possible. But those impact metrics, these lights, those are non-transferable. So those are overlaid on top of your NFT, whichever one you connect to the dApp. And the reason for that, imagine you're playing a game like pinball at a game, kind of a game area. If you're playing people, you wouldn't want someone buying your high score, right? That's your high score. And it wouldn't be a game if you could just buy it, right? And so gamification is pretty important. And that's why that part is non-transferable. I shared with you that I'm going to be sharing the meaning of life. All right.
Real quick. That you just mentioned two situations: the mangrove tokens and a semi-soulbound token. And it's you're creating a whole ecosystem with this movement. Kudos to you, bro. Just continue. I'm taking notes.
Thank you. Yeah, it all ties together. You see how we can't launch the mGrow token without the TGN token, which is our governance token, right? It's used for voting and it's used for proof of stake, proof of plant.
And you can't get the mGrow token unless you verify the actual work. And that's the whole thing that's the whole secret about this actual event and the movement going on 2024. Verify your work, impact action, impact equals profit, and let's do it together. But go ahead.
That's what's up. Let's grow. So first TGN, then mGrow, then the dynamic semi-soulbound token, and then we could do retroactive public goods funding for the people who are holding it as well. So people become bullish on regeneration, bullish on tree planting and funding those trees. Let's grow. All right. So next up, all right. The meaning of life. Well, if you would ask me what is the meaning of life, Jimmy, I would reply as such. I would say the meaning of life is actually disguised within that very question. It's disguised within the word meaning. Because if something gives you meaning, what does it give you?
Value, maybe? I don't know.
Mm-hmm. If something gives you meaning, rather than
purpose?
Exactly. It gives you purpose. It gives you fulfillment. It gives you a sense of aliveness inside. And that's different for everyone, right? Mm-hmm. And if you haven't found what that is for you, I really recommend trying a lot of things. There's a lot of incredible startups and initiatives that you can try to get involved in. The way that DAOs are set up, it's very easy to become a Gitcoin citizen. It's very easy to contribute to a lot of different DAOs. It's very easy to experiment until you find what really lights you up inside. Because before that, again, I shared before that I was introvert. It's very hard for you to imagine this, right? Because now I'm literally speaking to everyone. I don't shut up, and I'm always.
Bro, Jimmy's literally on Dubai. I saw a clip of you in Dubai, literally talking about I give free hugs. I'm like, this guy's on a whole nother level. He literally had a sign. You know how people have a sign actually like panhandling or something? He was panhandling hugs, like I give free hugs. And in my amazement, I don't know what area in Dubai you were in, but actually people were coming up giving this man a hug. Like a ton of people. And I saw that the other day. I'm like, wow, this guy's on a whole nother level. I didn't even tell you about that one. I'm just like, man, but the power of a hug and the power of actually just go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I don't want to cut you off.
No, you're good. I mean, there is a lot of climate anxiety here, and yeah, people need more hugs. Actually, that video has inspired a bunch of refi people to we're gonna come together. And maybe I want people to wear refi shirts, because imagine we're just outside the blue zone, all the government people, and we're just wearing refi shirts, giving free hugs out. That would put us on the map. But yeah, no, I definitely would not have. I would have hesitated and overthought like crazy. Let's say a decade ago, or even 7 years ago, so something like that. Was a very different person. Sometimes I would even see people that I know and look the other way and have to have less interactions. I went through this complete transformation, dude, crazy. But now, dude, you should see me. I go to a networking event. I'll just interrupt a group conversation and be like, hey, let's do it once around. What's your name and what do you do? And everyone will just do this. And then I whip out, dude, on my phone, I got 3 QR codes. So I can, pick your favorite, and I just connect. Dude, I'm a networking machine. And what allowed me to go through that transformation was, first of all, was saying yes to new opportunities. I used to say like no and da da da, and then and eventually once I start putting myself out of my comfort zone, like that's where the real growth happens, right? Is putting yourself out of your comfort zone, say yes to things, experiencing, and then you just feel it, like you feel it in your whole body. It's this untapped energy that can just help you push through all kinds of things, right? But I feel like going back to what I was saying before, it's like first of all you have to feel the pain. You have to feel like the uncomfortable reality of the world. There has to be a problem that is so deep and so important to you that you have to like step in and like really dive deep. And it's like it's uncomfortable, especially if you care about the problem, to sit in that like that sorrow, that pain of like what the reality of the world is. But I like forced myself to do that, and it did bring me down. Like it broke me, right? But then I took action.
You too.
Exactly. Well, you have to take action. That's the next step, right? Do something about it. And then that is like the best healing and it's like you're breaking down to then rebuild and, you know, rising like a freaking phoenix is what I hope everyone does after that. Because like you know, you could do step one, you could break down and be like, the world's so messed up. And then just like, you know, eat ice cream. Or or you could take massive action and do the thing, and then that is when you're really going to be tapping into something that's really powerful. And I feel like if everyone can tap into that towards whatever your purpose and meaning in life is, then I think you're gonna be kicking butt. And I'm excited for that. That's the reason why I do Max Impact, where I've done 400 episodes, is like to empower other people to maximize their impact, you know, leveraging all these different things. Because yeah, if the world was filled with people living in their zone, you know, like doing their thing and tapping into that energy to do the thing and solve the problem, then the world will be a very beautiful place. That's what I'm really pumped for. So I hope that y'all can all do that. And if there's anything, and I do mean anything that I can help you with, please do not hesitate to let me know. If it is advice, if it is connection to grant opportunities in our Telegram community of Tree Gens, we have like 363 Web3 and climate grant opportunities listed there. We have like 26,000 investors contacts listed there. If there's anything I can do to help, I'm very happy to do that. I'm a big believer in the Beatles quote, in the end, the love you take is equal to the love you make. So I encourage everyone to also spread a lot of love and do a lot of good things. And that's me. Thank you so much for having me, man. I wish you the best of this event. I will be tuning in periodically. I do have to speak on another panel here at Cobb, but I will be coming back here. I'm bullish on all the speakers you have coming through. And this is year one, baby, the first Impact Summit. And dude, you're just going to keep growing it and doing more and more impact. Thank you for doing this initiative, man. I look forward, hopefully at some point I can be there IRL too. That'd be sweet.
No, definitely will. That's coming up probably February. You already know that one. So, and I appreciate you coming through, giving us all the alpha that you have in your ecosystem, and even the opportunities that even aligns with it. Thank you so much, man. Good luck on your speech here in a second. All right. Appreciate it.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
As we're getting situated, still at the venue, I want to bring up Think Decade, Montana. Public Goods Africa. This man here is the face and the man behind PGA. PGA is Public Goods Africa. That's the same kind of opportunity that Jimmy was just talking about, that they have to give to the region. Doing a lot of impactful things, taking actions, and starting a lot of initiatives. I've seen this man actually help a whole lot of individuals go onto the GG19 round. GG19 is a grant. Gitcoin grant round 19. Individuals that will maybe like couldn't even get on there, he really, really helped out. So like I'm really, really thankful to have him here and talk a little bit more about what Public Goods Africa is and what public goods is in general. Montana, take it over.
Mic check, G to the M. What's popping? What's up, Nigeria? Stand up, regions.
GM.
Yo, excited to be here, and pretty much enjoyed Jimmy's session. A lot of insight and a lot of impact that Trigen is doing. So shout out to Jimmy, and excited to be here. What's up, Easy?
What's going on? I'm like over here getting things ready in the actual venue, and then doing the same thing here, man. It's not that easy, but we keep growing and moving. What's going on, buddy?
Let's grow. I mean, very, very impactful Saturday morning. So I think that's what's growing. Excited to be here. And yeah, I think it's a lovely space and looking forward to the entire event.
Thank you. So, please, let's get a quick introduction of the public goods in general. Like, can you explain public goods in your own words before we even get into PGA? Because I believe the prerequisite to understand PGA, one needs to understand public goods in general. Tailor to Web3. Take it off.
All right. Thank you very much. And let me just bring up my screen real quick. Let's see. Boom.
There you go. Hold on. Let me pull it up for you.
All right.
The way I'm moving on this, it seems like I actually know exactly how to maneuver this, but I'm a quick learner, man. I adapt quick.
Yes,
Boom.
you have to. Yeah, you have
Let's
to.
go.
We are in a space where you have to run to kind of stand still. So definitely have to adapt.
Oh, you have to.
Yeah. All right. So the question is, what is public good? Yeah. So yeah, public good basically are products, services, and resources that are available to everyone to use or benefit from. And essentially, they have certain key features or characteristics. So they are basically non-excludable. So this means that the cost, or it is costly or impossible to exclude someone from using the good, right? Example is street light. And so you have light in the street. Nobody can prevent you from enjoying the brightness of the light, right? You have like public parks. You can go and have picnics in public parks. Nobody will prevent you from doing that. Another characteristics is that they are non-diminishing, and it means that the quality or quantity of the good does not decrease as more people use it, right? If I join you, or if I walk past you in the street easy, and there's a street light above us, me using it and you also using it at the same time does not decrease the brightness of it again. So yeah, they are basically non-diminishing. The number of people using it does not reduce the quality of the good or what the good offers. They are also very, very they have the benefit of public goods amassed to a lot of people, right? So they have collective benefits in the sense that the good.
Whoa.
Oh shit!
Okay, it came back. There you go. I was like, hold on.
Did you touch a
Okay,
button?
I didn't. I don't know what happened.
I put him back. I
Is
got
that
you guys.
Jimmy?
Keep going. Keep
That's
going,
Jimmy in
man.
the background
I got you.
there, man.
I saw it drop him out. Let me put him back. Damn. There you go. There you go. As you were. As you were.
All right, copy that. So yeah, I was on the collective benefit aspect, and collective benefit means that the good provides positive effect for the society as a whole, right? Not just for the individual. So for example, if you look at another example of public good is public education, and public education improves the literacy and skills level of the population, right? Which benefits the economy and social welfare. So the more people who benefit from public education, the masses who get literate, and then that also kind of transitions to other positive benefits. You know, like you have more educated people, or you have a more educated society. You have more people who are able to take on jobs, who are able to innovate and do things that benefit the society in general, right? So they have this collective mass benefit appeal to them. The other one too is that they are non-rivalrous. So that means that the consumption, it does not cost. It does not. Sorry, it does not cost. Yeah, there are no competition between like the consumption of the goods, right? Or the barriers to the goods. It's all about, like Jimmy said, it's all about coordination, right? So there's no major competition in the consumption and production of the goods over there. So Very, very important. The other one is, or the other feature which is very, very important, is the difficulties in profit generation. Because public goods benefit the masses, sometimes it's very, very difficult to have a model that generates profit from the provision or the production of that good, and which has led to a lot of challenges like the free rider problem, and etc. etc. So yeah, this is a brief description of what public good is. And like I said, example of public goods include open source software. So if we bring it to the Web3 space, if we bring it to the Web3 space, a lot of the softwares or the platforms or the protocols or even the blockchains that we use in a way are public goods, right? So the first one, you could actually say that the entire Web3 movement started on a public good foundation. So Bitcoin is a huge public good. It's a software that anyone can use. It's non-rivalrous. It has all of the characteristics of a public good. And this, a lot of the other softwares or protocols in Web3 also follow the same. Ethereum is also a typical example. So yeah, a lot of open source softwares are public goods. And like I mentioned, public blockchains, example, Bitcoin, Ethereum, another example. I talked about the free education / media. Wikipedia is an example, but also lot of the education and information that are being provided in the Web3 space qualify as public goods. So a typical example is Bankless Africa, which is basically onboarding and educating Africans to the Web3 space. And all of the content they put out there, you don't pay to access them, right? They put it out there for free for Africans to get educated and get informed, right? So a lot of the education and information that is being put out there qualifies as public goods. I also mentioned public parks, street lights, and and on and on and on. So these are some examples of public goods. Easy, do you have something to share before I continue?
No, good. Thank you for that. No, I'm just following it along, and I guess I'll see what happens later on. But I really want to kind of emphasize how the public park and fields tie into the public goods, because I think most of us in the Web3 space, we know about the network goods, or like the development aspect, and open source is focused more. But what about the other aspect where there's not that much of development skills, but how you actually help your community out, like regarding refi and such? But you probably have that already, so I'm just following along, man.
All right. Okay, cool. Yeah. So one thing that I also want to touch on briefly is the significance of public goods, or the impact of public goods in the Web3 space, and how that is also kind of evolving or moving into the real world space, right? So I'm just going to touch on three major things. So the first one is that public goods are fundamentally important for the functioning of a society. And this is one point that that cannot be understated enough. Like, every society needs public goods to function properly, right? And some of the failure or some of the problems that we are facing in a lot of African countries, Nigeria being example, is as a result of the lack of public goods or proper public goods, right? And this is in the form of basic infrastructure like electricity, right? Water supply, and a whole lot of roads, proper education, and a whole lot of things, right? So there is a correlation between having a very good public good system in your society or in your country and how that society develops, right? So the more there's a public good lacking, or the society is lacking public goods, the more degenerate the society becomes, and the more people actually leave the country or the society to seek for greener pastures in places where there are better public goods infrastructure in place, right? And that is what we are seeing with a lot of the African countries, Nigeria, Ghana, and all of that. You have the youthful population who are consistently leaving the countries simply because they don't have the infrastructure, they don't have the support in place to thrive, right? So that's the way. So public goods is very, very important for a society to thrive. and it is very, very prominent for the functioning of any society. So the more you are able to build public goods infrastructure into your society, the more the more developing the society becomes, right? And the more the people benefit. So that is the first one. The second one is wide and exponential impact. The nature of public goods is in such a way that it has a lot of impact on the masses, right? Because of the features that nobody prevents you from accessing or using it. It is not gate kept, right? So, and you don't have to pay to access it. So automatically it unlocks this mass benefit to a lot of people, either on the local level, the national level, or the global level. So if you take example with Web3 public goods ecosystems like Gitcoin is very, very global, right? So it has a global impact where projects and people from all over the world are benefiting from it. If you look at Public Goods Africa, what we are trying to do, we have like a continental impact. And to some extent, also probably will be going global at one point, but right now, very continental. So you have people from all over, or projects from all over Africa who are benefiting from what we are doing. So the impact of public goods are very, very wide and exponential. And that is like one exciting thing about public goods and their impact. The next one is it stimulates innovation and economic growth, right? Very, very important. And the thing is that, like I said, with the first point, is that with proper infrastructure, with proper public goods in place, people are able to build off of it, right? So one of the things that Gitcoin was able to solve very well is providing funding to a lot of people, a lot of innovators, educators, and people all over the place, right? And so people don't have to, think of the usual getting a 9-to-5 job, whilst also trying to build impact projects that benefit society at large, right? So they start off from this place where they are catered for, and then they innovate from there, right? So if you have public good infrastructure, good public good resources in place, the society or members of the society are going to be building where they don't have to struggle for certain things, So again, giving like a typical example, if you come to Nigeria, one of the most most widely held notion or problem that is plaguing the society or people who are building or who want to build from there is basic infrastructure like internet, electricity, and all of that, right? There's been like weeks. There's been like weeks that people that I work with in Web3 who are in Nigeria have gone offline simply because they don't have electricity, right? So it's very, very disheartening sometimes when you don't have some of these things in place. But once you have these things in place, the youth can, or anyone who wants to build finds it easier to actually build, right? And participate in a lot of economic activities. So public goods are a way to stimulate innovation and economic growth in the society where it is found, or if it is a global one to then you get it from there. So these are some very, very significant importance of public goods and the impact that they have on society. So tying all this thing into Web3 is very, very important, right? Because Web3 is basically disrupting a whole lot of things, and public goods, the public goods sector hasn't been left out, right? In fact, it is one of the major ecosystem that Web3 is disrupting currently, right? And over here too, I'll touch on like three major things that is kind of tying Web3 and public goods, right? So the first one is tokenization and protocol design. So we need to understand that the nature of public goods have given birth to a lot of challenges, right? A lot of challenges that is making it very difficult for providers of public goods to provide them in certain places in the world, right? So you have, for example, number one, the way public goods are provided are through the government or government agencies, right? And the way they fund these public goods are through taxes. So the society, they collect taxes and then they use it to provide public goods for members of the society. The problem with that is, number one, is centralization, right? There are benefits, but unfortunately, the centralization has caused a lot of problems and a lot of inefficiencies, in the sense that people take taxes, or the government take taxes, and corruption sets in, right? So they take the taxes, and instead of using it to fund or build public goods, it no longer happens that way, right? So citizens are paying a lot of taxes, but they are not seeing anything. Ghana, for example, this year alone, the amount of taxes or new taxes that have been introduced in Ghana is mind-boggling, and yet the citizens are not able to ascertain what the government is using the taxes for, right? And these taxes are supposed to be used to build public good infrastructure and all of that to benefit society at large. So that is one key thing that we are facing. And also another thing with how, or providers of public goods in the traditional sense, is that NGOs or non-profit organizations are also one of the outlets or entities that that provide public goods. And the thing with that is also, again, sometimes there are a lot of lack of transparency in how the funds are used, or how these public goods are being used. And there aren't a lot of systems to be able to ascertain and measure some of these impacts, right? So these are some of the challenges that traditionally public goods providers are facing or have caused. So as a result, this is like facing, or this is affecting the provision of public goods. Another one that I wanted to also touch on is the free rider problem, and this has to do with the benefactors of the public goods themselves, right?
Wait, what did you call it? The free rider problem?
Yeah, the free rider problem.
That's the first I've heard that before. Well, can you explain that?
Yeah, so the free rider problem is that if the service is available for everyone to use, then why pay for it, right? So for example, if people don't pay taxes, then traditionally, if people don't pay taxes, then how does the government fund or build infrastructure, right? And the question is that, if me and you are all enjoying street lights and I don't pay taxes, how do we maintain the street light? So there is the nature of public goods, and the non-rivalry nature is such that there are a lot of people who are benefiting from it but are not willing to pay for it. So that is the free rider problem. So if you have a system where the majority of people free ride, then the system will break down, right? Like you are not going to be getting enough funds to continuously maintain it. And so there is this equilibrium over there. And and if you come to places like Africa, again, there's that. There is that. So so these are some of the challenges that traditionally public goods are facing. So how do we solve this? That is where Web3 kinds of sort of comes in. And it's the first one is the tokenization and protocol design. So Web3 has been able to create new value capture systems enabled by the technology itself, right? So we know that the technology underpinning Web3 is blockchain, is crypto, and all of that. And there's been a lot of experiment in creating a regen or a generic financial mechanism where, what if we don't have to worry about the funding aspect of the public good, right? We can forever fund these public goods in a way that is sustainable and in a way that benefits a large number of people, right? So that is where we have some kind of the token designs. If you look at like the Bitcoin system, for example, the way the protocol is funded, it's very, very innovative with the token, right? So we can now issue tokens as a way of funding this public good, to have people continuously provide it for the large masses. So yeah, so I think that tokenization and protocol design is a very, very interesting thing that Web3 is trying to use to solve some of the challenges in the public good space. I am not going to go very, very deep into some of these things because of the timing. So let
It's
me just
fine.
jump. Yeah, let me jump to the next one. Is the new resource allocation mechanism, right? So one of the challenges I also said is that when government collect taxes, right, there is no efficient method of using these taxes in a way that sometimes benefit the masses, right? So we know that there's a lot of corruption. They take the taxes and that is it. They use it. Sometimes they embezzle it and all of that. So what if we can create a mechanism where when we collect the funding, or when we get the funding, we efficiently and optimally allocate it to the places that need it the most, or to the providers of the public goods. So this is where some very innovative resource allocation mechanisms have been built in the Web3 space, and 3 of those include. Easy wants to say something. Go ahead, Easy.
Yes, this is where individuals need to pay attention, because at the end of the day, if you're doing things that's helping with your community, we want more people to be doing impactful initiatives to help with their community, but it takes a certain type of time and funding to get some of these things done, especially in our region. You understand? So there's these things he's about to mention are some ways that you can, just like Jimmy mentioned before, there's some ways that you can earn and actually be able to sustain yourself while you actually help the community out. That way, that balance of free riders, I think he called it, and actual individuals that's willing to give the time and resource to get things done in this space, this is where the balance is. But go ahead, take it.
Yeah, thank you. Easy. Definitely agree with you there. So, so the first one is quadratic funding, and quadratic funding. If I were to explain this to like a 5-year-old, is that it's a mathematically optimal way to fund public goods in a democratic community, right? And what it does is that it amplifies the donation made by a large community over the contributions made by a small group with big pockets. So think of it like this: the principle underpinning quadratic funding is that the people who benefit from the public goods should be given the power to allocate their resources to the various public goods that they are benefiting from, right? So take it, for example, if you have 2 public goods, right? 2 examples of public goods. It could be like open source software and education, public good, etc. How many people are benefiting from each of these public goods? Or to what extent is an individual benefiting from 2 of these public goods? If we give the individual the power to choose between these 2 public goods, or to vote between these 2 public goods, what would their decision be, right? So instead of having a centralized body determining which of these public goods should be receiving funding, or which of these public good providers should be receiving funding, let us flip it and bring it to the benefactors, the peer level, right? The ground level, the people who are actually benefiting from these public goods, to make those decisions. So that is basically what underpins quadratic funding. So when the more people who donate or who vote for you, the more you are going to get funding from the marching pool. And let me explain this real quick. So one of the pioneers of this concept or this mechanism is Gitcoin, right? And the way Gitcoin works is that they hold a quarterly grant round, and this grant round goes to funding various public goods across the entire world, right? So they raise funding, and then they distribute this funding. And so they raise the funding. The funding that they raise is called the matching pool. And the matching pool is distributed. And the way they distribute this matching pool is that they have the platform, they have the Gitcoin grants platform, and then they invite people who are providing public goods all over the world to apply in various categories, right? So like Easy said, he mentioned something called GG19, which is Gitcoin Grant 19, which was the very last one, which very, very recently that was held. And so people from all over the world, whether you are building public good as education, public good as open source software, public good as Ethereum infrastructure, you are invited to apply and receive a part of this matching pool or matching fund, which is the resource being allocated, right? And then once that happens, you move to the third level, and that is how is this funding allocated? And like I briefly said, people all over the world with their Web3 wallets are invited to participate in this capital allocation process or mechanism, right?
One second.
Yeah.
People all over the world with a Web3 wallets are invited to participate in this mechanism. So I know you guys are getting set up in the venue right now, but if you do not have a wallet, we have something already set up how we can set you up a wallet in real time with Rainbow Wallet, and maybe use Optimism that's basically part of this grant rounds that he's talking about. So that is in process as we speak. So please listen up and really hear this man and what he's talking about. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, like so people from all over the world are invited to participate in the capital allocation, and so you need a Web3 wallet to do that. And so yeah, so how do they do it? Well, they donate to the project, right? So they donate to the various projects in the round. So by donating, when you donate, then the quadratic funding mechanism is used to back your donation, right? And so your donation doubles as voting. So by donating, we assume that you benefit from this public good and you have vouched for this public good, right? So now the higher donation, the higher number of donation, very, very important, not the amount of donation, but the number of donation, the number of individuals, or the number of wallets that donate to your project, the more you are validated as a higher impactful public good provider to society, right? So if you have 1,000 people, example, total, there are 10 projects in a particular round, and there are 1,000 donators to spread among these 10 projects, right? If one project have maybe 500 number of like donors, and the others, maybe the highest have 500, then it means that the validation is that the project is providing more impact to these people for them to be able to evaluate it, right? So it's very, very important that the way the mechanism is very, very interesting. So now the more you get, the more donations you get, the more you are going to get a larger portion of the matching pool or the matching fund, right? So think of it like a pie, right? We are coming to share a pie, and the way we do it is that if people donate to you, the more donations you get, or the higher your donation number, the higher the portion of the pie you get, the cake. The cake you get, right? You get a higher portion of the cake. So that is how it works. So for the first time, right, instead of having centralized entities determining who should benefit or how much should go to a particular entity in terms of providing public goods, it is now the people who are benefiting from the public goods who are determining how this capital should be allocated. So they flipped the entire concept on its head, and now it's giving power to the ordinary person. And this is like, the more you think about this, the more like innovative.
What we've been praying for.
Yeah, right. Like, yeah. So if you are able to now provide impact to a lot of people, and these people will turn up, and if they understand this concept, they will turn up in these funding rounds and then show you back the love, right? So now you see the system that we've created, provide impact. The people who receive the impact comes back and allocate capital to you, and you use that capital to continuously build and provide impact to the people. So this is the kind of ecosystem or mechanism that Web3 is building as far as public goods is concerned. The next one is retroactive public goods funding, and which is, it is easier to agree on what has been done than what will be done, right? So yeah, so if one of the things is like funding is a big issue, right? And sometimes when you are building something and there is no like there is no you cannot see into the future, and sometimes there's been a lot of times that people just give up on the impactful things that they are building because they don't have funding. And like I said, I mentioned this in one of the slides, that one of the key challenges that have been plaguing or facing public goods providers is the lack of funding, and also the inability to profitize the what they are building, right? Or the product or the resource or the service, right? So sometimes for people to build something without funding, or to continuously build something without funding and not being able to predict into the future, can be a lot of pain, and a lot of people can give up, right? So what if we had a mechanism and guaranteed that if you build and make impact, we will be able to evaluate the impact that you have made and then award you or fund you or reward you or incentivize you for the impact that you have made in the past. So that is the whole concept of retroactive public good funding. And like I'm saying, a lot of these concepts, I am hoping that I'll stir the curiosity in you, so that if you are listening, I'll stir the curiosity in you, and you go and then do more research about these things, because the timing will not give us the space to delve very deep into some of these concepts, right? So retroactive public good funding, it's a mechanism that rewards or incentivizes people for the impact that they have made in the past or retroactively. And one of the leading ecosystems that is pioneering or doing so much in this retroactive public good funding space is Optimism, right? It's Optimism, or the Optimism Collective. So they evaluate the impact that you have made for the entire Ethereum ecosystem and also the Optimism Layer 2 ecosystem. And then they have people who evaluate your impact and then vote for you. And by voting, they also allocate capital to your project. And with the Optimism system or mechanism, the way it works is that they have what they call citizens. They give badge to a selected few or selected people, and these people would it's the responsibility of these people to evaluate the project that have applied to receive the retroactive funding or retroactive public goods funding, and then evaluate the impact and then give it to them. So the trajectory is that they want to be able to issue these badges to everyone based on your activities in the Optimism Collective or Optimism Governance, instead of it being like centrally issued currently. So that is an ecosystem that I'll highly encourage you to keep an eye on. A lot of innovation and a lot of experiments happening over there. So there's also Impact Market, but because of the timing, I'm just going to jump over this one and then go to and touch briefly on the last point with in terms of how Web3 is disrupting public good funding. So the last one is community and collective intelligence. And I'm just going to drop like one statement on this, and that is, building from the ground up and actively involving people who directly are affected or benefit from public goods, right? I said this, and I said that instead of having centralized entities control the flow of capital, let's give the power to the people who benefit from the public goods. So now the way this new system involves everyone, right? It involves everyone. So from the ground up, the people who are benefiting, to the people who are building, to the funders, right? The people who are funding. So it's a very, very collective way of building together and impacting society together. So that is all. So public goods and public good funding is one of the key ways we get to mass adoption and exponential impact with Web3, especially for Africa. So my advice to you would be that get involved, and let's continuously make impacts. So thank you very much, Easy.
Thank you, Think Decade. Follow him on Twitter. He has a lot of offer coming up, especially with the quadratic funding mechanism. Um, and I do thank you for coming by and showing up and having a detailed explanation of what public goods it actually is in your own point of view. As you know, where we are in Africa and specifically Nigeria, there's a lot of traffic, bumper to bumper. Like so they're still getting situated at the venue. I'll let the person in charge in the venue right now talk here in a little bit and explain what's going on. But they're still getting situated, and also like there's a lot of traffic coming into Enugu right now. So with that said, you have a little bit of time if you don't mind. Uh think
Oh
they
yeah.
can.
Okay.
Cool.
So
So
so I.
what? Hold on.
Mhm.
One question I want to ask you though is that basically, they'll I'll explain more about that later on. But Greenfield Nigeria and this Impact Summit will actually be sponsoring a QF round middle of January before the GG20, and PGA is most likely doing another one in GG20 alongside GG20. So with that said, I want you to, if you can, if you have the data, to tell these individuals or our guests what that QF round was like GG19, because I believe that was one of the first ones. And I just, if you can explain the matching pool amount and how it happened, like what the results of the whole project and like how many contributors there were, and then that matching pool we could say in dollars and naira too if you have a currency calculator. Because a big number for naira now, you know now. Don't be small matter.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, like Easy said, we had a. Let me pull up the stats real quick. We had a round or an independent round in GG19, which was a round that we ran for African projects or Impact African projects. And yeah, the margin pool for that was 5,000 US dollars. Maybe Easy, you can pull up the currency calculator, and then when I drop the
I,
USD, you drop the
I,
naira.
I have it in my head. 5,000 USD right now will be around 5.2 million naira. 5.2 meter. Alpha
Okay.
hell. 5.2 meter. It can do a lot for the society.
Oh yeah,
5.2 meter.
right. So yeah, so we had the matching round is 5,000 US dollars or die, and the round starts. We had 301 contributions, and then we had, for the unique contributors, we had 176, and then the donation made was around 727 US dollars. So if you add the 700 and add maybe 727 to the 5,000 dollars, you are going to be getting 5,727 as the total capital that will be distributed to the project that participated, or the 10 project that participated.
That
Right.
makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. 5,000 USD, that's 5.1, around 5.2 million naira. And then that 5,700 is about almost reaching like 6.1, almost 6 million naira there. Because $700 contribution on 5,000 initial matching pool, that's more than 10% of the actual matching pool. Those are some good stacks. Stats just basically to hold on to give you a good scenario is like your following engagement. If you're on Twitter, YouTube, or something like that, you have 1,000 followers, you're not expected to have engagement of like maybe 20 likes. That's not even 10%. 100 likes on 1,000 followers is 10%. That's full engagement. So this man with this quadratic funding for PGA surpassed a normal engagement with if it was like social media. Like that's actually some good stats. More than 10% was actually donated towards the whole big pool. So congratulations on your success, Mr. Mr. PGA himself. Seth. I don't even talk Montana. Mr. PGA himself. There.
Yo, thank you, Easy. And I think that this was basically a collective effort. And like we say, the public good space or the mechanism we are creating is one of collectiveness, right? It's one that each individual is very, very important, and each individual contributes to the entire system. So together we make the huge impact that we made. And these are people who turn up to support various highly impactful projects in Africa. And by the way, Green Pill Nigeria was one of the projects that participated in this round. And so, yes, by donating to Green Pill Nigeria, you are facilitating, you are part of the people who made this event possible, right? You are part of the people who made this event possible, and you didn't have to be in Nigeria. Anywhere you were in the world, you could have contributed, or you made this possible. And that is what we are talking about. We are talking about creating a mechanism where people can make impact in places in the world that physically or geographically they might not even have access to, right? So yeah, so this is like this was a good starting point for public goods funding in Africa, and we are so excited how it turned up. And like you said, we are excited for future rounds, and also to include more projects into the rounds, because the more we are able to fund or raise margin pool, the more we are able to include more projects to benefit from this mechanism, or from this public goods grant rounds. So yeah, it was a pretty awesome round.
Very, very nice. Very, very nice. And this is just the beginning of educate for this beginning of a journey in order to educate individuals in the African region of what public goods space holds, funding mechanism to actually better your community. That though that road that you're seeing that you complain every time you go by, or just public goods in general, like we actually have the power to not blame government anymore when it comes to reusable energy, things of that nature, just education in general. Like the power is now in our hands, and to utilize this power, you have to get educated on what's going on and see that there's opportunities that can actually help out your community specifically where you are. So yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Thank Decade. If you have anything else to add or a question that I may have missed, please feel free.
No, I think that I am excited and pumped for the Impact Summit. Looking forward to this and the upcoming one. And yeah, I just want to say that Omo Naija, I better go say this one. I don't know if it come, but maybe the next one you go see me live and call it. You see my PG. My PG is on point. I go come speak PG, and we go see each other for there. So sorry that.
No wahala, no wahala, no wahala. See, everything happened like kind of very, very quick. You understand? All you had a lot going on your plate. No wahala, no problem at all. Like as at the end of the day, this is the initial first annual. So next year, at the end of the year, we'll do this every year, every year. At the end of the year, and in January we have a QF round for funding projects, leading on to the February with PGA owns, and we just continue this continuously. So it's like a cycle ecosystem that you were talking about. You know, get problem
Thank
at
you,
all, at
thank
all, at
you,
all.
thank you very
But
much, thank you very much, and yeah, to everyone, yeah, thank you very much for partaking in this awesome event, and all of the speakers up here. Just want to give shout out to each and everyone. Those Jimmy who has already come, and all of the other ones who would be coming, and I will highly encourage anyone to follow Public Goods Africa. We have exciting stuff coming up, and yeah, get involved in the space, and together let's build a new Africa powered by public goods funding.
A1, touche to that one.
Yep.
Touche to that one. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're still almost set up in the actual venue, but in the meanwhile, we'll take a small morning break, and hopefully, when we get back, the venue will start live streaming with us here. Let's find out something to play on some good vibe. Good vibes only. Good vibes only as we grow. Good vibes.
Let me share my screen here. Awesome session, yeah. Thank you. Think Decade. He liked this session here. There was a lot explained, and some good alpha. Oh yeah, now. And we move.
It's my chance, my juice, ninja, I'm in times two. Notice me, I don't notice say they want body now. But me, I no be goalkeeper. You my tank so me, I no fish out. Nobody only know. Me, I no fi say no to paper. Steady chase, I can't.
Let's just vibe real quick for a couple of minutes so we get ready for the real venue. RL speakers we have coming up.
Forever thing, you know my thing. We dey run that thing. Me I run this streets, done gun thing. I know come play like a gunman thing. On top of them, man I fly like man I helicopter. My
Coming up will be Amigo Anthony, founder of BCFET, Testa, founder of BTC Pigeon. Also Prince Will, which is the lead dev for Borderless Dev. As soon as it gets situated, they'll join us. In the meanwhile, just vibe.
Nobody only know. Me, I know if you say no to paper, steady chase, I can change that.
never send them, never. Baby, no, 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 no. I was living like I no tondo. Always looking like I no lodo. Like an artist when no get promo. I they write solo, baby, more. Listen, follow person when no. I follow person back then I miss road. Free me, make I dance go. I don't joke, go do. All I wanna say is that they don't really care that much. Pocket never empty, take a look at my copy, they right. I won't get money like Elon Musk. That's why I always don't say much, I get to work, yeah. All I wanna say is that they don't really care that much. Pocket never empty, take a look at my copy, they right. I won't get money like Elon Musk. That's why I always don't say much, I get to work.
It's your baby last night with a big bumper. She said she had a man, but she still gave me that number. Be like she know, say I demand weakness for the biggie bumper, you know, for the biggie bum bum, you know, yeah. So what about the vibe? Is she just nice? Tell me what she like. When she got a man, she think twice. Is the face fine? Said her face fine, yeah, she fine, of course. She did talk much and I'm quiet, of course. Perfect combi. She did do me things and I can't deny. Perfect combi. Slim waist, bumper, my face perfect combi. She did wine waist. She don't look at anybody face. Perfect combi. Slim waist, bumper, my face perfect combi. She did wine waist. She don't look at anybody face. Perfect combi. Me boy kume mu koko. Anything you did want. No baby, I'm a top mama vo. Kaka. Girl, I'm knocking down your front door. Tryna give you everything I'm on. If there's anything you need, just call. Wow. Girl, this your sugar go sweet, oh. Make a man want this time for real, oh. Make I know what's up, what's the deal, oh. Oh, you my what's up. So what about the vibe? Is she just nice? Tell me what she like. If she got a man, if she think twice. Is the face fine? Said her face fine, yeah, she fine, of course. She did talk much and I'm quiet, of course. Perfect combi. She did do me things and I can't deny. Perfect combi. Slim waist, bumper, my face perfect combi. She did wine waist. She don't look at anybody face. Perfect combi. Slim waist, bumper, my face perfect combi. She did wine waist. She don't look at anybody face. Perfect combi. Slim waist, bumper, my face perfect combi. She did wine waist. She don't look at anybody face. Perfect combi. Slim waist, bumper, my face perfect combi. She did wine waist. She don't look at anybody face. Perfect combi.
Like I want.
It's your boy, Easy. Yeah. I remember the day where they tell you, say we for day. You been they do like say, you no say me, I they feel you gone. I remember the day where you they phone when me, I they toast you. You been they do like say, you no say me, I they feel you gone. Oh yeah, baby Jamboree. I like the way we gone, buddy. Now money I go spend money. If you there for me I there for you. Oh yeah, baby Jamboree. I go like to be your allergy. If now money I go spend money. If you there for me I there for you. Fall in love, oh, you they make her fall in love. Oh. I don't know what you do me when they make her fall in love. Oh. Fall in love, oh, you they make her fall in love. Oh. Me I don't know what you do me when they make her fall in love.
Make I drink you like water. You be my taste just like Fanta. Bread and butter. Make me the kulu my temper.
When you the bad and a brother, friendly like Fendi. All for you.
I go the credit you monthly, service you daily. Talk and do.
And if we marry today, I don't go commit adultery. Yeah, that's not true. Cause me, I with you all the way, baby. That kind cruise. My baby Jamboree. I like the way we gone, body. go spend money if you did for me, I did for you. Oh yeah, baby, jamboree. I go like to be your allergy. Save that money, I go spend money if you did for me, I did for you. Fall in love, oh, you the make I fall in love. Oh, I don't know what you do, but you want me to fall in love. Oh, fall in love, oh, you the make I fall in love. Oh, I don't know what you do, but you want me to fall in love.
I drink you like water. You be my taste just like Fanta. Make I drink you like water. You be my taste just like Fanta.
DJ Cool.
Main day the Baco. I wanna lie. Lights with the Baco. Yes, I be a dog. Big dog. See us at the Baco. Oh, yeah, give me that word. Back walk. I party to Baco. Welcome to my party. Oh, yeah, call me a large. Oh, yeah, come make we fight. Like a this, like a dirty. Welcome to my party. Oh, yeah, call me a large. You could come make me fight. Like a this, like a dirty. Oh, patience. Like I did, just come, you don't know. Me, myself, I don't go. Two girls, I don't know me, I don't know them. Like I did, you just show. Myself, I don't go. Two girls, I don't know me, I don't know them. But if you come to my party, oh, you call me a large. Oh, you come make we fight. Like a this, like a dirty. Welcome to my party. Oh, you call me a large. You could come make we fight. Like a this, like a that.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we just have a little update on what's going on ground. I want to bring in Mary Chukwu. He's one of the Green Pill Nigeria team members and also COO of Switch Electric, Chief Operating Officer. Please, if you can, you're on, bro.
Can you guys hear me?
You guys see that? It's a little bit of technical difficulties right now with the mic, with the sound, but he just wants to get a quick update of what's going on right now. Mary, you ready? Mary? Well, if you don't begin, I go start this music back up or make everybody the vibe. Say they hear me. We know they hear you. No, you don't. Okay, there you go.
Basically, what's going on is we're waiting for our travelers to get here. Currently, they are all in Enugu, but they are all on route.
The volume is down. The volume is low. Hold on 1 second.
So once they get here, refreshments here, people are here, but not much. So as much as we are here, we'll be getting started in food. So that's basically what's up. We're ready for the parcel. Thank you very much.
Mary, I heard some of the things you said. I don't know if everybody heard you. Can you just try to make that volume just a little bit higher and repeat it? But I think the general understanding is that we're getting things situated and we should
Okay,
be
so
starting soon.
basically what I was saying was that our people are on the way. Okay, our people are on the way, and since our people are on the way, they're already in town. It's just a little bit traffic that's holding them back. It seems that there's traffic over the bridge that's holding them back. So once they get here, we'll be starting the physical sessions in full. We have our speakers red hot here. We are all red hot, ready for the in-person. I don't know, is that better, right?
That's 100% better. I hear you now. That's good. That's good. That's good. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the update. But while we wait for that one, we'll just continue the little streaming vibe. So be patient. There's a lot of alpha coming up.
With the security because I shot you one shakabula inside my I don't do too much of peace and you right now. I gotta put you on DND. Keep your eyes shut on because it get us to move around me where you fit in the body DND. I don't work out with the security because I shot you one shakabula inside my
DJ, hold up.
Are you serious? You are leaving me? You are joking, right? Stop playing with me. You see, for my life, nobody did do me right. And I won't take it lightly. What the fuck you say? Yeah, I know I fucked your bestie mistakenly. Now I know you are vexing. All this money I'm flexing. It's only you I want to spend all with me. Baby girl, I swear I just want you to do what's best for the team, my baby. Stop the cop, let me tell you straight up, maybe we're in this to it die. In this to it die. Maybe I'm willing to try. In this to it die.
What else?
Stop playing with me.
Money
can't change me. No other woman go fi take me. A man they put me so but nothing go fi shake me. Hey, yeah, that you swan, nobody for wake me. Please. Mommy di me do. But she money about bali, yeah, mommy be a mini so. A rama forgetting a mini baby cop. I saw Roger fans of a woman in so. Of course, me boom me near. What's in my seer? Also me more. When him say I'm a tear. They need a form. When him a dear. Me home for me, I will buy him and ya home tear. Make a sort in a be boom. When him a warrior. When mama re who you not done him in it chair. Se me say me come down for one man, they make us say me my dear. What else?
In this to retire. Maybe I'm willing to try. In this to retire.
What else?
Stop playing with me. Decision. This is my decision. I don't think you listen. You listen. I don't think you listen. For me to come out, it must mean I'm a teacher. It must mean I'm not the same. It must mean I'm on your case. For me to come out, it means that I'm not the teacher. I want to show you my world. Give me one break, I need faith. Faith to believe you. Faith to receive you. Give me something I'm lacking. I don't need nothing. You are my everything. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only me, only you. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only make me your matter. Make me your matter. Make me your matter. Show me your substance. Make me a person. Make me a person. Give me one break, I need faith. Faith to believe you. Faith to receive you. Give me something I'm lacking. I don't need nothing. You are my everything. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only me, only you. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only me and you.
Reflecting, how I spend my days. No longer second guessing all of the steps I take. Jack cover me, I'm good. Trust my instincts, I move. I'm so unstoppable. All of a sudden, wanting this to be like Sonic. I'ma be so iconic. Thanks for understanding. Till all my wrist is flooded. Me, I go just keep walking. Hustle from Monday to Sunday. 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 Hustle from Monday to Sunday.
Reflection on all the things I do. I'm a magic, anybody can they tell me something with me I know before. Reflection, everything on God. Till this morning long on God. Now my heart is cold, so I can't stop till my neck and wrist is closed. Wombolo. As you they see me so, Mumarale ni Miami. I don't they gather the money. Wombolo. I don't go green motiari. Poverty is not for me.
So I hustle from Monday to Sunday. 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 Don't save her, she don't wanna be safe. Look at her body, she don't wanna be safe. She wanna party, she don't wanna beat it. The way I waist rotate, I'm feeling. Taking a second to reason. Left last girl, she wanted to kill me. Way too much for me, it's a shame I had to leave.
I'm paper chasing, I don't wanna be broke. Been like 10 days since the last day I was
Monday to Sunday. Hustle from 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 Monday to Sunday.
Balaba, balaba, oh. Sambe, bula, 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 oh. Ulele, ulele, oh.
Feel your body, I did feel your body, body, oh. Feel your body, no they feel your body. I'm at the judge I need. I'm gonna fight like this.
I love you true, baby, I love you true. Baby girl, you are international.
Everybody's getting situated. Just give us a few more minutes. We're on I'm on Niger, so you know how they go. Impact Summit. How can we show impact in our community? How can we verify what we're doing? How can we fund public growth space? How can we better ourselves, better our brothers and sisters, alongside simultaneously grow together? Shout out to Let's Grow Now, Let's Grow Live. Shout out to GP Nigeria, GP Network as a whole. Have a lot of different chapters doing different things. Check them out on the gp.greenfield.network. Also, if you're on the metaverse, you can download Ascend Vision. This whole thing is also being streamed on the metaverse. There's a little technical difficulty for the website, but YouTube link should be up down there on the Twitter account, where Greenfield Nigeria Twitter account, Pre-Gen Twitter account. You should see it all. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your attention, and hold tight. We're going.
I go come again. Anytime you call my name, I go outside. Body will get power. Now what I bump on me. Go call your father, and call your mother, You fight for me head to your shoes. Wait till you want I could do. Now nobody love to be move. Yeah, carry your mother for head. I'm gonna use that on my brain. Nobody love to be move. You save no say you buy. You dey overtake. I guess you got to give up. Come and chop my cake, oh. I done nothing to you. Nobody do this you. Oh yeah, give me small. No they think a pose. Critically, nobody feel do you like me. Baby, I sit down, bunny. Fine to the base, make it injure me. Going. The pop with the pop in the girl limit. Baby, you can sit down on my face. I could give it all that it takes. You making me fall again. Me, I go come again. Anytime you call my name, I go outside. Body will get power. Now what I bump on me. Go call your father, and call your mother, You fight for me head to your shoes. Wait till you want I go do. And love no be move. Yeah, carry your father for head. I'm gonna use that on my brain. And love no be move. You fight for me head to your shoes. Wait till you want I go do. And love no be move. Yeah, carry your father for head. I'm gonna use that on my brain. And love no be move. Greatness. DJ
all day, all night. I no fit to the fight it. If I could, I won't, my lady. So tight, wine who go there if you know there. I chop crazy, she wine waist. I dey free for your bondage in my room. She
give me kiss where you're okay, I'm fine. No say you dey mad, and I promise on my honor to honor you for life, for life, for life. Sweetie, you dey mad, and I promise on my honor to honor you for life, for life. Don't forget, oh, don't forget, oh, 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 oh. Don't forget, oh, don't forget, oh, don't forget, oh, 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 oh. Don't forget, oh. Blazing fire, they see within your eyes. Brown skin girl from the air, she be angel in disguise. Only you are the desire. I go sumo you for life. It's too short for me. It's too short for me. When you need some loving, girl, just call on me. It's too short for me. No go leave you lonely. Make you not do me out, so I don't plan on it. No say you dey mad, and I promise on my honor to honor you for life, for life, for life. Sweetie, you dey mad, and I promise on my honor to honor you for life, for life. Don't forget, oh, don't forget, oh, 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 oh. Don't forget, oh, don't forget, oh, don't forget, oh, 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 oh. Don't forget, oh.
Monica tell me, say she no want to love. Jennifer tell me, say she get a boyfriend before. When you no get money, you go hear the stories. Stories. Too many stories. Some say them love me, but them stop me for bad. But I get see people we go still dey my bar. Check my life, see me now. They won't relate. Them say them know me before. Chop palliative, oh. Credit alarms, baby, gon' turn up, oh. When a Bobby walk, a Bobby must go chop, oh. When a Bobby pay, a Bobby must go knock, oh. Them tell me say I cannot get any better, but them no say me get only fatter. Check my life, see me now. They won't relate, them say them know me before.
Tonight, oh. 2 bottles of Hennessy for tonight, oh. 1 kill for the night, oh. Kelly wanna go show Messi for tonight, oh. Call me your garaya. Chop life to the morning, man, no fit tire. Call me your garaya. Shy out to body and soul, he's on fire. I can't feel myself, I don't lose my sense. Waiting in my head, I know release it. I can't feel myself, I don't lose my sense. Waiting in my head, I can't feel myself. Call me your garaya. Call me
finish, I can't keep myself. So me, I hold it reading for inside my head. Ever me one more way, no go fi kiss and tell. Make we jolly, oh yeah, make we jolly. Call me your garaya. What you want, baby girl, tell me your desire. Baby, all the naga. See me, I want to spend all my no fit tire. I can't feel myself, I don't lose my sense. Within in my head, I know really sense. I can't feel myself, I don't lose my sense. Within in my head, I know really sense. I can't feel myself. Call me your garaya. Call me your garaya. Call me your garaya. Give me more. Call me your garaya.
Smooth criminal, Michael Jackson. No Yago, you want that see. And look twice, make you know who they talk to before you go in. Your babe, they find me for outside. She like say she want go.
Big shout out to Jimmy once again, Montana once again. I'm sorry, Think Decade once again that came through before. Check them out on Twitter and X at Think Decade. And also Jimmy at Jimmy Cohen, at Tree Gendal, at Let's Go Live. That's where you see those two. Please check them out. They have a lot of alpha, a lot of information for this space. They will literally help you with the whole journey. I've seen it firsthand what Montana has done. I think Decade has done with PGA. I've seen it firsthand what Jimmy has done with his situation. And also, thanks to him, we're on live with the Let's Go Live account here. Shout out to all.
Your feelings, you say I be if you not catch me. I'm too good for your comparison. Me and you, not the same thing. Oh gala, Prince of a road, beat I be wider than my redana. Every day I dey break your agenda. Even I leave me, I go the best they go. Show una go low, oh yeah, they my head orobodo for my bololo. I know they get from, I they also my go. I know they wash anybody like shampoo. Yeah, this is them I don't show. All of them da. How am I living exotic? What am I wearing is foreign? What am I drinking is Scottish? All of my essays, I'm sorry. I know your life is boring. Please do not disturb me. When I am working, I'm working. When I am playing,
I'm getting intel now that the first two speakers are actually up and ready to go. And we have one of the first
all of the girls that they wanted, they dance for Rumba. I'm on shoulder. If I withdraw money, you go die. Smooth criminal. Yeah. All of the girls that they wanted, they dance for Rumba. I'm on shoulder. If I withdraw money,
we pull up like we be Jagaban. Pull up like we be Jagaban.
Fresh out.
JP's a production.
You and I know say since when they try to colonize us for this Africa, we never benefit from any of those countries. You and I know say the country where we they benefit from as Nigeria youths. Now Canada.
Nah, Canada.
Yeah. We pull up like we be Jagaban. All white, everything like Kalagba. Sure you wanna know how we they get by. You know Fino, you know my halabam. Ex-crime me a river, but I won't holler back. I go cross that river like Calabar. Fuck that, she won't give me lamba. Beat of life, she won't take samba. Go back, go bioku. Give me true pass, so ya suck. tó bá fẹ́ rí wa ò ní struggle. Fàmí nínú gbọ̀n no call me uncle, no call me uncle. Oshimilanga, it's not be yours all the way to Sri Lanka. Stop playing, nigga, don't be a wanker. Ó ti pẹ́ gan tí mo ti ń ṣeré wákà, ballin' like Kaka, Ajigi Jaga. Rock steady non-stop, no the stagger. Cussing, leave them with a cliffhanger. Making sure to go crazy with a back shots like, yo, is it Tiger?
Canada, 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 Fresh, Big Brother, Kanagan, Cross River, Calabar.
Okay. We're ready to start with the first two speakers here.
Canada.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let me add them to this stream. We're ready for the first two speakers here. We have Amio. Amio is the founder of BCFET blog and has done a lot of initiatives with development. I'm sorry, he's laughing at me. Has done a lot of initiatives with Green Pill Nigeria, actually, like with development, education, and also environmental cleanups and things of that nature. We will probably end up putting some of this stuff on screen that he's done. But also we have Kesta here with him, and he is the founder of BTC Pigeon or Bitcoin Pigeon. Is basically a channel that helps educate individuals on DeFi, educate individuals on the Web3 space in the Pigeon language, so they feel talk like this. So everybody feel understand that. But then moving forward, I'll just give them the go-to to begin. Emil, take it. They can hear you well there, bro. We can hear you here too, actually. We can hear you. I'll just turn it up. We can hear you, yeah. I will just be waiting for the cameraman to stabilize too, but go ahead, Emil. Yeah, the mic is muted. Nobody can hear you on this side. It's like the media team muted, or like the speaker from the microphone is not live. But either way, okay.
Okay, so what we are here for is to talk about the council initiatives. That is what we are doing at Green Pill Nigeria and Green Pill Expo. And then today I will be speaking with Kesta, the founder of Bitcoin Pigeon, right? So we are going to talk about public goods and why they matter. What are public goods? What of us may not be conversant with this technology in the space? Because in this, our contemporary time, or in the city, Nigeria, or in the space in Nigeria as a whole, we talk about DeFi and electrical niche in crypto space. But we tend to ignore this part of ReFi. So ReFi is a big business. Trying to solve the two problems with three technologies. So that is why we are here. And then public goods, when we talk about public goods, you must give it to two things. They are not excludable and they are not diverse. So what this implies, or what it means that the public goods, if you are a beneficiary of public goods, it doesn't mean that someone else will not compete. So for you to compete, it will not take anything away from it. Just like normal basic communities, we can aspire these communities as public goods, and then we tend to channel this to the government to provide. But we can do it because government is for the people, and we are also the government. So that is why we are here to make decisions that will make impact in the society. Because I know that when there's an impact initiative in the society, individuals in the society will also benefit. So I'm speaking with Esther maybe with also.
GLW, I don't really do it introduction, but my name is Kester Ejike, and I'm the founder of Bitcoin and PG. And I'm also a project manager, aside from being the founder of Bitcoin and PG.
Okay, Kester, welcome. So, you know what they are? So, and then what you're working, just tell us what you're working on with Bitcoin PG first.
Okay, what I'm doing with Bitcoin PG is to educate the Bitcoin ecosystem. We call it coverage team. So it's to educate Nigerians about the potential of Bitcoin and how we can use it to empower ourselves and our local communities. But we do this with PG to be able to relate with everyone across the world.
Okay, you do this with PG. Maybe you see me with PG.
No problem.
Okay, you can let's do it with PG.
Okay, the thing I do with Bitcoin PG now to tell people, tell my fellow Nigerians the things, the good things Bitcoin gets and how we can use that to.
Okay, thank you. So, Bitcoin PG is serving as a public. So, over the when did you start?
This year, earlier this year, I think March.
Earlier this year. So, what got you to start Bitcoin PG?
Okay, I came into this industry through DeFi. I was once a DeFi enthusiast. I love DeFi, the fact that we can decentralize finance. While I was diving deep into DeFi, that made me, even though I knew about Bitcoin, but that made me to research more about Bitcoin. And researching about Bitcoin made me to see that there are a whole lot of things. There are a whole lot of things we can do with Bitcoin. You know, for example, since I came into this, since I started taking Bitcoin serious, I've done many things as far as Bitcoin is concerned. Like I've started Bitcoin in PG, and with this, I've been able to educate more people. I've been able to talk to different people from different tribes in Nigeria because you know PG calls across the board. You know, we have over 30 million people that are speaking PG in Nigeria, and it's also among the top 15 most spoken language in the world. You know, topping Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa. So seeing these things and also playing the Bitcoin, I saw that do Bitcoin PG by originally people. So we started earlier this year, and from that we also won a grant. We won a grant as Geza. Geza is a Bitcoin platform for donation. You know, if you want anything you're doing with Bitcoin, you put it on Geza platform, you'll be able to get donation like free, you know, not investment, just donation. People putting money into what we're doing. So after winning the grants, you know, we use that to get some equipment that we need because what we want to be doing is having a podcast and also a blog. So we use the money we got from the grants to get some instruments that we'll be using for the blogs and the podcast. So watch out, you might get to see this company the closest to you.
Okay, thank you, Kester. From what you have said, spoke from what you said, you are a Bitcoin person. Have you heard of Bitcoin before? Bitcoin, and the other thing before?
Bitcoin, yeah, I've heard of Bitcoin, but I don't really.
Okay, thank you for being here. After today, we know that this is Bitcoin, it's just tag and how a particular initiative can happen. But we have a problem where we still have the information and the particular initiative. How do we know that this thing matters most? How do we know things that matter? You know, the space. Sorry to say this, trend is what's matters. It's not about utility anymore. stolen NFT, we cannot hide. Community, we say one that they find Mona Lisa, interpreted. So that is what we are basically having steps to improve. So that's what happened next. So thank you for your time. And if you are listening, we are here for the first impact surveys in Sub-Saharan Africa. So as you can see from the screen, this is just one of the impact survey initiatives that we carry out in the past, making sure that we give to the society. Like I said before, public is all about things that are convenient us. Let's take for example, when we tend to share updates, when we tend to share something, if we are sharing it, and then it is not taking anything away from the updates, that is a problem. The one we are all using, that's a problem. The education we are all receiving, they are public. Like Esther is using a Bitcoin meeting to educate African region and Nigeria to about Bitcoin, right? Yeah. So you are now using your education, or you are now using this Bitcoin meeting platform as a means to achieve this goal. So what do you have to tell our audience about utilizing their ability and their platform as a community?
Okay, as far as public good is concerned, I would like to talk about, public goods are those things that are inexcludable and they are non-negotiable. What do I mean by this big English? What I mean is that they are public goods are these things that are open to everyone to use, and when one person uses it, does not mean to affect the usage of the other person. And example of this goes like you said, street lights, oxygen. And I would also like to add Bitcoin to this because if you look at Bitcoin technology, you see that it's an open source. And what does an open source mean? An open source means that anyone and everyone can partake in it as far as you have an internet connection. So Bitcoin is a public good and it serves as a public good because it revolutionizes our finance. Before Bitcoin, Africa does not have any investment instrument or tool. We don't have something we can use to hedge against inflation. But since Bitcoin is here, no one can stop you from buying Bitcoin. No one can stop you from using Bitcoin. No one can stop you from sending Bitcoin. No one can seize your Bitcoin except to give the person your private key. So, Bitcoin governs the characteristics of the public good because if no one can stop you from interacting with Bitcoin technology. And the way I'm using my niche as public good is by bringing this education and bringing this thing that I know to other people because I know that our environment, we know how scam is very rampant. And when most people hear about Bitcoin, they relate it to scam and all of that. But Bitcoin is not different from your US dollar or your Naira. It's just a tool for scammers. But that doesn't make it a scam. So let's say, for example, the club dealers are using US dollars for their transaction. We know what they are doing is illegal. But does that make US dollar illegal? It does not make US dollar illegal, right? They are just using US dollar for their transaction. And it's the same thing with Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is not scam. People are just using Bitcoin to receive money or using to scam people because it's actually money. Alright, it is money that no one can see, no one can collect from you except the person has your private key, like I said. So that's the reason why I started Bitcoin preaching, so that I'll be able to bring this education to the grassroots to everyone across the board because preaching, no tribe in Nigeria was preaching. And before I forget, preaching is not spoken by only Nigerians. Cameroonians speak preaching. Ghanaians speak pidgin, even if they are different, like even if they sound different, but it's still pidgin. So Bitcoin pidgin is a platform for me to bring Bitcoin education to the classrooms and let people see what they can do and the potential of Bitcoin.
Okay, thank you. On a personal note, I would like to ask something that is important that we notice. Bitcoin blockchain should be open source. That is an open source technology. So anything that you are doing in crypto space should be an open source. I won't tell you not to utilize our marketing skills to have inner circle or private groups or to have your community private groups that are paid. But most of the things to be done in crypto space and the blockchain space should be open source. It should be open for everyone to see. That is where it will be in public. Then what you have to consider first is how does this impact the community before you, the society, before you. When the community is good, when the community is sound, directly and indirectly, it is also making you to be sound. Thank you and welcome you to this impactful summit. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As they're getting situated for the next speakers, just a quick talk about what some of the things that Kista and some of the things that Kista and Amio is doing. So basically, the language barrier sometimes can be a huge issue for individuals in this region to enter the Web3 space. So by providing information in Pidgin, as Kista is doing, it gives opportunity for individuals to be able to learn about some of these things and actually want to be involved instead of like using big grammar that people may not even understand. So that's a great thing. So communication is key because you have to know your target audience to know who you're communicating to and how to communicate effectively. That's what makes it very impactful, because doing that, we can onboard a lot more individuals into this space, teach them more about passports, teach them about QF, Grand Stacks, and also teach them about how to actually make impact and make it measure, and how is it measured and is it measurable. Also, some of the slides that you see up there is some of the initiatives that Amio has been doing aligned with Green Pill Nigeria. We've been doing a lot of environmental cleanups. There's some more photos that I'm sorry that I can't find right now, but we've been like collecting waste and making sure collecting like plastics to make sure like we can keep the environment clean as possible, regardless of the situation we are in. The little that we can do is what really helps us in the long run. Let's do a quick let's a quick break. Let's do a quick break and get the other speakers situated, and those speakers would actually be Chris Wynn, founder of Switch Electric, CEO, and Silas and Amar. They're students and lead in a blockchain UNN group, actually out of UNN. And then Nancy is a lead in DeSci Africa, and they will be talking a little bit about bridging the digital divide and how to leverage Web3 to connect to the unconnected. Thank you, guys. That's the next one coming up. In the meanwhile, let's just grow to the jam. 1 second. And move.
They go bum, 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 bum.
Yeah.
DJ, hold up.
Oh, yes, I dengue. The dengue, the dengue, the dengue. The dengue, the dengue, the dengue. The dengue, the dengue, the dengue. One move your waist now. Oh, yes, I dengue. The sempre, the
de sempre, 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 de sempre. Pam when you hear this sound. What do you want from me, my baby? Kill on. Give you sweet love, don't worry. Keep on touching your body. Give me one. Tell me why, give me one. Give me one. So you and I know, in my soul, you be my dealer, you be my dope, champion lover. In the night, though, say you want to feel like tonight, though.
Bad man in a bad man town. Yeah, the dengue. Sexy girl, them wine pan them. The dengue. Rabba ba 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 ba. Girl, them wine. Them love the charm and them love the vibe. Bubble up, girl, break that spine. We have them coming in at 20 to 30 to 40. Hey. The dengue.
One move your waist now, oh yeah, de sempre. Pam when you hear this sound. In a mind.
Love is blind, but she don't love no bro niggas. I'm the kind of guy she wants, not the kind of guy you need. Cause I'll be outside in the morning. This kind of loving toxic. Money be the only thing I need, but you're the kind of girl I want to spoil you with Givenchy. Love is blind, but she don't fuck with bro
Life feels
niggas.
like a savior when you're in the dark.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you. I'll let Mr. Chris Wynn, as like he like to, as he like to say it, not just Chris Wynn, but Chris Wynn. But I'll let you take it over, man, with the panel. Thank you.
So we'll start with the introductions. I am Preston, founder and CEO of Future Technology. I'm very excited to be here with you guys in this session to introduce to you the topic of bridging digital divide between the developed and the underdeveloped world using web technologies. So we here at the Finance Media Center across the country themselves.
Hello everyone, I am Amara Shukru Abdul. I'm a content marketer and content hero at Studio. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you very much for having me. Dear everyone. Dear everyone.
Hello everyone, my name is Nancy Amandi and I'm a real from Eastside Africa. I'm also a data analyst and understand the interconnection between data and blockchain. Thank you.
That's awesome. So from the introduction, I really get a sense that these pioneers of diverse people in the space coming from all different sectors. So I would like to get from you guys, how does Web3 actually begin to solve this problem of reaching these digital really open expressions? In fact, before I ask this question, let me give you a quick background what I mean by digital divide. So in Africa, for instance, many people have this problem that technology is moving faster away from this period. We don't have financial education, we don't have access to money, we don't have access to internet communication, we don't have access to power. So many of these things are very advanced, given the infrastructure for actually missing in some developing nations. And we are here trying to figure out how we actually utilize web trade to begin to attack these problems and create solutions that address those problems. So let's just get a sense of what you guys are working on and how you see web trade actually solving these issues.
Okay, I'll talk about how we can help to achieve financial inclusion. As we all know, Nigeria is one of the countries with the highest population of financially student people, financially like people that are bankrupt, meaning that a lot of people in Nigeria don't have access to financial services. This is really as a result of the stringent process and procedures involved in getting access to financial services like microloans and the rest of it. Another issue is infrastructure. For instance, we don't have in the metropolitan here, we don't have a lot of banks that can cater sufficiently to the number of persons that need financial services. That's why we see crowded banks, and at the end of the day, you don't even have services. You can commute from the local area, from the rural area to the town to set financial services. And you can think that there is no way to go. And people get frustrated as a result of that. But when we talk about Web3 is something that just with your smartphone and internet, you can access financial services. With Web3, accessing microloans are not difficult. I don't know if you've heard of Zen Finance. In Zen Finance, you can see, you can invest. Recently, they introduced this tokenization of assets, meaning that the tokenization of assets simply means that assets, real world assets like real estate is broken down into this so that people like you and I, people low income earners can actually access these services, can actually invest in them. You don't have to have millions of naira to invest in this. That's an example of how Web3 is helping to bridge the financial divide. With your internet, with your smartphone, and an internet connection, you could just create a banking personal bank using your finance. You don't need to commit your break from the SICA. So once people tell you that you don't have this, you go to another country. That's how you go through this. The stress that the commitment, the stress, the financial resources involved, you're wasted in another business. So that's how we really get to achieve financial inclusion. There will be a person access, microfinance loans. You don't have to pay, you don't have to go through CGN process. For instance, in Nigeria, if you want to access the loan from the microfinance bank, your business has to be for at least 1 year. So how are you going to access it? How are you going to start a business? And if you're like a digital person or you're a Gen Z, your business is an online business, it means that you don't really need criteria because most online businesses, they don't have shops like physical shops that we know are online areas. They don't have shops. So we mean that those categories of people are not really involved. Both big Web3 platforms like say, finance companies like AI, there's so many of them we use for. They can help these people access loans by just meeting requirements, even though the loan also allows people to access. This one is not good, this one is grant. You just have to understand your market, understand your product, how people pass their procedure, and then you get the grant, and then you start your business and you employ people, and then you spark up this entrepreneurial journey and
So, going back to the question that I mentioned, actually, how does the bridge the gap, the digital divide? To me, I can say that the three is banking on banks. How does the bank on banks? Like many people have food in their assets, they have their access to their food. Many, like there are some people in this contemporary world that doesn't even have a bank, like the non-commercial bank. So when we is trying to disrupt this system whereby it has to bank those that are not banked. And how does these bank those that are not banked? We're treating as a form of communication, P2P transactions, like where people can actually communicate and transact without any penalties. But as time goes on, things started to improve, and like how DeFi came, maybe the era of trading, which I'm going to talk about here now. So, Web3 bridges the gap of digital divide by bringing in unbanked population. We have people in the poor world, but Web3 seems to be an infant. So, to show you that we are still early. No matter how many individuals, we are very much early because we are not more than 50% that understands the ecosystem. And to the extent that all these commercial banks, that are economy, they are still finding it difficult. They are trying to find an entry on how they can enter the space. But they are still finding it difficult. So you and I are early for being in this space.
Okay, I'm going to answer this question in the context of decentralized science, and I'm going to use a typical story for you to understand this problem of digital divide in the science field. So let's say Mr. A is a researcher. I'm talking in the context of professional science now. So let's say Mr. A is a researcher, and he recently got into the research space. He wants to publish research work so that he can contribute to the field of science. Now he has contributed, he has published a particular research paper. But for him to publish a particular research paper, he has to research on different publishing journals and he should push research work. Now for him, when he did his research, he found out that some of these publishing journals charge fees before he can push out the work. One of them was even taking up to $10,000 just for him to publish one research paper on their website. Now this is a problem because if he doesn't have that finance, then he cannot publish his paper. He has to go back to the pre-publishing journals, which might not really have much views from other researchers. Now that's one problem. Another problem is, let's say he wants to go into practicalizing his problem and he found out his paper. Maybe he wants to advance. And then he needs money because he needs that fund to set up a lab to work on that particular problem. Now that's another problem, he doesn't have that same finance. And then he wants to apply for grants. And these particular organizations have put out grants, have put that criteria that you need to have ability to file for each research papers before you are eligible for the grants. And that's another problem because this particular research paper was just research in the science field. Now, those are two major problems: the problem of finance and the huge paywall between researchers and traditional between researchers and science. And then, we need to have science like science field. So now, how does decentralized science solve this problem? In the context of publishing your research journals, that paywall is now broken because you will not see any centralized science platform like telling you have to pay this particular amount of money for you to publish your journals. So it's not like it's now a free space. I can decide to publish my research work and I cannot pay any money. That's one. Now, in the second part of getting funding, this funding now is now based on how people see it. It's not more like a particular centralized entity trying to decide if or not. This one now is now a community that is going to vote on if my research project will be impactful and if me getting funding will actually impact the science field. So it's not like it's now a community of people from diverse fields, and it's not more like a centralized entity where they have to make decisions and their decisions right now.
Awesome. These are awesome answers. We heard from the perspective of somebody decentralized science. We also heard from the perspective of somebody decentralized finance and decentralized study infrastructure. So, my second question, I guess, because from what you guys are describing, it seems with Web3 is the traditional system that we're already doing. Now that we're just looking at the improvement of this current system, is it possible to do to formalize them really through regulations and adding those two curriculums and something like that to become a compact system so that it's not like a niche thing anymore and people need to use DeFi as a de facto solution for commercial services and centralized services as the science will or institution to begin to publish and organize their research. I don't know if you have any thoughts.
Yeah, sure. All right, for me, the question of whether institutions, can integrate all these things into the curriculum. I think like they are still trying to understand how they can. It's not like they don't want to, but they are still trying to. And just like we had talking about how they are using talking about a history to make to do adoption so that people can know how it works. Yes, like if there is relation that can teach them how to create one. But the point that I get is that what means that it's science in sanitized form. We also have the fact, but most times they don't understand this. So they kind of find it difficult. But if they do, which I told you like before, that we are still less than like it's only a fraction of people that know about this capabilities. Much more people don't even know about it. So the goal here is how can this adoption push into them so that they know. And just like what the blockchain meeting is doing here, they are inculcating and teaching their students how they can utilize this blockchain. They have the help of the people of content writing. That even to the extent that the issues and the lecturer, they are trying to check if it's possible, like the ask the wisdom, to integrate this in and teach both the young ones and everyone how to utilize this opportunity. So I think it has to go a long way, making a way for them to learn these things so that they can actually integrate it into the system.
Oh, that's a very good answer. I really enjoyed that, especially coming from the perspective of people that school. It actually makes sense to have the institution into having people that are all in there. Is there any other questions on that?
Okay, I actually agree with you. In still talking in the context of decentralized science, I would say my take is for direct because decentralized science is actually new. Not a lot of people know about it. But there can be some action that people can take to improve their awareness in the, let's say, in Africa. For example, communities has been very important to improve their awareness, ensure that students are aware of the fact that decentralized science is because I noticed that in research, it starts from being a student, very much important to the field of science. So students can actually be aware, but not only teaching students, because I also noticed that even those in the tech field now contribute to the field of science through various topics. So it's just to not have that image of the kind of person that hear about decentralized science and ensure that everyone is welcome in this space.
Yeah, I agree with that, Nancy. I think that we can really what Nancy said is going to take a bit of time. But then, to take a look, I think that other non-profit organizations like blockchain and other people that are really also job, educating people about blockchain technology, continue doing that. The reason is just like engineering, for instance. A lot of students in engineering faculty, they don't even know how to do like what is more because of the school system right now. I studied in the University of Nigeria, so I know what I'm seeing. I'm seeing what I'm seeing. So if you keep waiting for it to be integrated into the school system, there are chances that it's going to be adulterated. Adulterated, I know that it is going to become a period of the school system. Let me say that people are going to study blockchain, but they want them to be. But if you don't study blockchain, the education, I think the education, talking about blockchain, so we do have to be blockchain. So why you're really people should continue doing what they want because right now they're doing pure intentions, they're doing them. They want these people to understand how blockchain, they want them to grow. And not necessarily in the name of number or quantity that we see in our universities and tertiary institutions. And I think that in Western world, that it is okay. If you go to Korea now, you're going to see a master's in culture technology. But that's because they are advanced, but we are talking about Africa, right? So till then, let's just continue on what that's so the rest of them. That's okay.
Okay, so if I understand what you're saying, say achieve more results. Seems to be to try maybe leaving the resistance that already existing institutions forward against the system, maybe a better way to get them to use into that. All right, I would like to also ask for examples to come from various different niches. I would like to, because some of us here may not be familiar with Oyo State, and we would like to get involved now. How do we find what institution, what concrete projects and what products are actually helping bridge this gap, maybe from the financial inclusion side that you mentioned, give several examples of what can be done. How do I find solutions as a small business owner that needs services? What should I be looking for? What examples can we start looking for actively using to promote work?
As a small business owner, I believe that you're working with a client project. The first thing you should do is you need to understand your business, your problem is solved. Because in as much as these were free projects, give out grants and loans, without all of the processes involved getting from institutional microfinance now, they will need you to be able to convince them about your product, about the problem that you're solving. So you need to understand the problem that you're solving first, identify your target audience, do all of those, like I mentioned, Lulu content also get to discover things happening in Africa, especially in the blockchain ecosystem. You also get to discover products like used by Africans for Africans. I'm recommending you because before you list your business or your product or business to adopt a Lulu, it's not going to go through a lot of process. This process is not involve any financial commitment, but it involves like checking you out, making sure that your box is coming, right? So when you go to platforms like that, you can products there, you can select, but you can't select, you don't know what you're looking for. Because you're doing your own research, instead if you're going to employ somebody your piece or your contract agreement, you've got to do the research yourself, you need to know what you're looking for, and then go to places like Google, look at the products and the projects there. You can also go to Ethereum, right? Any blockchain network like Ethereum, Polygon, when you go to their website, you're going to see a plethora of projects. They even arranged the files, apps, and the rest of it. You look at them, you read like the content, go through them, make sure you understand how it works. In as much as, like I said, the stringent conditions are not attached when it has to do with the privileges. Terms and conditions are very, very important. You need to understand how it works because any small mistake, you're going to pay for it. Like so genuine. So you need to understand how it works. Now, if you're a small business looking for a grant, I know that the majority of the projects that you sponsor small businesses, they usually sponsor small businesses that have ideas that have to come in those, so reject the adoption of Web3 in Africa. So this is something we should also get in mind. Let's say that you have a small business that wants this girl pushing the probably building an app for people in the market, sellers in the market ready to do something with the video. And then you go to you're going to be very, very easy. Like it's easy, but it's guys that I don't want to say. You're going to tell them how you're solving the problem, you're going to provide proof of social media presence. You may not whether you have give you like support system. DAO is projects. And we give that because of how like everybody do the content. So it's not just that I can just give it to my government to go and achieve everything. Create so support system that make sure that we utilize it in space time. That's it.
Okay, in the context of decentralized studies, the researcher, that is the individual researcher. You can also be a research team, that a team of researchers. And then you can also be maybe a startup that wants to also contribute to the body of knowledge. Now, there are several decentralized platforms, decentralized science platforms that have several specialties. For publishing, you can use Scilab. For funding, the platforms that fund certain research projects, they specialize in the kind of project that they fund. For example, ITADAO, they fund projects that is specialized in teaching, that's projects that help to contribute to the body of knowledge on how measures and certain technologies are used to prevent aging. Then there is ANTINA-DAO that is specialized in projects for women reproductive health. And then there is Valley-DAO that is specialized in projects on environmental issues. Then for peer review, now what I mean by peer review, when people publish their research work, there are still persons that they call reviewers that review this research work to see their any mistakes or anything that needs correction before they eventually publish it. So these are peer reviews. Now, on the decentralized science platform, unlike traditional science, where the peer reviewers they don't get paid for reviewing articles, just review and then push it, and then that's it, it's not the publishing journals, it's not the work. But then in decentralized science now, peer reviewers are now rewarded for every project that they review. And it's not limited to how many years of research experience you have. Any work that you get rewarded. So on this particular one, there is research hub that is specialized in peer review. So those are just a few of the platforms like decentralized science. But then there actually a lot, and I can actually say I give it later to the
Right. So I'm talking about the different aspects and how the decentralized physical infrastructure networks helps to. But before then, like they mentioned like the essence of Web3 is how to solve Web2 problems in Web3. So the thing is in Web3, like it's not like the thing did not just come from anywhere. It is more like what has been happening in Web2, and they are now bringing it to Web3. So anything you can do in Web2, you can actually do it in Web3. We have the likes of, down to the big networks, like we have some of, the meaning of DPA is decentralized physical infrastructure networks. What this tends to talk about is based on utilities. It is based on real world assets, like how can you bring in what, like basic things that you and I are using, you can bring it into the blockchain. So we have the likes of, the categories, we have the likes of the Wycliffe network, which is in the Wi-Fi category. Wycliffe is trying to make you share your hotspot and end. So you're not a situation whereby someone will ask you to one hotspot for you, saying like, no, I don't have data. This one you are sharing your hotspot and you're still making money. You are earning the WNT too. We also have what our switch team here is building, how to electrify microgrid homes. Like you can actually have steady supply of light and even share your light and earn token rewards. So this is more like they're trying to make Web3 more like, let's say, a cool place that you can use your products and still earn from it. Like I think there might be a time that we even see to earn, because all these things are like, you earn from doing what you do normally. So basically, what you're asking yourself on where or how you can come to the Web2 space or Web3 space is what can you do or what is happening in Web2 that you think can be replicated in Web3. That's the question that you have to ask yourself. And then once you come in, you can build the products. Like we have the likes of DeFi, how people are doing DGen, making money from buying tokens and it's rising. Then we also have the likes of Ape, how people are building real world products and they are sponsored by projects. There are projects that are looking to sponsor you for your ideas. No matter what idea you have, just bring it to the States. Projects will sponsor you and give you funds, and even expertise, just like Amara said. They will give you funding, they will give you help, they will give you sponsorship, and they will even hold you by hand. Because they know that building a startup in the Web3 space is not easy. So, like I said, the question you have to ask yourself is, what can I do in Web2 that can be replicated in Web3? That's it. Thank you very much.
Interesting. Okay. My next question would be, and this is a tricky because while listening to you guys, it was very clear that you just are ongoing with the states that are addressing digital divide. But then I would like to know what's so unique about the way we're trying to do it. We have index startups that are coming up trying to produce better financial information. Web other infrastructure companies are coming up and pushing service of infrastructure and concepts like that. So, is there something about Web3 that makes it better than what other people are doing? What are the values that you see in Web3 that you want to prepare to Web3 solution versus the normal traditional solution that I may be able to already really see it like if anybody just has an answer to that.
Yeah, sure. I think I'll go next. For me, I think, like, let me not say like there is no barrier to entry. But I would like to say like there is technical support. I don't know if they have it in the aspect. Like it's more like someone, funding you and still, leading you and showing you things to do, like so that you won't go off on it. So I think like in Web3, projects can get not only that they get money, they get technical help that they need. There are people like wanting to like to sponsor your idea and even if they are showing you, because they know that it's not just easy to build. But apart from that, there is also like let me say a competent like let's say like a low barrier to entry. Like it's not like there are too many documentation, technicalities that you have to document. You have to sign up and down, bring your own signature, bring your dad's signature. It doesn't happen in Web3. You just have to know what, like I'm gonna say, have social proof and your social presence. Have your idea, then pitch it to them. If it is good, they will sponsor you and give you the required assistance.
Okay, that in other words, you're saying that it's community oriented and emissionless.
That
these are very interesting values. Does anyone else have?
Okay, I actually answered this question partially in my first answer regarding where I explained the problem of holding and accessibility that between solving in the science space. But I'm going to shift away from that and talk on the fact of productivity in science. Okay, what do I mean by productivity? Now, if I publish a particular research report,
Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, we have network issues at times in Nigeria, so I think we just had cut off just for a split second, and then we'll be right back with the regular stream. It's just a little bit of technical issues with network. This is the reason why I believe the public good space can really truly help the African community, specifically Nigeria to start with, but African community in general, because there's talented individuals that's in the region have a lot to offer, but to get on board and to be on board is a rigorous process, and we're seeing that live right now. We usually have data issues, network issues, NAPA issues, like electric issues, and all that. We are still resilient. We still work. We put our focus on the things that we believe in, and we see it materialize. So please just stay tuned. Um, that's the situation for right now. But then after this talk that they have, we have a talk by Chidi and Emil. Chidi is actually works with Solar Foundation, and he helps he helps in a school in Benin that basically teaches young kids the developments and things of that nature, and also partner with Solar Foundation to put some solar panels at the school, so give them the actual resources and basic amenities to be able to educate themselves. That's what Cheetah's been doing, and we'll share some slides, and Emil will be facilitating that talk, please. And then after that, we will have a tutorial on how to actually fund public goods by Luciano D'Angelo and I'll be facilitating that. Please just stay tuned and we'll be right back to you.
She on the road and never pay, it never pay. But baby, she can run away. But she dreaming of the USA. She born again, and she fucking for her rent, to pay her rent. Throw a stone, show me your sin, show me your sin. Life is rough, so never win, so never win. She falling, she begging, she roaming, she falling down, she rolling, she thugging, she buzzing, sweet heartache all out. She falling, she begging, she roaming, she falling down, she rolling, she thugging, she buzzing. She loves attention, she's chosen. She selfish and shooting stars. She walks till her feet is swollen, but somehow she don't get too far. Ole, she on the road and never pay, it never pay. But baby, she can run away. But she dreaming of the USA. She born again, and she fucking for her rent, to pay her rent. For us, don't show me your sin, show me your sin. Like this rap, some never win, some never win. She falling, she begging, she roaming, she falling down, she rolling, she thugging, she buzzing, sweet heartache all out. She falling, she begging, she roaming, she falling down, she rolling, she thugging, she buzzing.
Stay steady, stay giving. Take it easy, stay steady, stay giving. Me, I like to jolly, fella for body. Drink it by me, who smoke for body. I know they for bad energy, rara. Can't fake it like. So leave me make I breathe, yeah. I know they owe anybody, yeah. Only for Allah, making sleep. I dem I ain't changing shit. You know logos today these streets. Kambanala, yeah, yeah. Kambanala, Chuku Agosuomo. Take it easy, stay steady, stay giving. Take it easy, stay steady,
Steady, baby, steady, baby. Take it easy, steady.
Kambanela, Mbanela, Mbanele.
Take it easy, stay steady. Take it easy, stay steady.
Cause me energy high, it does see me a crazy. So, oh, I know fit to be their mate. I know feel like you know fit to relate. If I open up my mind and you bury up your face, so inside you got space. This smile like I did for my face, so it ain't high, what's in the face, so don't wait for all of them. You don't wait for me too. You don't pray make a fall again. But my mama they pray for me too. I don't wait for all of them. You don't wait for me too. You don't pray make a fall again. But my mama they pray for me too. They wanna know. Tell me what they wanna know. They wanna know. Tell me what they wanna know. They wanna know. Tell me what they wanna know. They wanna know. Tell me what they wanna know. So many talks really make my vex, but I don't feel God they explain myself. And carry my cross and I face my fears. And feeling my pain as I shed my chest. And one day all my go meet for heaven. Until then I dey chase my bread. Me no want down on the 247. Only my neck with it carry my head. I don't dey wait for all of it. You don't dey wait for me. You don't dey pray make a fall again. But my mama dey pray for me too. I don't dey wait for all of them. You don't dey wait for me too. You don't dey pray make a fall again. But my mama dey pray for me too. They wanna know. Tell me what they wanna know. They wanna know. Tell me what they wanna know. I know, no. They wanna know. I know. Tell me what they wanna know. I know. They wanna know. I know. Tell me what they wanna know.
All the part of your body are healed in Jesus. Be strong, be here. Right now, about all of the praise. Let's eat it. I'm carrying our we love you. We outside.
Take off on my little rider. I know you're a little tired. Come true, you be my desire. No stress, I got you tonight.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back again. It's after a little bit of technical difficulties, but now we know how we did follow ourselves go now. Understand the level. But I want to bring back, like I said before, the next two speakers that's coming. Actually, really, Emil, you just saw earlier, will be facilitating the talk with Chidi. And Chidi, like I said before, has been working with Solar Foundation and doing some major initiative, impactful projects. And I would like them to actually introduce themselves and continue with the panel. Like I'm just a ghost here. Emil, please, you can start with that one, and then we move to Chidi. And thank you for being here with us, sir.
So let's start. Thank you. So, what we have to talk about is the practical initiative and why they matter. The practical initiative and why they matter. What are these practical initiatives? Like I said before, or like we always say here, the practical initiatives, they are the public goods. I don't know if you're familiar. Many people are doing different things, or they are starting the exchange for the market. Are we sitting together? Are we sitting together? Okay, so let's go back to the So what we are here to speak on is about the practical initiative. All the things that we have said here, they are all about public goods. What you do that is to be non-excludable. What you do that everyone should benefit from the society to the individuals. So that is what we are here. And then by the grace of God, I have funded so many initiatives, but in the educational sector or educational aspect of it, trying to educate students and staff of federal education policy about Web3 and then onboarding into Web3. The last seminar that we did, we targeted own a crypto wallet. We made sure that over 250 students that attended that event, they were able to create and then funded their one each wallet, one each decentralized wallet. We know what the decentralized wallet is. Do we know what decentralized wallet is? Who will help us? Because I want this to be an interactive session. Who is saying yes? Okay. Come forward and help us with one, two, three. Okay. Let's go. So tell us more about decentralized wallets.
So decentralized wallets are wallets that users have access to that they can use for free without the interference of decentralized regulations from those centralized wallets being owned by Binance and these companies that control the crypto market. So they are wallets that you can have access. You own your own space. You control whatever you do. This is for you control. You own everything about the wallet. So that they are centralized wallets. We have examples like Metamask and the rest of them just wallets.
Okay, in a nutshell, what you say, centralized wallets, they are wallets that you have control or who access to or who control to. Not your keys, not your key. So you own the keys and then you own everything there. But we're not here to talk about different pieces of the wallets. Now we have code and cards, and then inside that code and cards you can see translated by non-custodial and custodial, and then you can see translated under hardware and software. So, but we are not here for that. We are here for practical initiatives and why they matter. And I will tell you my colleague.
Okay. I think about 2005 is one of the first attendance of the program. And since attending, I know that this is something that will help me to grow. Let me say, make my money through information with my sharing. I believe the organizer of this program is not sharing program. You open your child. So I want you to pay attention. Any ideas, information somebody passes, help you answer the question. And also be part of the process. So one of the sharing the information sharing is about what we do. How we have partner communities in Nigeria to support our partners cancer and some other things. So I want you to be part of it and use the information here to go on and explore. So as I said, I'm okay with it. I'm a Nigerian, and I'm the CEO of Full State Global Limited. I've been global, the company in the system for 60 years now. Went to IT, real estate, and other things in different states. So now I'm also a CEO, chairman, and co-founder of the Partner Foundation. It's a non-profit organization. We have been partner in all continents in Nigeria. So the promise is things I'm sharing with you is how we through the community of Bitcoin and other related technologies to impact lives. So that's what I know.
Okay. Sorry, but I want to know that you have achieved the global session. Okay. I'd like you to tell us more about what you are doing with the global session. But before then, I would like to say that I'm also co-founder of a non-charity organization with the AOC because it's acronym of charity. Remember, I will say that I'm more of our website. I was able to explain to them and see what I've done in the past and what we intend to do. This is a great opportunity for us to work and know what you can do because when we come together, we do more. They say that together you may go slow, but you go well. But if you try to go faster, but you may not go well. So tell us more about your position and then how what you are doing is actually practicing the community. Because without the practice the community, you are not doing anything.
Okay, as I said, I'm the co-founder of Partner Foundation. The Partner Foundation is a regional non-profit foundation funded started in 2016, but officially started non-profit in 2019. So we have done a lot of, as I said. The foundation was started because of my initial experience, because we all in Chelsea see how our administration look like. It's not only a lot of people are struggling. So I believe we will really everything the government to do, our society will not get enough. So we funded that part of the foundation program, supported every village once. So as it started, our mission is to see a society where everyone will access to social amenities, in relation to education, good health, economic empowerment, irrespective of time. So that's what we're doing. And since we started, we have done a number of programs. And as I say now, all the things we do will be verified by you. It's a school, second, private church for 1 year. It's a school there where we spend we normally go to school and look for children that have needs. Something like textbooks, anything at all, like any secondary school. We find them support them, like providing some textbook, uniform, writing materials, and so on. So we find that that school does not have scientific personality, which is tolerant. Both the teachers and the people they are using the push. So, and in fact, some of them are using the open place. So, and the teachers complain that they are using the type of government and they are not done it. So, I can ask the Wednesday to for when they come to commission, some of the delegate from the Muslim from education from for 50 years. They have such facility and in place. So we see those things to know that this is something we can do. This is a public good project. And we believe that every child can make a difference. Like we have a government today, and someone that we get to be but they something in public. Any group of decision making and we can affect everyone. So we are those children that go to school need to be conducive for them. So when we saw this, we consulted 70% target. Don't say putting our ones and go there, you see, including the structure of the school. Children, everybody going to school, Sunday is the 21. Everybody, everyone, people from what their father and mothers are going to school to apply that place. If you are relevant, everything provided for them, what they need for everything they need. That's what children. So we have done a lot of things, and through the support we receive through this web technology, like most especially we discover that this is a good of what you call, because for you to get money, sometimes you write and we don't have a lot of success, right? But when we started we find the open source that once you have a good project, people support you. So some people will support us with some funding and all that. So this is what we have been doing, and this is what we have been doing. And in that school now, we have individual projects. So in that specific children, we all know that EEC make more money for those who don't have interest. So in terms of the school children, it's not like they have no electricity. Somebody just think that somebody fertilized it. So they have electricity over with one of our founders, which is the solar foundation. He gave us electricity. Now, children in our school can learn those that's the contact training, and company member come to our school and try their phones and other training. So we have done other activities. Some of those things are doing things we've done in our organization. So, as I said, public good for the betterment of people. So we believe that any challenge we see, we make sure that we get it. So, I think so. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. And before we continue, for me, I'm a great educator, and I know when my class or when the members of my class are interested or when they are actually listening. So I think I need to address the rest of the listeners. So in this junction, I would like to ask a question. It's an interactive session. We are not just here to speak and everybody will listen to it. We are here to learn. So I want to ask this question. We have been learning about this, and then, when we were young, you said that an act of commodity is what is the invisible particle.
Once again, we are having a little bit of technical difficulties from the other side. Not like Wiz Kid said, that sounds from the other side, but yeah, stream for the other side. But as they're finishing up and correcting the technical difficulties on that end, what we will do is move on to our next session that was scheduled out. That's with Luciano. Let me bring you up on the stage. Luciano, Mr. D'Angelo.
Hello. How is everyone today?
How are you going? How are you going? So basically today, he'll be talking about scaling funding for the public good space, specifically how do we fund projects in the public good space. Luciano, as you know, is a chapter lead for Greenpeace New York, and also he is a founder of FPG, meaning Fund Public Goods. And today he will be giving us a little bit of an understanding and a brief description of what that looks like. If you have any slides to show too, like you can easily just share your screen and I'll pop it up there. I'll pop it up here on the live stream. Thank you again for coming. Just quick introduction. You can introduce yourself too further than I did if you like.
Hello, everyone. My name is Luciano D'Angelo. I'm the founder of FundPG. I did found the Cryptocurrency Club at University of Albany, the college that I went to back in 2021, the good old days. But now, basically, full on funding public goods. I am really big into the education section, so I love to see public goods specifically focused on education, especially like these amazing public goods that came before me. But how do we scale funding for public goods like this, right? How do we find more bottom up funding for these public goods? Now, at FundPG, we started a little initiative where if you have a yield generating strategy, you can allocate a percentage of that yield to some of these public goods. Now, the way that we do that is we allocate that yield to the Gitcoin matching pool. Now, if anyone isn't familiar with the Gitcoin matching pool, that is how most of these public goods who apply to the Gitcoin rounds are funded. Now, most of the funding from the Gitcoin matching pools currently come from Uniswap, Gnosis, a lot of the big protocols in the space that Gitcoin once funded. Now, most of those projects retroactively fund the Gitcoin matching pool so that these amazing public goods that Izzy has brought here today can get some funding. Now, how do we scale funding for the matching pool? And how do we find more bottom up funding opposed to just top down funding from some of these bigger protocols? So, we set out with FundPG to try and create more bottom up funding by allowing users, individuals like yourself, to be able to allocate some of your yield, right? So, instead of just relying on larger organizations to be able to fund public goods and fund the Gitcoin matching pool, we'd like to also rely on individuals. Now, one of the other ways that we did this, FundPG was founded actually first during, or ideated first during a little public goods hackathon in New York. And then we brought it further to ETH Denver. And then we ended up building it out there and winning at ETH Denver. And we also brought some shirts where we partnered with Creatures World, and we'd like to do more collabs if anyone here is interested and loves doing designs for public goods. We did a little design with Creatures World and Danny Cole. It takes a universe to fund public goods, so that's what they put on the shirt. And if you
Wait a
bought one
second.
of
Wait
them,
a second. Wait a
100%
second.
of the
Wait a
proceeds
second.
goes to the Gitcoin matching pool. So
I'm gonna
FundPG
cut
was
you off.
two-pronged approach to fund public goods. The first was to allocate yield from yield generating strategies, and the second was to take merch for public goods and use the proceeds from that merch to go to the Gitcoin matching pool. So FundPG right now, and in the current state, is an initiative to fund the Gitcoin matching pool. Now, more specifically, it's an initiative to fund the Gitcoin matching pool bottom up. And as we continue to try and find more ways for bottom up funding, I believe this is how we further scale the Gitcoin matching pool. Eventually, I think most rounds, most people who create their own rounds are going to try and find their own ways to fund their matching pools, and they're going to have to find more bottom up ways like this. So hopefully, we can create sort of a standard, or at least be somewhat of a north star to allow people to figure out how to fund public goods on their own in more bottom up ways. So that's what FundPG really is about. And I had some slides about some of that stuff, but I think it's more engaging this way to just kind of talk about it. And then outside of FundPG, and to go a little bit further, I'd like to talk even more about some coordination technology. And coordination technology, obviously, in crypto, it could be basically every piece of infrastructure that we use to some extent. But I'd like to speak more specifically around, public goods infrastructure and how we can build out some more of this technology in a way that hopefully will scale more public goods funding. So, as you know, Izzy is a part of Greenpill Nigeria. I'm a part of Greenpill New York, and we are a part of this thing we like to call the Greenpill Network. Now, we're working on more ways to be able to create more funding for the Greenpill Network and more initiatives that we're working on. A lot of the chapters are working with local impactors, local public goods that we're trying to raise more funding for. So what we'd eventually like to do is try and scale a single process so that way we can allocate and distribute funding that we raise from Greenpill Network to be able to fund matching pools for our own local Greenpill chapter rounds. And if we're able to fund matching pools for our own local Greenfield chapter rounds, that means we'll be able to fund our own local impact. So Izzy would have a way to be able to onboard these public goods that are here today to Greenfield, Nigeria. They could apply to the round, and then we can all donate right here, right now, to the public goods that that we know and love, that we think are the best, that we think are creating the most impact, etc. So hopefully we can start moving in a direction where we can start creating a transparent routing of funding for these local public goods that Izzy has brought here today. And one of the ways that we might be able to do that is by coordinating as a community and as a network around where funding is being allocated. So what I'd like to do, and I don't know when or how, but I'd really love to iterate on this process. What I'd love to be able to eventually do is, as a network, create a Green Pill network round, and then all of our local chapters will apply to that round. And any funding that our local chapters get from that round, we then allocate to a matching pool, so that way we can onboard local impactors to our local chapter rounds, and then from there we can start scaling funding for local impact. I think it'd be a direct way to start funding local impact right here, right now. Of course, nobody's really tried anything like it before, so we would be, the first to get creative with this sort of strategy. But all in
Let's
all, I do think it could work, and I do think it would be worth iterating on. I don't know if it's possible to take questions or anything like that, but I do have some free time here. I did not think I'd be able to get through all of that in this amount of time, but there's
You
plenty more
just
I'd like
raced
to talk
through it,
about,
bro.
or I'd love to take some questions.
You definitely just raced through it. Can you hear me well? I think you can hear me, right?
Yes.
All right, cool. You definitely raced through a lot of that, man. They're still setting up at the venue right now for the next IRL speakers. But to get questions, you'd probably have to tune into Twitter and think that they think Twitter and maybe the YouTube stream live stream or whatnot. But yeah, man, I lost my train of thought right now. You were talking more about getting into you're getting into a little bit about governance, but I think, and you said that we'll probably be the first. I think that as things happen and you gain more experiences from different situations, that equips you with better tools to handle the next situation. I won't say new, because from your past experiences, that will give you the tools to handle the next situation, right? So once you see something one time or two times before and you see where you fell short, let me speak from the I statement. I see where I fell short, right? I would want to learn from those situations or those experiences, so that way the next move is the best move. With that said, I think I'm gonna bring back what you said before about it's something that we're trying out that basically we'll be the first to do it. I think that if you notice, quarter by quarter, especially with Green Pill Network, as each quarter, as we progress in time, as long as we identify the issues, or the not just coordinations or basic coordination issues, but mechanicism, the issues with the tools that we're using to actually coordinate, or the tools that we're using to actually materialize our goals. If we can identify the issues with that and then focus on the solution moving forward, I think through time you will see that each month, each quarter, each year, there will be progression, and we'll be better and better at what we do. And that is to provide impact to local communities. And each community have their own issues of they have their own value or impact value, or what they want to be done. That's why there's a power of quadratic funding, which we like to call it, since I'm on Let's Grow Live, Grow Nation or Vote Nation, because they vote towards what is important. So with that same mechanism, I think that it will probably be ideal if we were to not only do it on a local level where it's each community, we just do it on a macro level too, to just take votes on there. To be honest, there's also, when public goods space, there's something about public goods in general, and there's network goods too. When you network goods, individuals may think sometimes it's on the open source network or helping an ecosystem, whatever network you're involved in. If you're a developer and you're in Optimism and you're developing for Optimism or PGN, then that open source work that you've done is also a public good, but it's identified as network goods. With that said, with a holistic view, not a really a holistic view, but with a coordination mechanism or coordination network, right? There's also things as public goods that's just in different criteria, and also network goods like individuals that help align certain things that they may not be specifically just on the chapters. I think we could still use that mechanism of QF or direct grants or something like that to actually fix or find out what is actually important, what the network in general as a community believes is important. So like, for example, like, and I think each chapter will agree that it's important to get funding down trickle to the chapter so that way they can do more initiatives. And then, but the thing is that each chapter is doing different things. So like there has to be some type of balance where we identify what's important on a chapter level and then also identify what's important on the network level. But to get there, I believe it will just take some time. I know it will take some constant communication and discussions to see how we can find the optimal solution to our issues. But yeah, I don't know if that makes sense. Or that was I don't talk big grammar. I don't know if that makes sense, but
that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, cool. But at the end of the day, with a DAO or a community, there's going to be different things that come up, and then the whole point is to progress as time comes. So I think that as far as Green Pill Network speaks, in which we represent Green Pill Network, and also I represent Green Pill Nigeria, I think that we're on the right track, and by this time next year, we'll have a specific direction of where the network is going and where the different chapters are going because of the constant because of the different things that we have in place to actually follow up on that type of thing. So yeah, that's my own 2 cents on that. Did you have some slides that you want to share to actually how to scale like the funding on the FPG aspect?
Say that one more time.
Do you have some slides to share? Wait, okay. Well, I think he has some technical issues. I'll leave that at that. Okay, here he's coming back. I'm putting him right back on the stream. Boom. I think he had a lot of technical issues there.
That's I just lost you. I think I just lost you. My Wi-Fi type shit.
Yeah, it probably is, bro. Probably is. But did you have some slides to share or like on the FPG side?
I do have some slides here, but I mean, we can keep going into what you're talking about. This is some good conversation. So I think you're right. I think you're 100% right that we definitely need to just coordinate a little bit better and focus on exactly what each needs are. And you also talked about like community values a lot, which is really important. And one of the main reasons a lot of people come to crypto is because of a value alignment. And one of the things that we value more than anything, especially as a network, is transparency, especially transparency into funding. Where is funding coming from? Where is funding going, etc. So if we can create more standards as a network around some of the financial coordination mechanisms, then I think we'll be able to garner a lot more funding from outside resources, and we'll be able to direct those funding to a lot more local chapters. And you made a really important point, actually, about how the needs of the network and the local chapters are very different. And I think that's why we have to align more around what the network is there for, right? Like what the purpose of coordinating as a network is. And if we're there to like fund local impact and support, more local chapters, then I think that's kind of what we should focus on as a network is, figuring out how to coordinate around some of these financial mechanisms to make sure that they are transparent and make sure that funding is being routed to local chapters for the things that they need. Because if we're not funding local impact, then like the network shouldn't exist, right? So at the end of the day, like we have to make sure that we have our feet in front of us. We take one step at a time and we make sure that we're funding local impact first, because then we can actually garner funding, as a network, and then be able to distribute it to the proper people who are creating impact. So I just want to make sure that, we have, we don't push the cart before the horse. And then we keep moving forward in that direction. And I think, if we keep iterating on those structures and those coordination mechanisms, then we'll just be able to fund more local impact, and then we'll be able to further scale funding public goods.
Nice, nice. No, that's well said. That's well said. Basically making sure that we fund on the local level to fund impact, and then also coordinate better with a better coordination mechanisms for the network aspect. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I had a thought for a second, but I lost that train of thought. So I'm gonna continue.
We'll come back to it.
We'll come back to it. Yeah.
Well, so
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
this is all coordination technology, right? And like I feel like that's the next talk, or that's the next slide. It's just to write coordination technology and start getting into it. And like if we need to keep iterating on this coordination technology, like DAOs are the perfect example, right? I mean, most of the DAO process is iterating on how to do governance, and iterating like what you're going to use to do governance. So like that's the current meta. It's how are you going to organize? How are you going to coordinate? And we just haven't perfected those tools yet. And in fact, every time that you have a tool that works well for you, there's probably going to be some level of iteration, some level of progression, and it's not going to be the same that it was yesterday. So as we do more and more governance, and as we use more governance tooling, as we use more coordination mechanisms, and as we build more coordination technology, it's only going to get better. Some things will only get worse. And we just have to be careful with the politics games. I think as long as we focus on the reasons that we are there, it's like they used to say, like, if the company is successful, then it shouldn't exist anymore. And same thing with DAOs. If a DAO is successful, then after a certain amount of time, hopefully it doesn't exist anymore. If Greenpill is truly successful at funding local impact, then hopefully the rounds that we run will live in perpetuity, and they'll facilitate themselves just because they're people who actually want to see these public goods funded.
Amazing, amazing. You guys heard it here first from Luciano. By the way, for a little bit of information, if you guys didn't know, Greenpill Network was actually initiated last February initially. So this February coming up will actually make it 1 year of Greenpill Network, and within that 1 year, we have up to about 12 different local chapters, and then I would say not rigorous, but diligently active chapters about like maybe 8 to 10. I would say like rigorous, like diligently. And then also we have a process now to get new chapters. So if you are interested in opening up a local chapter in your community, please go to greenpill.network, where you will find the form to fill out. And we'll have a whole onboarding process where you one of the stewards or chapter leads will reach out to you guys, and there's an interview process to make sure it's aligned and let you know the whole process of what to do within the 3 months of a cohort process. And all that is to make sure that we have a good foundation moving forward, because we want that integrity to be there. We want the transparency to be there, and we want to make sure that we have the right individuals that believe in the right purpose or aligned purpose with what Greenpill Network as a whole has going on. So Luciano, you touched a lot on that stuff previously, and just to assure you, probably the next chapter meetings too, like, and all that, like, that is in works, and we are working diligently to make sure that happens, that we all coordinate in a smoother version, a smoother way, you know what I mean, like a more efficient manner. And yeah, so that's what's coming up there. But I appreciate the insights, man. Like, there's a lot of opportunities out here in the public good space, and a lot of that stuff, a lot of them are coming from the grant side. But then, not only when you get funding from the grant side, what do you do as a project or as a community to sustain yourself so you don't always depend on grants, like initiatives that some like to invest in maybe like reusable energy projects, even staking a portion of what you're rewarded. That way, like, as time goes on, it compound interest. There's such thing as compound interest, and it keeps growing. But yeah, he's having technical issues again. The next session is actually in 10 minutes, but I see that there's some technical issues going on here. I see that the the venue team is actually ready to go here. But in the meanwhile, I will just have an intermittent, like a little break, and with some little bit of tunes and vibes. If you can hear, Luciano, we thank you for showing up and thank you for your insight of how to fund public goods and the actual scalability of how that looks on a scalable view. But let's let's shoot back to the venue and see if they are ready. Oh, here's Luciano coming back. Hey, Luciano, I don't know what's going on with the system. Maybe it's maybe from my side too, but I do like if you didn't hear me before, I appreciate you coming and showing and letting us know some insights on how to fund the public goods and how to make it more scalable. And well, I guess we'll just close that out for the next session. Thank you once again, Luciano from FPG. We're growing.
Thank you
are
so much,
growing.
Izzy. You're the best. Let's grow.
Let's grow.
Let's go, baby.
Nice one. Nice one.
Appreciate you.
All right, cool.
Thank you for doing this.
No problem, bro.
Yeah. Have a good one.
My head is fuck 'em all. 0 to 100 on. I came with my team and all, and then vibe put me on. Told them we should give 'em one. Then I put it on a song. Be yourself, man, no go pretend. Anything you do, don't depend. When this track out, God go defend. We will keep fighting till the end. Call me now. Rapping now. On the move. Living life, feel free. So if you want it, make you put your team man to party. Cause problem no get to finish for this side. Before live life, make you no dating twice. As you want it, make you put your team man to party. Cause problem no get to finish for this side. Cause you for live life, make you no dating twice. As you worry. I don't see my guy, my color. KK, body, my color. Baby, body, my color. And this is the bits, my
We're good on Odolo. Like before we continue, we'll have one more venue speakers, and this venue speakers here will actually include excuse me, will actually include Mr. Amio, Mr. Kista, and yeah, Mr. Mio, Mr. Kista, and I believe Prince will apologize for the inconvenience. I'll let you guys take over here. Mhm.
Okay. we are something before we are contact. So let's just get back to business. So in this section, we'll be talking about communication, how important communication is in the play, and then also for us to achieve the game of public goods. So and then we all know that when the communication is valid or efficient, is when the communicator is able to communicate to the communicatee. So when you pass the message, that is what matters. Right? So if you have a plan, and then you are speaking, even though you are making sense, with technology, we're not trying to compare them. In as much as we tend to do advantage and disadvantage of this, pros and cons, just to make sure that we are proving a point. Actually, we are not here to prove a point. We are not here to prove a point. We are here to solve our problems. So that's why we are here. On top of this matter, I am again. So on top of this matter, I will introduce my broken brother with the Bitcoin PG. Maybe I was waiting to work on the Bitcoin PG. And how is language barrier they affect blockchain education in Nigeria? So, first
okay, so the thing that I want to say, before I start to play Bitcoin serious, if I join Bitcoin spaces, Bitcoin webinars, make I get information, some of the big things, some of the things they talk, like, they did because of it to understand, because if you know Bitcoin, Bitcoin gets very big grammars, like Bitcoin gets very big grammars, so they say, if you don't research on that, you don't really understand everything. And this time, when I joined all those webinars and all those Twitter spaces, it a problem for me, you get. So, what even make me think, say, why a lot of people just join these spaces, we hear it in the talk, convert to preaching and give out to our own people so that they will fit understand that better, When I listen to this thing, I say, okay, opportunity, Kukuma Day here, because apart from Bitcoin, we get Bitcoin test. Test in our language from India, and basically they do, and they use their language to talk about Bitcoin. So when I see all this thing, I thought, say, opportunity day here for me to start Bitcoin preaching, so that I will teach people, show people, and make people see Bitcoin with preaching. And so far, even though we never do much spaces, because I weekly do our space, and I get another one today. But the platform, like many Nigerians when they join the platform, and talk to Nigerian Bitcoin they join, when they see what they do, they really appreciate that, because it is really the education days for Nigerians, especially.
Okay, thank you for that. Like I said before we are the talk, I ask about node, like you said before, not the technologies where they have this space. Here, if you know research, you don't know what it is. No, they will tell you no, but you don't know say those are computers. Like I asked before, if I ask some of us where they are waiting, we know, they don't know before, they will say no. But if you have a wallet, if you have a crypto wallet, you have a node and a very node. Because that wallet is a point of contact in the blockchain. Where you receive your data, which is your crypto asset, and then you can interact with it. How do you interact with it? You stake it, you sell it, or you lend it, or borrow it. So anybody that has a wallet, you have a node. So now all this kind of inside this three, yeah, you need to go and start more. It will be as if it's a rocket science or that is a perfect or they are our fingertips. So I'm pushing it. I'm kind of smelling and I'm going to water. I'm going to now, generally, can you talk that the area about this? When scarcity in the ego, actually, actually, don't know about adoption. Even for my banking, if I can adopt, I said, not all of it, because we get one adopt, we can adopt to the year. I'm not now working on, but not working on one adopt again. Because such a place here, of the but when money is scarcity, you can adopt. Make a transfer. Welcome back account. Welcome back account. Welcome back account. When you welcome back account, the question what you wallet. Wallet is asking you to be able to require. Because that's why smart wallet that is account transaction. That's what it's getting done. So I got my way about adoption because if we have not yet adopted normal traditional finance to develop internet banking. We are still far. We are still 50, 100 years behind. So we need to do something about this. So here I can tell you, Kenya again, here again, here when we saw you now, what I mean, but I need to see Yahoo, Canada, Yahoo, what do you pitch them like that? You go ahead was not doing to. I think I stand that in the way it is already. Kenya, but I hope that you are all yourself.
Okay. That's the whole yeah. Since I got my business, all my company website, didn't know website because I'm working professional. So one I got from now. And then my humanity and I know because the man will say, my overboard say, my humanity, because my group, I am a creature. You are also and then my video and even open a government and they use okay, I will so I am as now by all the ways so one of them really put our own way too. So when you saw it, open the use people wallet, said point to my wallet. So I think one I know in the same plan, and that one said, so all my businesses, I will teach people can go into it. So if you have a website, one use language translators, and somebody from any language can see that if any functions, if any both people, both French. So you have to try to win this with here, people money and no longer. So now you want to okay, not off. Okay, make an answer to the you if I should speak you okay. So the thing that say at the end of the day, for us to get this adoption that's like start with education. Education is the number one thing for everything. If you do something you don't understand, will go well for you. But we need to achieve the highest investor ever into man. In terms of they put money inside it, you don't understand. If somebody really billionaire and really put money inside it, you don't understand. I don't know why we say they find money, but they put money inside something we don't understand. So I believe say at the end of the day, everything starts with education and understanding waiting.
Okay. And here the thing. No, with many people, Indians, Chinese. I think I myself blockchain or three. And they will get a language. And I'm not going to Nigeria. Only you. Or when I want to blockchain, I will you. Or when people want to blockchain, I will play with you. Now, I need to tell you, the man, if I'm going to get a web, perhaps I am one of us away. So it's why you can get them. Blockchain, blockchain.
And then, and then when productions of we're going to get of that car was also becoming where access to so some like car control. Second one will kind of is key. All that engagement to content, connect, like views and it is treated in the sense that basically keep accountable so if you were to think of what about or a version of where you can keep creating content, commit to but then is restricted instead of looking no that kind of that kind of video. That kind of effort. Only thing that doesn't do where people is the version as the default content. I hear the Basaro, the Basaro, that is particular kind of way. Also, before you have to children, or behavior empowerment, and people create automatic control. Can't go like social media apps, people, they have to keep creating on the time, keep comment, have your whole thing, and then like your what individually using their so we're doing like ecosystem we're doing there with the third version of the way the evolution of the talk I need to see now have a out of the process of when you if you have no change the GHD will have one year but you want to find it
it's better to me that I'm fine. So, here I said that you are going to go Matakele, how do I say? You are going to go Imalia, I so many companies are going to business, and I have to deal for my year. Go for the company and associate. Imalia, the Imalia, nobody has but what I'm associating. Because you know, 1, 2, and 3. And I can't say, I can't take money. But one, I cannot get it. But one, where of newspaper. Well, one web of newspaper. Because again, then web 2. Web 2 does have newspaper stand. And there's a typical and the modern out there at one. That is figure out there. Because if you find your own intent, you cannot afford newspaper stand. And the man are there. When I play you. About the man of what you and I can't forget the newspaper. There were 3. I don't know how I'm going to Web 3. The founding or the basis of that Web 3 blockchain, and then the one characteristic of the millennium decentralization, freedom to the people. That is, all you can all of them you open a meeting where you open a foundation where in my own town, I Facebook, company with Facebook accounts, I did a use company. As a provider, I can get them, give them coming. But I can't, and I collect for too much of that time, nobody matters. And how can they do that? Oh my God, you have another program. You have another program in the use. You might not go up with the commodity. You have another program in the use. You might not go up with the commodity. So all the social media need another program in the use. You are the commodity because your data is very essential and they are utilizing it. So now we're three. What do you have to know? Now we're three. What do you have? I got it. Can you look at that? And can guide you. Can go to Web3 and I do Web3 social media. But the social media I can a following counts. The social media I can when you get post as an influencer. Because what is an influence? I mean, you need an influence in the market. So you have 200K followers. They follow you. You have the follow over there. How is that now decentralized? So we are still professional Web3. Makusi yaba. Kami papa ni orang lain. Makarasi yang mungkin boleh. Okukan. Why you are saying very well.
Let's say about Web3. I know that I talk about Web3 and some people get the 1 year using Bitcoin and Bitcoin get to talk about Web3. But let's talk about what we say. I believe for the Web3 space we don't get too many tokens. You know, our problem we get is that if you last time I checked, we get more than 22,000 tokens, and most of these tokens, if you look, maybe less than 5% really important and get utility and really useful. So I feel the Web3 space is today like less saturated because it is very saturated now. I'm waiting everybody to find out. Call on me, guys, okay, yes, look at the utility with those. But the thing is, if we go like that, people continue to because everybody wants to money. I still tell people we go like here, we ask to see which coin we will buy, we will do next year. I'll be like, bro, I don't know. Because most of these people now, if you see tell them that coin, we can buy and we can coin to come, they will only issue allow for like I say, that you there. But you did your own person copies. So it's not a trial, the Web3 ecosystem needs to be less saturated. Tokens full everywhere now. Tokens full everywhere. I remember one time with this token. Anybody there know looking at? Anybody know looking at? The time when these big cards come out in the way they distribute your market cap, I joined one space where you found that they really ask like waiting the big cards which give your market cap. These are not saying that God. Even though all of us believe in God, but that answer don't make sense at all. How you will tell people when they buy your coin, say, now God, make your coin, you still do the market. Not all of us will say, waiting to make market of the coin increase like more money. So at the end of the day, we just need to have less important tokens that are really solving real life problems. Because let's say this real life problem, we don't commercial, we don't convert that for the matter. Everybody just buy coin with you guys tomorrow and next tomorrow, which is not bad because some of us want to make money. Me and the people as Bitcoin the guys and the street me for it. But at the end of the day, we need to get value. We need to get value, for all those tokens and some of all these tokens to get out. So
thank you for that. Because 2 minutes. If not, 99% of the time, it will give you space or 3. Now, market themselves for your money. Out of a life-changing opportunity. Even time the medical best event, you will wake up when I come home. I put up all every work I can do to change that. Yeah, I get the best event I don't know. It's how we are going to pass, how we may utilize the technology to solve the problems. And the most effective thing I can do, when I'm ready for any percentage, once we are money to 20K now, we still remember 1 million. I don't know how much I know that mindset. So we are all looking for evidence. If there are no evidence, you will explain. After this one of the two now, and whether they will use some utility, the other Nigeria can work on that. I do we have that. Open them for another ordinary 7 people now at the back actually. I think it was a big again. I think now you must have changed the condition of anybody or anyway. So I like it. Now we are
because our society, if you look at the government, every we should not only focus attention on the money, but only when they go down hospitals, down schools, down our communities, whatever for us, a little money can make a change of our lives. You also think public good now, that is make a program. You can make a difference, even if you change one number. So don't focus on the money and you may earn the money, but when if you only every economy become your rich man, you're viable to support that. So the only way to change Nigeria is to change our mindset, knowing that everybody nobody want to report. So that's what I want to say. We need to work hard to ensure that we make changes able party we see around us. Thank you. God bless you.
Any questions? You can press away with that. Okay, so to make it more interactive, so I like to ask, so what was the test in how much there might be you can release the minimum of 5 phrases, you get the point. Right? How she said it, how she defined the block to you know what she meant. What is the way she defined, or what is the way sure? The very screen. Okay, so who story? Okay, so our first scene, yeah. So we're giving that.
When three, nobody ever win. Or used to win. Yamu be also, or still now. And when one, when two, when three. Now when one, okay, I got see. No, the big tech companies, that was where big tech companies. BA use name. Now when two, now got see tika or use Facebook. I use Facebook na ị ga-anọkọta Facebook aba na akaụntụ gị. No web two ga-enyere aka na ị ga-akọment like ya post mana na-enwere ọjụ mmadụ ime bụ freedom ahead. Ọ sị na enwere oge enwere oge efe na web no, ihe ndị a ka web3 na-achọsi iso
can't hear you.
Whoa. I'm so sorry. The whole time I was on mute. But basically, let me just say that again. Like, in the Nebuno, because I switch your routes to Alabeke. So we would just run them like that, small. So they were having technical issues on their end, but they
Okay.
can still see us. That's why I'm speaking what I'm speaking now, so that we can continue on that way. And all I said
Got it.
was basically while they're getting that situated, we're moving to the next phase, and we're about to have a deep dive conversation about how to prove the impact you're doing. How is impact measured? And what we have here is John Ruth, founder of Spark and Solar Foundation, and then Bitburger, which is one of the lead devs in HyperSearch Foundation. And I will let you two kind of introduce yourself, so more than I probably can. I mean, you're amazing, public good greats. And I want to start with you, John. If you could just give a little introduction of yourself.
Yeah, great to be here. Yeah, my name's John Ruth. I've been in Web3 since 2016, off and on. And yeah, I work at Gitcoin, working on building a business called Spark that deals with or is working on tools for impact evaluation, and the Solar Foundation. We're funding projects probably near you.
Amazing. And John was actually it was with Solar Foundation that was actually assisting Chidi, that was one of the speakers that's there in the venue right now live. So if you can see you, this is John here. Shout out to you. So Bitbecker, please go ahead and give a little bit introduction of yourself and what you do.
Yeah, thanks Izzy for having us. I'm Bitbeckers. I'm a contributor at Ray Guild, which is a freelance service DAO, which is how I got involved with HyperSearch, which is the protocol where I'm a core contributor at. In addition to HyperSearch, I just generally try to invest my time supporting products and projects in the network to see how we could use HyperSearch or build other interesting tooling in Web3 for the whole promise of decentralization. But today I'll mostly be talking here about HyperSearch and where we see the evaluations going and what we'll be doing next year.
Amazing. Thank you so much. So like, just to start off right now, like, let's go with Bitbeckers with this first question. You mentioned HyperSearch. Like, could you get a little bit deeper on what that is, and what are like the key metrics? Well, I want to say it's HyperSearch, but I don't want to answer for you. But like, what are the key metrics of proof on measuring impact and value? And once you give that answer, could you go a little bit deeper on what that is?
Yeah. Okay. So I think this is a question that's already worth a few hours. So I'll try to keep it short and interrupt me when I'm not. So maybe let's at the start. So HyperSearch, in the simplest way to explain it, is an on-chain registration of who did what and when. So you could see it like as a bill of work, and it's basically a claim of what you did. So what actually happens on chain is that we store the data somewhere else, and then we point to the data reference on chain, and this gives you this little token that you can you can hold it, you can sell off a fraction, you can transfer it, or you can use it as the proof of work when you want to do grants funding. And this last part, when you do grants funding or other fundraising, this is the interesting part because it opens you into the whole ecosystem of value flows. But HyperSearch in the purest form is only saying, I'm stating that this is what I did. Who are in a HyperSearch? So one is the person that is minting. My recommendation generally is to use some address that represents a group. So you could do a safe, you could do a DAO, you could do even like a different token, that's the minting. It has a list of contributors, which are the non-financial contributors. So these are the people that helped creating the impact. So if you think about a research paper, you have a research group that has a safe that mints a HyperSearch, And then all the people on the paper, they are the contributors. And maybe other people in the ecosystem as well, let's say lab assistants or other people that you want to acknowledge or should be acknowledged. And then lastly, what we offer, because you can buy a fraction of these tokens, is that we introduced a funding mechanic in here, because you're basically saying, I am a non-financial contributor by being on this list, or I am a financial contributor because I bought a fraction. And this is playing into the game where donations are very interesting, but people are more likely to donate when they also get something back. It could be swag, it could be a badge, it could be a stamp, or it could be reputation. So this is kind of how Hypersource brings these entities together. But in and of itself, Hypercert is just a statement of who did what and when. So I can make the same claim as John and as you, Izzy. And of course, this is the reason why we need evaluations, why we need an ecosystem of different evaluations, and why I also think that DRC is DRC, I still don't know how to pronounce it, is very interesting for us.
It's like heresy with a D. So Daracy is kind of, that's what I finally decided because it's the closest word to it.
And it's nice. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's good insight. That's good insight. Just to break it down too, basically, for example, those individuals from Greenpo, Nigeria that was doing environmental cleanup, as in talk I'm here, Hyperservice is a type of token where we say when you do something and you record them on chain. So that way everybody ways be how to move, go understand what thing you do, and it's on chain and it's verifiable. But the only thing be say when you do I can also, when Bitbaker do it, me do it, John do it, we can all do the same thing. That makes it, is there value there? Does it make sense when anybody can just mint and go anyhow? So it will lead me to the question I want to ask John now. Basically, since that is that situation where anybody can mint and of something from what they've done, when they did it, and how they did it, how does that tie in together with the whole whole public good space, when either reusable energy or just for an aspect of measuring the impact, like the measurability, like how can we control that the value with Hypersurge? I hope that makes sense.
I think so. Yeah, I guess a couple things maybe on that front. I think as a whole, public goods are creating some form of impact. So I think that, you know, where it relates to, I think probably most people's work in the room and everywhere, is we're all making impact in the world in some capacity. Hopefully it's positive impact. Hopefully we're making the world a better place, but we're all making impact with the work that we do. And so where I see the connection back to Hypercerts and the evaluation and sort of this bigger impact space, and how do we begin to quantify and claim and prove out impact, is that any project that's doing good work in the world, theoretically in the future, will be able to mint a Hypercert to say, I did something great in the world. And someone else can come along and evaluate that claim. And whether that's quantitative or qualitative reviews of that impact, basically deciding, did this really happen, and what is the benefit here. And then I think if we're talking more on the funding side of things, once you sort of have those two pieces of the triangle in place, then you can start to build a robust market where people are willing to fund these claims of impact. And I see it as a new form, or I guess maybe the next iteration of where we see like retroactive public goods funding in general. I think that this then sets up a system where we can begin to retroactively fund actual impact. So it becomes a much stronger coordination mechanism from the funder down to the impact. Whereas right now it's with a lot of retroactive funding, I think there's just not that full circle of a claim and actual proof of impact that's being funded. It's kind of being left up to individual reviewers, I guess, to some extent. But a more robust system there, I think, is going to create more coordinated flow of funding down to actual impact and really beginning to fund the work that everyone's doing.
No, that is actually an on point answer there, Mr. John. So just to piggyback on what you said and Bidbaker said, since hypercert is like an assertion or is something that just verifies somebody doing something, what they did, when they did it, and how they did it, that right there with what John said is that to value this hypercert, there needs to be some kind of control mechanism or some kind of review mechanism that reviews the value or the validation of this hypercert. With that together, you would understand where the reason QF rounds or voting plays in part here too, because each community value something differently, value different things, excuse my language. Each community value have different values, and each community have with those values, that's what backs the impact. Is this quote unquote impact valued by this community? So I think like looking forward, we may see things that where each community utilizes this hypercert to the best of to the best that best aligns with their own specific community values, and then you will see individuals from these communities be able to review some of these episodes as being minted that's tailored to that community, because those reviewers will know what aligns with the community, and then if and set a measurable aspects of what they deem valuable in a hypercert, so that way it can be recognized by that community. I think that's like the direction we'll be going in the near future. That's just my own 2 cents and opinion on that. So let me go back to John real quick. Since there you get like refi and DAOs being more prominent in this space now. A lot of people are talking about it. You know, they hear DeFi again too much. Soon you go they hear refi. I don't switch up again. Make you not understand me or make you just they follow me go. Now English I still they speak, oh. but but as refi and DAO, as people don't they hear them, so they don't hear them. How do you think that these measurable aspects of hypercert can tie into the governance or anything of that nature? It's kind of almost an open question for you, but how can you tie this into like refi and DAO? It might be a simple answer, I don't know, but it's real. I want to see your point of view on that. If I'm not that clear with it, I'll rephrase it.
Let me. So you're talking about how like, for example, like Gitcoin and like quadratic funding connect back to like hypercerts and impact. Is that the question, or I want to make sure?
Yes, no, that's essentially the question. How does DAOs like Gitcoin connect back to like impact initiatives using hypercert, which is a measurable mechanism?
Yeah. I mean, I think we're right at the forefront of it. So some of this is more conjecture or more my thoughts on where I think we're going more than where we are, I think. But I think maybe the first thing to point to, and Bitbackers can speak more to it, but the Green Pill chapters in this last grants round did a test where they built a beta system or pilot system that where your grant could have your hypercert attached to it. So this is the first experiment in actually connecting a grant application on Gitcoin to a hypercert claim of impact. Where I think we go from there, and I think they're still crunching the data. Like I say, Bitbackers can speak more to the specific pilot, but where I see us going from here is the idea that I think both for eligibility and reviewing grants ahead of time and making sure grants are meeting whatever criteria to be in and a part of a round. So I think that in looking at grants, hypercerts and impact, I think may start to play into that. And then I think I'm not sure how it's going to work with quadratic funding, but in theory, if you're going out to support a project, you're going to be able to go ahead and look at the project, look at the hypercert, maybe look at an evaluation of that hypercert and some reviews of it, and begin to see, like, is this project actually doing good work, and sort of be able to do better due diligence on the projects that you support. And so I think we'll see more funding go to projects that are showing a actual solid impact because I think people want to fund these kinds of projects more so than somebody that maybe is just sort of running away with the money, if you will. I think the other piece I'm hoping to see, and something we may be hacking on really soon with some of the Gitcoin team, is so underneath the grant stack is the allocation protocol, so Allo, which they just released the second version of. And so we want to develop a new funding mechanism where you can pool capital for like a grants round into a contract, and then connect that to Hypercerts, connect that to Daracy, which is a product that I've built for evaluating these Hypercerts. But where you could have say all the green pill chapters, Hypercerts directly looking at those and then being evaluated. And then if those evaluations are positive evaluations, maybe they meet a certain metric, then those funds are released. So trying to experiment with ways to fund Hypercerts via a mechanism, or at least an early stage mechanism in that case. So early times, but I think the long term, what we're going to see is that there's going to start to be more and more value for these Hypercerts and for these claims of impact. And yeah, pause there.
No, seriously. Did you have something to add to that, Bitbecker? Beckers, I'm sorry. Am I saying it right? Bitbeckers.
Bitbecker. Everything is fine. I'll take it.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think the example with the Green Pill Network is a very interesting one, because it's a very practical example of the theory that you could apply here. So within the Green Pill Network, indeed, what we set up, which was a project with Kevin Walkie and Ray Guild, is actually that you could, as a chapter, you could mint your Hypercerts and you could apply them to the grants round. But the idea here is like creating a bigger value loop, and I think there's a ladder in the grants that you can apply for, and the scrutiny that you'll get to actually get something, and also the work that this involves. So in my experience, what I see is that like relatively low value grants are relatively easy to get, and they get you kickstarted, right? So you get a runway for a short period of time where you can organize and incentivize and maybe just buy an ENS name because you want to have your identity like on-chain represented. These kind of first steps to getting started. But then when you start introducing these Hypercerts, is that when many get these small grants, at one point you also want to know, well, what did you actually do with this? And what will you do with the next one when we start giving you stuff? And then Hypercerts becomes like these representations of these chunks of work that you've delivered, that you can utilize in your grant application or future funding application, because you can actually show what you did. And ideally, and again, to John's point, this is conjuncture, the fact that you've minted this Hypercert doesn't mean that you cannot sell all these fractions as a fundraising mechanic, because this is stored on your name. This is your impact. So you can actually start to bootstrap this organization. So you maybe get like your first Kickstarter grant, you create a DAO, you create a safe, you get your ENS name, you start minting a Hypercert, said, hey, this is what we did in the last period of time. And then you start building more and more. And then if you look at the Green Pill idea, is of course that then these local chapters do a lot of these tiny activities. They get funded by the chapter. The chapter then basically, let's say, buys up these Hypercerts or acknowledges them or receives them, and then the chapter is applying the grants rounds on a more global level, like in the Green Pill Network level. So you then get like, let's say, tens or triple digits amount of chapters that apply to the rounds, but you can actually see what they did. And again, this is where evaluations come into play.
I was going to say, just to add really quick to that, where you were talking about how impact will begin to be more localized. And so the communities each individual community in the world will begin to value certain kinds of impact in their community. And so I think where you go into the Green Pill chapters in particular, and where this is, I think, going to be an interesting experiment, is that each of these chapters do have a truly local, like IRL community. So this isn't like a hypothetical Discord community. This is a real community where you can actually have real impact in your community, whether that's, putting on educational events like this, or planting a community garden, or whatever that might look like. But the people in your IRL community are actually going to begin to back this. And I think this is this interesting like intersection of the physical and digital world where we actually have these like little nodes, these communities all over the place. So we start many of these hypercerts. Can we start to bootstrap like IRL activity in our own communities utilizing these mechanisms? And I think that's a really exciting potential future.
100%. You two gentlemen honestly nailed these questions. I'm not gonna lie. So like you gave me some key points that I kind of want to emphasize. That's one thing, John, that we're making sure we're doing in Green Pill Network, that we take our time and onboard these new chapters. So it's not just claiming that you have 1,000 people, or you just saying Green Pill so and so, regardless of geographical location. But do you have real resources and real like on ground resource or on ground like measurable activities that is valued by that community? That is the number one thing that we're looking for. So we take our time to curate that, so we don't grow at an exponential rate, but we grow at a more rate that's like we have more engagement and actually making a difference from the bottom top, not top down. And another thing Bitbecker has mentioned is that basically you starting with these grants, you start on a small scale. That's one of the things about this impact summit that we're emphasizing, because here we have some individual speakers that's been doing some humongous things, and some speakers that's just starting off. And we do that on purpose to let individuals know that regardless of what stage you're in or what level you're in, you can make a difference. You can do something. Just like Bitbecker just mentioned, just like if you started real small and then get some kind of grants, let's say it's $200, $300, whatever the case may be, make sure you utilize that to do some impactful things that will change, that will start a change, be a catalyst for a change. And then from there, you keep going to the next level. That's essentially what we've been doing in Green Pill Nigeria since we started earlier this year. Like, and then finding different little things we can do. And then this past GG19 grant, Gitcoin grant 19, we just learned so much more. I'm gonna say I learned so much more. Let me speak from the I statement. And like the different like it's a whole ecosystem of the public space that love to work together, not apart. It's not competitive, even though each community or projects want to get grant funding. You see them synchronizing and working as a collective, and that is what I think that will have a foundation that will lead this space a lot higher than the regular bull market, DeFi, and these other sectors in Web3. Because not only are there use cases, there's actually a collective view of progression, and then there's true impact that's materialized from these use cases, and it can all start off from theory. I love it. You two, Una don't do I'll go back on forth like this, so the people were there in real life, so they don't go ball. Make both them no get down, no catch them. But yeah. One last question for you guys. Actually, it could be really for Bitbeckers. How can you see HyperCert tying into like MRVs? Like Jimmy was here earlier and he was mentioning a lot about MRVs and some ways that you can get the mangrove tokens, and then like a semi soulbound tokens, and some stuff that a tech app, that basically verifies the trees that he's planting. With that said, where do you see HyperCerts kind of tying into the MRV space, just to validate like carbon credits and other things like that? I hope. Do you see it tying in at all? You're muted, by the way. Just saying, yeah.
Mouse, yeah. No, this is a good question. I think this is one of my favorite examples, but it's also because I'm personally interested in sustainability goals and ESGs. So there's a project called Game Forest, which has gotten some serious traction and also attention from people like Glenn Whale and the Microsoft funding, and they've been doing some pretty novel stuff. So what they actually try to do in this whole MRV, which basically points to tracking emissions and other I think also other data sources for climate goals, is that typically or classically they use satellites imaging to take a top-down perspective to see like, oh, where's the carbon moving? How are the trees growing? Is it yellow or is it green? You know, is it a desert or a forest? But this is a very top-down perspective. But when you start talking about biodiversity, this becomes way more complex because you only see the top layer and there's a whole ecosystem growing from the top to the bottom into the soil. So they basically take these layers, right? So first they take the satellite data. Second is they train people in the local communities that operate drones. And this is a pretty novel experiment that they did, but I really love it, is that they train local communities to operate these drones that actually do remote sensing up into the trees. So they use like these big, you can say them like blanket covers, and they just scrape past the trees and then they collect biomaterial and then they can do analysis on what's the biodiversity. Then one layer down, you're also on the ground. So on the ground, there are more people that are using recording devices or their phones to use tooling for audio and visual recordings. And based on audio, maybe you know these apps where you can identify the bugs or the birds or what other animals are around, and you can do the same for the plants. But you can also create these accountabilities or like these provenance for trees that have been planted, because if you plant 100 trees, not 100 trees will survive. So this is a very weird metric to say, oh, we planted a shitload of trees, right? But what's really happening with the trees that we've planted? So if you look at the satellite data, this is maybe not like a sole problem or something that's really available, but they're actually looping in local communities into generating valuable data, because like look at the conferences going on right now in, I think it's in Dubai or somewhere. The Gulf. Yeah, never mind. Anyway, they're there. And there's a lot of money going around in sustainability and also in this data, and carbon credits, of course, are becoming like a new wine market. So there is money here, and they close the loop by getting the local communities to create the data that they can sell in these marketplaces. And I think in a bunch of these steps, you can introduce hypercerts. You can do it on the education, where people do the recordings. You can do it on the data that has been recorded for a while. This data needs to be evaluated. So you create like, hey, this is the data set that I created over the last period of time that we did with our community. Then there's a Deracy where somebody does a review on this. And you could even build a value loop in there, because on one, they all have a stake, right? The local communities maybe have a stake in their forest, but also in gaining revenue. They want to have the data sold, so maybe they need to stake a little bit so it can be contested. So an evaluator either profits off the revenue or profits off proving a false. But again, here you have the hypercert in the middle, and you can do the same for then local for every layer or step that I just introduced. You can think about hypercerts as what has happened, and then evaluations as, is this true? And then introduces it again in the value loop. Maybe one closing thing on this, if you look at MRVs, they can also be very high frequency data. And in that case, I wouldn't mint the hypercert every day. I would do one in batches and then say we generate this data, and then again the same loop of data evaluations. So
absolutely. No, that goes into detail. For some people that don't know MRVs, like monitoring, reporting, and verification. That's how to keep the actions that's being done on the agricultural side of the public space to keep it valid. That's how we make sure what is being said is being done and is recorded on chain with Web3 and that aspect. So decentralized CEO no be nickname. That's not a nickname. As you were talking, my head was just turning. Whereas with the whole system that you just described, I see opportunity on each level. Once you educate individuals on ground on how to actually maneuver and actually use this, you're creating job opportunities from each step of the way, like from the entry level to the top level, from training to fly the drones, training to actually analyze satellite images, training to actually know what to take a picture of when it's on your phone, and then learning how to put this data on a hypersearch on a quarterly basis, monthly basis, daily basis. That's like 5-6 jobs that was just created right there. But the thing about it is to have individuals that are very familiar on like how to do these things to actually make sure the proper education is passed down. So that's like you just created some jobs, you don't even know about it just yet. But mid 2024, Q3, Q4, I am very optimistic that some things is about to happen, at least in the African region I could speak for.
Yeah. Well, in those 6 jobs, I think mostly you're pointing to like on the claim side. So you got 6 people that are maybe working on the actual claim, working on the project, but then you have the whole evaluator side. So you're going to create all these jobs as evaluators because all the, the tools that I'm building don't just do it themselves. Like somebody has to be a subject matter expert and has to come in and put in their review. So that's all people powered, qualitative review that's going to fit in. And there's going to be different operating procedures sort of for each specialty. So maybe about growing trees, so you can go out and take pictures and know what you're seeing. Maybe you know about solar, so you're going out to look at that. Maybe you know about drilling wells and you're going out to look at water. I know we're running out of time, but one quick where my head was going is there's this new framework called the Ecological Benefits Framework that has just come into sort of been released, I guess, a few months ago. And what I really love about it, and I think Bitbakers was kind of pointing at this, is this idea of more of a holistic framework for evaluating this impact and looking at it from 6 core categories of air, water, soil, biodiversity, diversity, and carbon. So now you're taking what was maybe a carbon-based project and you are evaluating that carbon, and there's ways to measure that, but then you're measuring air quality. Is the air better because of X carbon credit? Is the soil better? Is the water better, etc.? Is this creating more biodiversity? Is this creating more diversity because of this project? These 6 areas. And so where I see this kind of coming into play is that you have these multiple hypercerts that are claiming each of those components, and then you have this evaluation layer for each of these 6 areas that are both this quantitative data from sensors and things. So you were talking about like satellite data, but I think one of the projects that we're working on and still developing, I'm not sure if iChristWin is out there in the audience with
he is
with switch and metering. So we're close with him and his brother on some on both Impact Scribe, which is a protocol we're building, but we're working on a project called Insightful as well, which is going to connect basically IoT devices to the blockchain, so we can bring that data on chain. And so we're focused on solar energy right now, is bringing that solar data, but we also see that it can just transform into data about water, data about trees, any really sensors out there. And so we're going to see all these network of sensors along with humans validating this impact. And then if we can build a robust market for it, then we can all focus on making the world a better place instead of focusing on how we're going to fund it. We can start to build these flywheels where we can go out and we can make impact. And then if there's a robust market that's ready to buy that impact, you can just turn around and take that money and build more impact. And so we can begin to coordinate that capital down to the actual impact that needs to be happening in the world. We might just stand a chance of solving for things like climate change, greatest coordination failure of all time.
Absolutely. Key takeaway: focus on creating impact, not how to fund it. Because funding will come if you create the proper, measurable, validated impact that has value. It'll come. But I like that. Gentlemen, thank you for coming by and sharing some alpha, also sharing some key knowledge. Honestly speaking, I'm gonna go back and hear some of that stuff again. And please, John, if you can share that article with me, or that article that just came out a couple months ago on a later date, just can you share that with me, like economical value or something like that? You said,
yeah, Ecological Benefits Framework.
Ecological, not economical. Okay,
ecological. Yeah.
Wow,
But
okay.
EBF is what maybe you may have heard people talking about the EBF.
Okay.
Like Coconut Dow and Wasabi
Yeah.
during like the last round, and we're involved with that and some others. Yeah, I'll drop you a link. I think
For
it's
sure. Ecological benefit framework. I like that EBF. I'm still learning too, as I'm just being honest. Like every day,
Yeah.
each day you learn something new. So
Yeah,
and
you
I
can
love to read.
This one's fairly easy to remember, but I'll drop you the link too. But canyouchangethefuture.org. And so that'll
Boom.
get
Can
you
you
to
change the future.org?
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Are there any other input that you guys want to just put in there, or did I miss anything, or any questions that you would like to, anything that you'd like to share for closing? Okay.
If
Okay.
if possible, I want to take just a small minute for the thanks and the looking ahead. So over the last year, we've been working pretty hard in creating the tracks that people can build on top. So currently we have a marketplace for these value flows. We have it on the audit. We're building like the first, or actually we're demoing, and during Fun in the Comments right now, we're demoing one of the first like use cases where you can group hypercerts and use them as a funding mechanic for events. And all of these developments and all future developments haven't been possible without like the support from Protocol Labs, Octant, the grants round, Retro PGF, all the people that donated. We had very successful grants rounds over the last few months, for which we are very grateful. And over the next year, what we want to do is actually support the ecosystem and actually using HyperSearch, because HyperSearch in itself is a very small team, and we don't have the knowledge to build the impact systems for the specific domains, but we do want to help people get that knowledge into the HyperSearch ecosystem, for instance, with evaluation frameworks or other mechanics. So we'll probably think about grants matching, maybe some Kickstarter funding, just making dev cycles available. But we really want to grow into this evaluation ecosystem and make HyperSearch a core component in these value flows. So we're very excited for next year. And if you have any questions, then reach out, jump in our Telegram, jump into our Discord.
Absolutely. This is alpha. This is all alpha today. John, did you want to add something?
I was just gonna say thanks for having us. Good conversation. Wish I could have been there in person, but maybe next year, next time. Hope to get down to Nigeria and hopefully maybe April. That's kind of what I'm targeting. We'll see.
We'll see.
But thank you, for having me. I'm excited about all the work. I agree with Bitbeckers. I think the impact space in general is going to explode in 2024. I think it's just like everyone is mentioning it in different contexts, but it's just like this theme that I see just flowing through so many different conversations. So I think we're just really primed for a lot of excitement and a lot of experimenting. And but yeah, props to the HyperSearch team. I think you guys have killed it to get the protocol where it is today. And I think now it's just getting folks using it, but I think that you build a really solid platform that we can, in terms of, making these claims of impact. And so cheers to you and the team.
Amazing. One quick suggestion. Think about APIs, Bitbeckers. APIs for your platform. That'd be a great way to integrate, an easiest way to integrate APIs. But to keep this moving though, I really appreciate you guys coming by, and thank you so much. And John, we would love to have you in Nigeria next year, and that's definitely going to happen probably. And each person has been on virtual have said that. So this is an annual thing that we do. This is the first annual one. Next year it will be a 3-day with many speakers, IRL. Me and myself, I'll definitely be on ground. Like there's no cap about that. On God, Una, don't hear him. So but I'll close this out for right now and then kind of take a short break as the ground team it starts the next panel. Thanks again, John and Bitbeckers. It was amazing. It was a great conversation.
Great. Thank you. Have a good rest of the Impact Summit. Thank you for having us.
Yeah. Have a great day. Appreciate you all. Thanks so much.
Yeah. Bye.
never lose my mind. Telling you that's my type of woman. That's my type of woman. Yeah, she's the type that gives you goosebumps when she walks by. My type of woman. Where she go, I'ma go, I'ma be there. Cause I need your body, and I need you alive. Where you go, I'ma go, be there. Cause I need your body, and I need you alive. Man like, ooh, me I feel lose my mind. Man I feel lose my mind. Man like, ooh, me I feel lose my mind. Yeah, me I feel lose my mind. Yeah, lose my mind. Tell her, ooh, never lose my mind. Yeah, that's my type of woman. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just giving it a few more minutes to get the next panel coming on in IRM Impact Summit 2023. 2024 is the year to Impact. Impact 2024. A1. We out here. Let's grow. Anyway, we still there wait for now. I don't know the guy last now. But they do this thing now. We go here. Confirm. We have coming up next a discussion between Chris Wynn, founder of Switch Electric, that basically Mr. John just mentioned, doing big things that side, and also Prince Will, a developer that's one of the leads for Borderless Borderless Dev. I almost said something else. They'll be discussing basically what network goods is from a developer's point of view. Remember what we said before, that network goods is a type of public goods, but it's helping the network, whether it's open source or a coordination system network. That's what network goods is, just a summary of it. But these two gentlemen will go a little bit too in detail and have a good discussion.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, that is something we could do to what? To clean up the environment. So as we are now, there's something. So we could what? Take initiative to what? Clean up the environment. Do something. So that's what clean up, teach, educate, do a what? Public good. Because imagine doing a good where that he benefits from, she benefits from. Imagine. We can all do something towards change our environment. We can all do something towards change how we make things. We can all do something to do a lot of better good for our society. Right? So I advise everybody, take the green. Take the green. No, it's nice. Take the green. Take it. Okay? Okay, so before we start, so now refreshment is the next section, but I'll add something to it. They'll be speaking when we're getting refreshed. Hope that's okay. Okay, so basically we have the next set of people. The last session on space was say by Mr. Carstream, Mr. Prince, that's network groups from a different perspective. Thank you very much. So can we give them a round of applause? So the whole point is what? To learn.
While they're still getting situated, we will just keep taking a quick break, but I think they're almost ready to go as I'm seeing it. And on top of that, I just want to give a little disclosure. Some of these panel discussions are actually they talk in pidgin or how many Igbo. It's just to be precise on the region that we're in, staying true to the culture. But here they are about to begin shortly. They are coming.
I see strong signs. I know big gift till I know it's real.
All right. I think they are set to go. The cameraman is still just moving around. Well, don't mind me.
So thank you very much, guys. Yeah, I'm going to take myself again. So I am quite impressed to come down to so nice to be able to get. My name is Ifeanyi Prince. Ifeanyi Prince, I am community manager for Borderless Central Sugar. So nice to be here. So for those that are paying attention, let me say this topic now. We're going to be talking about mental peace, what are mental peace, and how, from the perspective of the people, how we get involved and how we get involved. So let me start by defining mental peace. In the era of e-learning that we currently, there are some products and technologies that are only valuable in the context of the network that we create around themselves. There are things that are useful just because other people are also using them. So if it was just one person using that particular item, it would be like a very business product that it's empty. But with other people who really know that particular product, that particular project, it becomes something that is useful and desirable by people. That's what we're going to talk about. So, Mr. President, can you give us an instance of what this kind of okay, so thank you. If you were paying attention to the session, it's the annual blockchain meeting they made a statement where an NFT might just be a rock and it will have more value than the Mona Lisa painting. Now that's an instance of network. Network would basically is value the community brings. You get without the community putting value into that, it becomes useless. You get it's just one person that is using it. There is no value there. But when you have a good that, for example, 1,000 persons are using, it becomes very valuable that other people want it. You get that kind of thing. So, for example, it's our cryptocurrency. You get we have what's the name of this centralized social media. You get so these things are only valuable when we have more MPs.
You get? We need more persons to be there. So if it is just 2 or 3 developers that are owning it, it's not as valuable as the community of persons putting in the work to add value to it. You get? Okay.
Okay, this is very interesting. So, in that context, we could say that something like is a book, does it have can I say that the book has mental value or something like that? Or how do you differentiate between when you draw the line between things that have that kind of value and things that don't have that value? Like what is the finite that we are always looking for? And maybe for the developers now that maybe trying to think of this kind of project, what should you incorporate in what they are doing to see that kind of value? So this is the question I'm trying to get at.
Okay, so I think the question you're asking now is what value should you ascribe to a project for you to qualify as a network? I think from my own perspective, we should look at the impact you want to have. You get? If you're having, you want to make a decentralized storage, for example, you have to look into other storage devices that we have. You get? How are you going to make it decentralized? And if you're bringing developers into it, what value are they going to gain? You get? Because it's not about coming to give value, they also need to gain value. You get? So if you are giving and you are receiving, that is where we draw the line. You get? Because you cannot, I mean, the book is the author that is gaining. You get? You're buying and the author is gaining. You get? So, but if you're building something, you're coming in, your name is going to be there also. You're going to gain and you're going to give. So that is more or less the definitive factor there.
So a good example is like open source software.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So how do we need to get involved in the creation of this kind of thing? Like have an idea of how, because you mentioned like what is not, like can you elaborate on that?
Well, my specialty because I'm a community manager. If you want to create a network, you have to start from the ground first. You get as a developer, you pick a language. There are different languages out there that you can use to create plenty decentralized applications, the apps. You can pick Python, Java, C++. You get this kind of thing. So you start and you make sure you do your own research first. And most important, you do your own research. But you read. You read other because it's open to the source. You go and see other. Like that, you get, and you knowledge to scrapping page now to convince people to come onto what you're doing. You get, you need those marketing skills, all those kind of things. So it's not like as if once you start now, you become big instantly. You get, you don't just start today and go big. You get, there are plenty instances like that. You gave me one, the IPFS. You get, I read up on it and they do a lot, you get, and they have like amazing networking groups, you get. But the problem now is that there are not a lot of persons on board. You get that kind of thing, and they are having problem bringing a lot of persons on board, and this is the problem we are having. Because if you don't make others see the value in what you're creating, they'll not be able to see the value they are gaining. You get, so you have to create value for the project and for the people coming on board for it. Thank you.
Okay, so basically your advice is as you are building the project on one side, you also need to build the community side.
Yes.
Because without that community side, it will become a network.
Yes.
Have network with that. Okay. You also mentioned about learning certain programming languages. I'm really thinking that maybe a programming language itself can be considered like a network or something like that. Are you close to something and how do you think that might be different from the network like itself?
Okay. I don't really know if programming languages should be considered networking groups. They are more or less the backbone of networking groups. You get it? Because for a language like Python, for example, use it in building sockets, use it in building libraries, the apps and the rest. So I don't really think programming languages are networking good. Rather, they are the backbone for networking good. What you create with those programming languages and what we should consider the networking good. Because I mean, anybody can learn Python, you get. But then to be able to create something meaningful with the Python language you're learning, you get. That's what we're considering networking good. You get. Knowing Python is the starting stage. Creating something with it is when you can consider it a networking good. You get. Yeah.
Okay, so that's quite a different way of looking at it from what I initially thought. So, in essence, if somebody were to integrate you in product using any programming language at all, it doesn't matter where you started from as a new part, your background, that content in the backend, you can eventually do something that eventually comes in and has this attribute of embedded into it and define its part.
So yes, the short answer is yes. You start learning your programming, you're thinking of, oh, I don't know, I don't want to pay for the storage, I want to make it decentralized, go and learn the Python, blah, blah, blah. But if you do not make it decentralized, that's why it's networking. Open source, decentralization, those are the key characteristics. So merely building it without incorporating these key characteristics makes your product null and void. Not necessarily null and void, but to my own perspective, because I'm big on removing censorship, you get it? And that's what decentralization does for us. Though we are still getting there, we are still in Web 3, not until Web 5. So hopefully, when we can make codes open source, we see how you're building things from the ground up. You get it? That's the only time you can begin. And again, not only building the project, building the community also. So these things go hand in hand. You cannot develop this one, the other one will suffer. If you also prioritize developing a community with hopes that, oh, this community will be able to push out these, there are a lot of the apps out there, you get, but we don't hear of a lot of them. You get, we don't hear of a lot of them. Reason being that the communities, while they might be, they don't push and they don't have value for it. You get, so yes, it's got to be a high quality product. How are we going to, what are we going to use it and do? There are a lot of things that do better things than this. You get that kind of thing. So if you build only value without community, you will suffer. If you build only community without value, you will also suffer. So in building your networking, these two things have to come in play. Yes.
Okay. Now, as a community manager and developer, I can write very communities. How do I begin to bring this of developing community around it's something that we are not going to be together. So how do you bring that scale to this programming lifestyle and start developing networking as a result? So we can tell us something.
Okay, so let me mention again. Our community is the Web3 community. First and foremost, but we teach Web2 skills also. As a developer, you are starting out. If maybe you're using ALX cohorts or principal, there are a lot of cohorts there. You don't just go in to learn one programming language. You go in to make friends, networking. You network. You start from small. The people around you form a community of 4. Let's take it like that. Myself, both of us, and these people. We start 4 of us. You're programming, I'm doing one other thing. You're working on different parts. And I go out, I call 2 other extra persons at the time. Look at what we're doing. Would you help me? Let us do this. Look at how we're doing. You call 2 persons. We've created a small community. And again, the community does not have to do this now. Like in Kenya, we're only 120 persons. But we're still a community. We teach Solidity, UI design. We're still a community. We started with 5 persons. Myself and my community moderators. We started with just 5 persons. And every day I go to school, are you in computer science? What are you using your certificate to do? Get that kind of thing. Are you learning any text? Because your computer science degree will just become more important. Enter the multitude of computer science graduates without having anything to offer. So come to my community. We have other persons like you. You get, you put your skill to good use. I've given them a reason to want to belong. You get, I have given them now a reason to belong. I've created an imaginary problem for myself and I've given them the solution to it. You get, so in creating a community, you need to create a solution. You don't just, I need a community and you create maybe Gary Stellars for cheap. Why do we need cheaper Gary? You get that? You need to create the problem and create the solution. That's the only characteristics of a functional and proper community.
Okay. In terms of community, what about using the existing community? Is it still possible to leverage the existing community? Not actually having to do more construct if that's possible, can you give us an idea of how that might work as well?
Okay, so transferable skills. You are trying to build a community for decentralized finance. And now you've gotten into a different project, decentralized application. It's still the same thing goes. Create solutions to imaginary problems. If there are problems, create solutions to those problems. It might be difficult because getting people to move from one community you get to another community just like that is not really easy. But when you create a solution to that problem, we are having a decentralized finance, decentralized application, juxtapose it. You get that's another way of proper solutions to things. You get it's very, very possible. So far, these are your community members. You get, and you are in this together. As you're starting a new project, you can chip it in. And as the project moves forward, you can start migrating them over gradually, not at once.
Okay, so is there existing communities that maybe you know of? You can list out here so that members of the audience that past have heard about this before when you do their products and need to consider willing to join in and also maybe get an idea of how their features in the developer when they need to develop the next
I will just suggest for me that I post, I cannot look for others. So in case you see this somewhere, you are in Web3, you're developing in Web3. You must not be a web developer. There are other aspects, Solidity developer, sorry. There are other aspects of Web3 aside Solidity development. You get it? Blockchain, alpha blocks, my community, we are blockchain communities. There are other writing communities, Create, Scribe, these are writing communities. I don't know what design communities, but these are communities that you don't just join because this girl, she writes the content I want to be like her. You join and just be viewing whatever she's doing in the community. That's putting in the work. We don't let people join our communities if they don't have anything to offer. Even if you're a newbie, give us passion, you get, and let's join. So before you join any community, like us, we are in Web 2 and Web 3 community. We are trying to bring people into tech first before we transition them into Web 3. You get, so join communities that prioritize your goals and not just attendance. We have 1,000 members, we have 5,000 members. Join a community that will prioritize your goals and your success. And I'm in UNN, so I just know these few communities that are based in UNN. I don't know any other one outside UNN.
Okay, so we met today. This is something that I myself recently came across and I've been trying to do my skill in that area. The talking session for this event is coming very soon, and I would like everyone here to who is a developer to go around and reach other developers. You need to think of yourself as a community manager as well as a developer. You need to incorporate community skills and community attributes into just your development skill. Don't just write the code. It's going to be beneficial to have this attribute of something like I mean, this community. Don't just write code to get it. You have like a community of people that believe in the project history and also write and support what you're doing, contribute to market alongside the team. I think that's something we should all be consider in the past. Okay,
So one other thing I would like to say, you're a web developer, you have a product you want to push out, and you want to create a community. For example, let's take this networking session that's about to happen. You don't just only go around to web developers, content writers, UI designers, brand designers. Your community should be versatile. You get fine. If you have a community of only developers, definitely there will be technical writers there. You get. You don't just create a community. Sure, there are communities out there, but in my own experience, for you to reach a wider audience, because I mean, you're developing something for value for other persons. So you don't only need developers, broaden your horizons. You get. Don't meet only, forget what you say, don't meet only developers, meet other people, like in our Ghana, content something. I do not hear what she said. Well, because I do be inside our community. You get wherever she is, we bring her in. You get that kind of thing. And now we are trying to create it. You get that kind of thing. We are trying to create our image. I will not meet only web developers or security engineers. I need other persons. You get that kind of thing. So please diversify the niches. Don't meet only one niche. If you are looking to create a community, but if you just need networking, it's fine to meet only developers. But for those of you that intend to create a community, diversified networking ability you have.
Okay, I also wonder, how do you make this community work? Like, how do you incentives that bring people in? Because obviously, some people will want to get paid for contributing and something like that. Like, is it you actually as somebody that is starting this for the investment, that is trying to think to be and trying to think about the problem, how do you get people incentivized to become a member of this community and each contribute to use of that project so it becomes a legend?
So everybody likes getting paid. I like money.
And we are back with a little bit of network issues from the other side. And there they go. It happens sometimes. Well, welcome to Nigeria. And I saw what they do with a sofa and a smile. That's the whole point. The reason why we need reusable energy. We need data projects that produce data or Wi-Fi or internet or satellite internet. So that way these things can be streamed very, very smoothly. I love the fact that we're here doing this because it gives you the first hand of what I see when I deal with my own people from the side. And a lot of times there's no power, there's no data, there's always some type of issue. And I believe that we have too much talent in our region for us to be in that predicament that we are in right now. That is my 100% belief. Una whether hear me, I know say they agree. If you agree, just quick. I know say and agree. So the device is over here. Yeah. So there's technical issues for right now. They after this talk with Chris Wynn and Priswill, there will be another talk from some of our participating partners to talk a little bit more about what they're doing on campus and at UNN and just things of that nature. But in the meanwhile, please just stay with me, chill as we grow, make an impact. Year of 2024, Impact 2024. This is Impact Summit 2023 leading up to the 2024. Let's grow and vibe. Boom. Let's vibe.
Might tell I might not. Hennessy, I fill my cup. My remedy is you, my love. Dreaming I don't wanna wake up. Like this and like that. But you're just my type. You know what I like. Like this and like that. Go make that dance like Michael Jackson. Go make that dance like like Mike Tyson. Oh, yeah. I just wanna know now if I'm switching on the pro now. Is it we from now? Cause I'm ready. I'm ready. Ready for ya. Ready for ya. I'm ready. Ready for ya. Ready for ya. Can't leave me around this all around. Fine boy, got out. See shine, shine, go, go. You're out, call me while alone. Got out. Fine boy, got out. See shine, shine, go, go. Tales by moonlight. Now the kind of T-move and more. I see strong signs. I don't forgive till I know it's real. Philippines time, Philippines time, one more time, yo. Philippines time, Philippines time, Philippines time, yo. Philippines time, Philippines time, one more time, yo. Philippines time,
People always trying to get involved. I feel like I'm done and don't know where to run. People always trying to take a bite out of my mind. If you need a fight, maybe we could start. I feel I might just be coming undone. Tell me why you can't be found. It's so unreasonable. I know you. Love is a difficult life. Maybe we should take it to the streets. Basically, I might not be weak. Basically, I might not be falling. Basically, I might be used to this. I found myself. I found myself.
Before this gets out of hand, no more distance, let's just dance. My manners won't take advantage. Trust I can manage that. Can you picture that? Yeah. I don't know who you've been dealing with, but I guarantee that you ain't been with this. Because if you had, you forget about the past. Before this gets out of hand, no more distance, let's just dance. I'm on my manners, won't take advantage. Trust I can manage that. Can you picture that?
Basically, I might not be weak. Basically, I might not be falling. Basically, I might be used to this. I found myself. I found myself.
say bye 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 bye. Bye bye. Once been twice, I gotta say bye 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 bye. Bye bye.
Sound of a heart when it's breaking, shape of a cheap imitation, weight of a confidence shaking, memories in a fragrance, felt my pain and then you showed me love essential. You're my only lifeline, you're my search and rescue. Sound of a heart when it's breaking, shape of a cheap imitation, weight of a confidence shaking, memories in a fragrance, felt my pain and then you're my search and
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a little bit of alpha right now. While we're still waiting for the technical difficulties to fix itself, or better yet, on ground individuals to get that fixed, we have with us, he just disappeared, Khalil. He is the founder of Ascend Vision, a metaverse a metaverse platform that, just like John was just saying, and in the past talk, and also Jimmy mentioned about having a platform or a marketplace where some of these attestations or like hypercert can be reissued on a secondary market to help fund impactful activities. I believe some of the one of these platforms, if not just a marketplace, actually having the experience to go through and purchase some of these hyperserves or just do different things in the metaverse. And Khalil is a developer that has been developing and working on something like that. Please introduce yourself more. And I'm not saying get that, but na Ninja man, no, na Ninja man, no, no, let him fool you. A Ninja man didn't be like me. But just introduce yourself a little bit and tell us a little bit more Ascending Vision.
For sure, for sure. I appreciate you for having me on. My name is Khalil. I'm a CEO and the founder of Alliant XR and Ascending Vision. EXR is a XR design studio company that we work with schools. We build immersive curriculum experiences for schools, and that's the company that owns Ascending Vision. So Ascending Vision is really a Web3 community project that's connecting the worlds of XR, blockchain, and entrepreneurship. So we have things like, we have art, we have a storyline, we have resources for entrepreneurs, and then we have a city that we're building in the metaverse. So we like to call this city like the Wall Street of the metaverse, or the way that we're setting it up. We're adding a bunch of high value brands and businesses and different entrepreneurs and people who just have a vision for wanting to do something in the metaverse, throwing them all in the same digital place, and helping them to cooperate with each other, collaborate with each other, host different things. We'll be helping these owners inside the city host presentations, workshops, master classes, things like that, summits like we have my board doing right here inside the city. So even things like setting up a storefront inside the city, so you'll be able to go inside the city, click someone's link, and you'll be able to purchase things from inside the metaverse. So these are all different experiences and things that we've been working on for a little bit. You're also able to enter the city through virtual reality. So you can enter through your phone or your computer, like you guys are probably using now. But the real thing that we're trying to expose everyone to is the VR side to this, because VR is still very early. Not many people are using it the way that it can be getting used. So we're looking to expose people to that side of it. Commerce inside of the VR world, inside of the XR world in general, is going to be a big thing. It's not just about video games. People being able to buy stuff and sell stuff inside of VR metaverses is going to be a huge niche, and yeah, that's one thing we're looking to expose everyone to, so you guys can also use it for your business or whatever venture you have going on. So just a little insight inside the project, inside what we're doing. Right now, we're still in beta, so the version of the city you're seeing right now is a beta version. There's a lot more that we want to add and build on to the city. So in these next few months, you guys will be starting to see like little things get added to the city improve, etc. So definitely just the beginning. Excited to see this summit get put together. All these like-minded individuals getting put into one place. What you built here is really dope, and but yeah, excited to see the future of it.
Thank you so much. Actually, the future is bright. Next year is going to be another amazing one. A little bit longer, 3 days with some entertainment after the fact that can tie into like actually assisting Afrobeat artists, giving them a platform to perform, so it could be on a global scale a little bit more with a Web3 space. And I appreciate what you're doing, and I see that I didn't even know about the umbrella company that own Ascendant Vision, but how you explain the umbrella company that's actually like doing some educational initiatives that ties into a lot of things that we doing in this public good space, specifically with Green Pill. You're already wearing a green hoodie, and I don't think you've been green pilled yet. Green pilled is going from degen to regen, degenerative finance or degenerative aspects to regenerative finance or aspect. So soon we'll be in contact more, talking more about that because you definitely got to get green pilled. And I know that Eve Denver is coming up, so I hope I see you there to actually showcase that some of the stuff that you're working on. And I've tried it myself, and I've seen it, I saw it, and I loved it. And I'm like, I have to meet the person building this thing. And thank God with a nice channel or a nice flow of networking, I got the pleasure to meet Khalil. Um, where can they find you? And if wherever they can find you, make sure that link, they have the link on ground already, but just for everybody out here that's not on ground, is not, they don't really know what's going on, where can they find you? And I hope where they find you, that link to the app is there to actually get a first, for them to get an experience, because I believe experience speaks louder than just theory sometimes, most times. So to see it, feel it, and see what's going on is better than what I'm saying, or maybe what even you're saying. So yeah, where can they find you, Khalil?
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. You guys can find us on Twitter under Sunday Vision, or my personal Twitter. It's Billionaire Khalil, and we'll have a Beacons link, and in that link, we'll be putting up a link to the city so you can hop on through there. The process is pretty simple. You click a link, you download an app, and then the link will take you straight to the city itself. So, but I agree. I don't really even try to convince people or talk too much about it. I really just tell them to come. Just come check it out, see for yourself, whether it's through your phone or through the goggles, however you manage to do it. But yeah, I try to just, because it really is a different experience. Most people, when they talk about the metaverse, they're saying it's 4 or 5 years away. And, we've been doing this for over a year now. So, yeah, I just tell people just to hop in, see for yourself, get the experience yourself. And, you'll see what's up. It speaks for itself.
No, for sure, for sure. I would like to give it like a description. This is something that they built from scratch. Like, it's not outsourced or anything. This guy here, low key is like high key is a coder, a developer, and still got the swag with him. But 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 honestly, like I would say that this platform that he has, or Ascendant Vision, that metaverse, when I'm playing it, it leads me to believe that I'm playing a productive version of GTA. If I don't know, maybe that's where like some of the movements came from, but literally when you're moving, you're doing everything, is like a GTA but clean version, like a better version, productive. But like that just gives you the quality of, kind of like gives you a description of the quality of the app. So definitely I'm bullish on that. That's a little alpha. I don't know if you guys have a platform token. I would just say maybe drop that link or drop that alpha down here because people will definitely adopt. I'm bullish on it, but it's not financial advice, and we're not talking about DeFi or regen. The reason I'm bullish on it because I see the use case behind it, and I see, and from what he just explained, the parent company, what they're doing to actually help their community and help others. So that's what I'm all about. If you're not helping, get out my way. I'm trying to make money with you and help communities at the same time. But if you focus just on making money, bro, we could do that any which way. So come on to road. But yeah, it's all about the collective. And you've heard it like 3 or 4 times today. He just mentioned the collective. Jimmy mentioned the collective. John did. I've been mentioning it. So it's a teamwork. And I really want to emphasize that in the Nigerian region and African region as a whole. We need and have to work as a team. That will take us to the next level. Hey, man, Khalil, if there's anything else you want to add, shoot for
it. Nah, man, I appreciate you bringing me on. I love what you put together. I know this is the first one, but it always has to start with that first one. It's just going to compound and keep getting bigger. And I'm excited to see what this grows into.
Sounds good, man. I appreciate you coming by. Everybody, Khalil will ascend the vision, man. Thank you, bro. We're still taking a short break before they fix their technical issues, but by now I believe they're probably moving on to the second to the last topic, maybe the last, before they do a little bit of networking and then get to meet each other and actually make sure that they download. If you guys can hear me right now, make sure you download the Rainbow on wallet. That way you can be able to get airdrop the Impact Summit NFTs coming, and that's going to be used for a token gate for other things in the future. And also, when you're doing your environmental initiatives to help your community environment, this is where some of these rewards will be dropped too. So download your Rainbow wallet and make sure your Optimism chain is on, and PGN chain too. Thank you. Let's keep on vibing.
The promises you made to me, so come and tease me, please me now. It's enjoyment, see pressure for the two. The way you give it to me, it's no debating. Just give it to me, baby, one night. Just one night, I no go tell nobody one night. Just one night, just freaking baby, only one night. Just one night, just tease me, baby, only one night. Just one night, I'll be your man for only one night. Just one night, just give it to me, baby, one night. Just one night, I no go tell nobody one night. Just one night, just baby, just one night. Just one night, yeah. Do you remember what you told me you would do to me? Do you remember all the things you used to say to me? Do you remember all the promises you made to me? So come and tease me, please me now. Do you remember what you told me you would do to me? Do you remember all the things you used to say to me? Do you remember all the promises you made to me? So come and tease me, please me now. Tease me, please me, twin me, don't you leave me, mama. Pull up in your city, mama. Good enough for me, do you remember? Leave us in December, killing me with your back into the bunda, I surrender. Pressure, give me pleasure, play my part, fuck the pain. I pick my profession, I'm a star through the rain. Do you remember? 8 nights in December. Fuck the streets, yeah. Shawty, we fuck the sheets, oh yeah. Tell you by the way.
How do you feel when your love strength to my eyes? She a reason booty bar, we go break your heart, we go my jamba. Out of all of the ladies, I choose you, I don't think I'm twice. I know that my love so shut I want it for you, make you know we go pa pa pa. What shall it profit a man to gain the world and lose a gem like you? I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, no. What shall it profit a man to gain the world and lose a jewel like you? Casala, don't bust. I'm on the long cash me. You handicap me. I feel like zombie. Me on the low. You don't cash me. You don't cash me. You know my Casala, don't bust. No, I hear the ask you, baby. How do you feel when you look straight into my eyes? She a resemble the boy where to break your heart, where to my jumper. I stop all of the ladies, I choose you, I don't think I'm just. I don't have a lot, so shut up, I live by you, make you know we go, Yo, what shall I profit a man to get the world and lose the jewel like yo. I don't know. What shall it profit a man to get the world and lose the jewel like you? I don't know. Give me your mom. I don't know. Because it don't go pay me to the break your heart. If it don't pay me, and it don't go pay me to punk you up. It don't go pay me, and it don't go pay me to the run my back. It don't go pay me, girl, it don't go pay me to lose you, darling.
Sometimes I wanna be alone. I cry myself yet to sleep. Yeah. Most nights I wanna be alone. I cry myself yet to sleep. Yeah. But it's okay to cry. Look, it's okay to feel lost inside, man. It's okay to cry. It's okay to feel numb inside, man. It's okay to cry. It's okay to feel sad inside, man. It's okay to cry. It's okay to feel numb inside, but most nights I wanna be alone, 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 no, alone, 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 no, alone, 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 no, no, no. Most nights I wanna be alone. Look. When I was inside and it was dark and I was down for months. Whoa, I just can't feel myself no more. I can't even tell where I'm at no more. Sometimes I think I'll be losing it, that I'm gone. Every time I think about death, I drown. You see your friend progress while you stop. It's a different gist when they clown you for that. But it's your own lane, not a challenge. And you should wake up.
Most times I want to be alone. I cry my little self to sleep. Most times I want to be alone. I cry my little self to sleep. It's okay to cry. It's okay to feel lost inside. It's okay to cry. It's okay to feel sad inside. It's okay to cry. It's okay to feel lost inside. It's okay to cry. It's okay to feel sad inside. I wanna be alone most times. 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 Breathe in.
Breathe out. Open the window. Let it out. Breathe in. Breathe out.
DJ
what you say now. Face down, off your heels and your grey gown. Show you shave now, lay down. Make a chop you like you wait far. Baby, no shout out, turn around. Make you splish splash, baby, no doubt. Now the best part when you spread out. Yeah, I know you bad and bougie. I know you want the Gucci. Baby, you touching my soft spot. You wind that booty. You know I love it truly. Let's make a fucking movie. I got you calling my name now. I run before she fly on my bed. She got a jetpack. Green says go. She never gives a red flag. Don't they know I'm loving you forever? Won't let go, cause baby I'm a treasure. Girl, I'll do some things to you. Many, 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 many bad things. Girl, I'll do some things to you. Many, 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 many bad things. Many, 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 many bad things. So
Let's have it. So you see, you are like on this. My name is I believe for others. We are a Web3 community primarily, but we introduce university youth. We focus on people in university that are just in secondary school for us. Train you in web development, UI design, solidity engineering, both Web3 and Web2 skills. So yeah. Good day, everyone. My name is Dimitri Owen. She brings support for GDSC in Japan. So this is GDSC students for students in higher education. I am interested in using e-computers, program aids, or use it for your meetings. As far as you're interested in think about it's one of the students, so that is entry your first students to your house. So they can solve challenges, solve problems.
Okay, hello everyone. So, blockchain is blockchain industry in Nigeria. It's a campus law founded by 3 people with the aim of educating people about blockchain technology. It's not just talking about blockchain, yes, how it works. We also empower youth so that we can be able to have for designers, for developers, and content recently sometime in October, September, what we do with blockchain, if you never know about blockchain technology, you got to break it down. You got to get it because you don't want to create something contribute. You also want to create contributors to the ecosystem because you want to give the blockchain ecosystem guys contribute something. So that's blockchain in a nutshell.
Yeah, my name is Simon. So I'm for Bamba is all about blockchain capacity. The blockchain community, what's the adoption for gaming, community games or gaming platform. We have a lot of means and we have a lot of when also then because you have to after 20 and test like they what we need to do so we can deploy it to our critical. I think that one of the particular things that is that is my name is Vice President. So, Suteleki is trying to access electricity in Nigeria and South Africa to make it possible for it to incorporating NEPA into the European Solar Africa, provide all the money for tenants. You could go around and make it also provides local incentives for people that technology for supply power. This will rely on NEPA. Solar panels provide power for your networks. That's not going to receive payments from each utility sector, and that's also available.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Juliet. I'm the founder of the business. So I've been in the migrant and indigenous community to get few mixed experience. Yeah, we actually have level 3 and 4 children with skills and experience to drive the reduction and electricity. That's what we also look for that to help tech schools and support farmers to have a seamless and successful event by giving them access to our community. As you can see, our process are moving around. Yes, we have our community. So yeah, that's what we're doing.
Thanks to everyone. So, I'm comfort, and like very true introduced, I was coordinated. I once coordinated to the community. And that's to say, I'm no longer the committee manager for Photostat committee starting off this month. Alright, so to correct that impression. But basically, the Photostat committee is a migrant committee that all about blockchain and cryptocurrency. So it's a community where the company has a novice or an intermediate or a professional, basically, and then you push through what the blockchain is all about, what the crypto is all about, what cryptocurrency is all about. So whatever the doubt or whatever the misconception that is have about blockchain and about cryptocurrency, the crypto community will push through all that and you come out a better person and well-versed in everything blockchain is. Thank you very much.
Okay, so hi, my name is Brent Carlos CK. For the sake of those on the stream, my name is Brent Carlos CK and I'm the community manager. Right. The community manager for the Dimitri Protocol here, and this is also Tony here. So I'd like to thank all of our community partners for making it out possible to be here, bringing their members here, putting it on the world, putting a lot of things. The thing with blockchain is that you cannot do it alone. Yeah. This is one thing I've learned. This year I've learned the men. So I like to present to you the men I've held my time this year. Their communities, their initiatives, their business. You will know that this is alive, feel good, And the rest, these are all things. These are all initiatives that work. They are bringing ideas, they are bringing when I think I started my career, I was able, but then I went to the road. And that's why you see I was not tight, looking very tight. Because now I've been blessed. I wanted to show you my goodness. No, when they say I have mess, we don't say where your own mess is. This one is my own mess. You get it? So again, I would say big thank you. I would just like to give them like last 2 minutes so they can just share like what they actually get from their communities, right? You could actually think because now I came to carry them, but I learned how to do blockchain. I came to deal with them, and I learned how to do products, right? Right? I came to them, and I carried too. I learned blockchain. Yeah, but the thing is, no matter what you're doing, you keep learning, keep growing, keep connecting. So they are both collecting numbers. So if that's the first set of the pass, every day you get first set and everything. So like just 2 minutes, the last 2 minutes, after that we are done. So after that we go back to the photos and the rest of it. Thank you very much. So I'm starting my percentage. Awesome.
Thank you very much. So I think Ryan said again, he said he came to party and he announced the blockchain. So basically, the crypto bootcamp community, one of the ways we drive education, one of the ways we drive blockchain understanding, cryptocurrency understanding is through the events they host. Right? So the most popular ones here in America is the one for every new second. That's the Bitcoin representative. Have you thought about it? Right. So every new second just counts. We are always crypto business every news at TV, on radio, on various facilities here and there, we advertise that events. Also through the platforms because we try to put out the events out there for pieces of everyone. So that's what we do. We go to these events, hosting school storms, going to different schools and having hangouts, events there. Right? So Heritage will also advertise next week the crypto community we have a party. Right? Same here, so you could just look out for it. Right? So that's one of the things we do. And school studies, maybe to some people it's like meaningless events, so to say, but not meaningless because it's such events where you just come to talk and laugh with people, talk blockchain, which cryptocurrency, and that's really drive adoption to the hearts of people. Thank you.
Okay, so like I said before, we're creating skill management experience. Yeah. So we actually give individual skills and then we also give them experience and so how do we do this? Okay, if you come down, okay, you are a community manager, you can help you get a job like a yeah. So that is that you have. We are having to help to get a real life experience of having a skill. But once you learn the skill, you are like having a real life experience of that skill that you have. Once you say, okay, I'm a graphic designer and you don't have anything you are doing, you are just there in graphic design, you don't do anything, you don't work for anyone, like almost, I don't think that's the thing. So if you are having a skill, you should have an experience as well. So as a community, we give you that experience that you need. And currently, we have a social media marketing bootcamp in our community. Yeah, so that's part of what we do. We give the experience, also certification. Yeah, so that's basically what we get.
Okay, absolutely. What we're trying to solve is to solve Nigerian subject conversations. So, issues that is happening issues with power supply.
He's going to yes. We are going to have to maybe repeat the same way just that this is the light graduate movie so that you have to take use platform Muslim was like we have started using mostly we are informed that see what people call it society and we have a lot of activities like these sessions in which was active community members I think last week, was active after that's most important. Better our active members for how we see that
Like I said, we are vegetarian community, we focus on educating the young people in the University of Nigeria and in Africa at large, not just students, but also like lecturers and academics, educate to break it down with our curriculum that's designed to suit your skill, whatever it is you're working on. Once it's not changing, it's going to teach you skill. Aside from that, we empower them to use those skills so that we can have a good portfolio, a lot of use cases. Then another part about training is that we have a free people where we join on this so that you can take advantage of people opportunities and from the ecosystem. Just little or no financial commitment. If you check the general training, you can just do it, right?
Okay, so GBS, like I said, is for students, but it's not just for students, for people it's for everyone, whether you're technical or not technical. Like I was saying, it's for everyone. So what we focus on the most is actually going out to work with people, going out to work in a team. Because majority of the time you see that okay, they're well seated, they go back and go to events, but functional works, depending on the outside of the comfort. So what we do is that we offer a lot of challenges, a lot of coding challenges, a lot of programs that we run in the community to be able to give people that experience of working with people. Also, having that team, exactly. So when this event is over, we are about 4 years, four team members from here. You just meet me or and then we'll just tell you what's like it is. So thank you. So what that is, like I said, is the Web3 community first. But the issue with the Web3 community is a lot of us don't have an idea of what Web3 is about. Yes. So we try to bring it into them first, both with coding skills and non-coding skills. You must be web that's being there. Yet we have cycle sessions, we have scholarship sessions. We are currently on the registration for the scholarship session. The registration goes on for the until the 31st of this month, and then the classes start next year, January. We also organize physical events for the students school. The last one we organized was in Port Harcourt, 4th of November this year. We have learnathons. Our community basically you will learn by one way or the other. If you don't register for the scholarship, you will learn during our bi-weekly learnathon. If you don't learn there, you will learn during our Twitter spaces. And it's not always learning. There is always fun also, because I mean, you can't always be learning all the time. So after this, if you would like to learn a skill for no cost, as long as you're a university student in Nigeria, meet me after now. So I will give you the link for the registration. Thank you.
I don't know if you guys can hear me, man. I appreciate it. Can you guys hear me well? I apologize about that. See, that's just the sound difficulties. This last group that was just here just now, you see that the sound was not that well, but we did this to emphasize some of the students that's in their UNN. There's some brilliant minds that's on stage right now that you saw, some brilliant minds. And during the conversation, you guys probably noticed that the light went off. When the light went off, that's what the kind of things that we deal with in Nigeria for real, just not papier problems. And that's why these renewable energy projects, these just these technical projects and education and Web3 that can actually take us to the next level, because we can still use these things to better the communities that we're in. Make sure that we maximize the potential of these talented individuals that we see here today. Thank you guys so much. After this, when they finalize this session here, there's basically going to be a networking session where they can meet each other, and then, like, of course, make sure you get green pilled, get on the Discord, and then also download the Rainbow Wallet, so that way you can be able to be a part of some initiatives that we have coming in place starting like January. Thank you guys so much. Let me just vibe out while you guys do the networking. Thank you so much.
Hello diva, diva. You make me catch cold and on the shiva, shiva. The man to see now, yeah. Making me wish I hadn't seen her. No play, yo. Them things of lips and your red tattoo. I'm on a one way, yo. When you wind me, your hips got forbid taboo. Go be cut case, oh. See the way you they look me for after too. Oh no. I cannot describe this feeling. I can't say it. Glory, yeah. No time to check time, make you leave story. If you ain't talking money, my loss. No time to check time, make you leave story. Oh, la pa ni bi ka dey give glory. Yeah,
No time to check time, make you live story. If you ain't talking money, my loss so mommy. Yeah.
I think I'll put it in real quick so we can end up this one. Just for the end of it.
If you enter the
We'll
money,
do
you
it.
can use get straight to no waste time, go grind. Busy body, make you hurry, get what you need, just a surgery. No be sorry, make you move, you know for lose, know the rules, don't snooze. Make you know dog, just ball, stack the money tall, break through the walls, the barrier, turn around your area, limit is mental, God supplemental, dreams come true when you're driving in a phantom. For better or for worse, when it comes, just disperse, make it multiply, hustle to the day that I die, I know fit, let it pass and ask why,
This is the story of my glory to shine. I know God dollar, I go use them dada.
Thank you guys. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, viewers that was viewing IRL. We appreciate the speakers that was just here. We appreciate the effort and the optimism that we have moving into the new year. Please be mindful as you take care of yourself. Make sure you try your best to take care of the next man. It's all about community collective. There's ways to actually better ourselves and better our community, and this public good space utilizing Web3 technology is one of them. Thank you guys for attending for this Impact Summit 2023. Stay tuned for next year. It will be a whole lot going on. Let's grow. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen.